fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, damn bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Can you hear me now? Hopefully that fixes it. My mixer kind of got fucked up. Right? I'll tell you why my mixer got fucked up, right? I wanted to do something yesterday, and I got really fucking mad that I couldn't get it to work. Sadly, yes. Okay, thank you, Lloyd, for telling me how to work it. I got really fucking mad that it didn't work. And I'll tell you why. I wanted to come on stream yesterday while it was raining, and I couldn't stream because I got a metal fucking roof above me, and so it sounds like machine gun fire every single goddamn time. And the thing is, I was trying to set something up. Yeah, professional. Yeah, not even close. Let me see if I can find it now. So I wanted to come on stream, having spent hours of my life, literal hours of my life, setting this up, training a model, getting it to work, getting it to function. And let me just explain to you how fucking shit this sounds, okay? This shit still needs work. And I was trying so desperately to get this done. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so I activate that, I deactivate that. And if I've got this correct, my whole fucking plan was to get here on stream let it stabilize and get this to work like this.
I don't know if this is going to work or not. Let me just double check. Test. There we go. I was going to come on here and tell all of you that the bitches are going back in cages because Trump won. We are living in the best times, the sweetest of times. There's a delay, I know.
So can you understand why I was so fucking mad? Because I can't get the goddamn thing to fucking work. I'm so mad. I spent hours of my life training a fucking Trump voice, and it sounds horrible. It sounds horrible. So IRL voice changer abilities need some work. It's miserable. I was gonna come here and tell you, you know, bitches in the cages, the butthurt that we're seeing online is beautiful. This is the thing is, like, in my head, I see no difference in American politics. It's all fucking sports teams to me, right? I need a VTuber rig for that. You're damn right I do, Robin. You're damn fucking right I do. It's been so frustrating yesterday that I couldn't get that to work, but it's fine. It's fine. Things fuck up. It's cool. Life happens. Something stranger happened 6 hours ago. Apparently, Blue Squadron shouted me out, and I have no fucking idea if that's the real Blue Squadron or if that's just some guy styling on me because he thinks it's funny. But I severely doubt that the real Blue Squadron even knows I exist. So I'm gonna assume that that's like someone just fucking with me. You need to talk slow or something. That transcribes words, changes them to Trump speak. Exactly, Joe. I need something that's like a little bit more stable and is going to actually functionally work. But that's okay. That's okay. We fucked up a little bit. That's cool. That happens. So, Sweet Caroline, how did the Muck CSI investigation end? Okay, I'm gonna keep this drama free. We're not gonna fucking talk about this shit anymore. I've discovered that drama makes me want to have a fucking stroke. I don't think Muck did anything wrong. I think that if you're Muckluck and this is your career and you are streaming, right, that you should embed. But who you embed with is incredibly important, that you find the right people to embed with. Now, as far as the whole Guild Wars 2 embedding thing, I think it's a big nothing burger because the amount of embedding occurring was negligible, but it was still pissing people off. Right? As far as I'm aware, the saga is fucking over now. Because if I go and I look at the Guild Gen website, I think their embeds are down. As far as I'm aware, some fucker went out there and reported them. I genuinely think that, like, I'm shocked anyone even bothered, because Twitch mods never do anything, and I think they got blacklisted. So that's the end of that story. It's over. No point in carrying on with it. Drop it. Leave it alone. If Valen's going to be a big streamer, he's going to be a big streamer. If Muckluck's going to be... Well, Muckluck is a big streamer. If Muckluck's going to continue to be a big streamer, he's going to continue to be a big streamer. It's over. No point in carrying on with it. That's my final word on that shit. The subject still... It never ends. Two cats yelling. I think it never ends, but I'm done with it. I'm finished. That's it. End of story. Hey, you said they ruined Dishonored 2 a few weeks ago. Could you elaborate on that a bit? I really like that game. So, Iceback, they didn't ruin the gameplay, right? But the problem with a game like Dishonored is that it's a game that's fundamentally reliant on the story, right? And the story elements of it. Now, if you played Dishonored 1, it was a neat, clean, tight, singular story about a guy who fucked the queen, had a kid, and was trying to save his kid. Right? It was a solid, clean, and neat story. Dishonored 2 fucked up the formula of the story. Right? And yes, I know in Dishonored 2 you could have gone out of your way and still played Corvo Otano instead of playing his daughter and all of that shit. But if you look at the fundamental core of the story itself, they threw in too many characters. They didn't keep it focused. It was just wacky, wavy. Let's lean on the Dishonored 1 bandwagon too hard instead of building off of that story, right? They fucked up the stealth, right? Although I do still think that if you look at the gameplay, the actual fundamental gameplay of Dishonored 2, it's still like an 8 out of 10. And if gameplay is your shit, right? It's probably still worth the time. But I'm sorry, I'm a lore nerd. I'm a gigantic fucking lore nerd. And I think Dishonored 2 was a step down from the quality of the story of Dishonored 1. And then below that, the DLC just fucked it up even worse, right? It was definitely a downgrade in my opinion. And that's always sad to see because that's how a franchise dies. If you make a game that's a 9 out of 10, and your follow-up game is a 7 out of 10, it's not as good, and now people are going to be fucking tired of that shit. Just have to say it's subject non grata. When someone brings it up, I know that's not technically right of us to use that term. It just gets the point across. I don't actually know what that means. I used to know what subject non grata means, but I've completely forgotten. Right, but like, think about it this way. If you read the Lord of the Rings books, imagine you read 2/3 of the book and it was fucking amazing, right? And then you read the last third of the book. And the last third of the book, Aragorn is all of a sudden replaced with some other character. And then there's a side character who now becomes a main character. And now they're trying to kill Gandalf for some fucking reason. You'd probably drop the book and be like, yo, I don't want to read the rest of this. Even if it's just okay. It's not the fucking banger follow-through of the first 2/3. Right? Same thing. I'm trying to talk... How do I put this? I'm trying to talk this in broad terms. Because if you're going to look at Dishonored and Dishonored 2, Dishonored 2 is not the worst, right? Dishonored 2 is not even close to being the absolute worst game that this has happened to in the world. Not even close. That's really it, right? It just ruined the story for me because it was not as good. I think... Another good example of this would be Prototype 2, right? Go play Prototype. It's tight, it's clean, it's neat. You play as Alex Mercer, you get to be the fucking bastard of the game. You are literally a virus human being, killing the shit out of everything. And then, in Prototype 2, you're now playing some fucking guy who's not Alex Mercer, whose daughter got killed by Alex Mercer, and now you have to play the good guy. It ruined the formula. I'm trying my best to like avoid the idea of saying the specifics of the story because someone out there might want to go and play it and they might still get enjoyment out of it. I'm going to mute out to keep editing. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Yilgi. You do whatever you need to do, this poor man.
They both have darker characters. I see a pattern here.
They both have darker... Look, it's not even about that, Filter. I genuinely don't think it's about that. Right, now, I do think it's a bit fucking stupid that in Dishonored 2 they used like a disabled black woman. But I don't think it has anything to do with the race of the characters. Think about it this way. If Alex Mercer in Prototype 2 absorbed into Hella, I can't remember his name, I think it was Hella something. If he absorbed into that guy, or that guy was like inheriting Alex Mercer's mission, right? And he was a bigger motherfucker than Alex Mercer, no one would give a fuck because they'd be so super excited to play that kind of game. But they ruined the fundamental formula. Right, I literally don't think it has anything to do with the characters being black. I don't think it has anything to do with race swapping shit. I think... Here's the problem, right? DEI has created this almost like knee-jerk reaction, right? And I'm no different. I feel the same as you when it comes to this. I see DEI in a video game, and like, I mean, not even DEI, right? If I look at a video game, and I know that the main characters is female or non-white or some shit like that, I'm in this knee-jerk reaction where I immediately start thinking, oh shit, is this a DEI game where they're so focused on the character's identity that they gave up, they surrendered the story? Hey, what's up, Ohespan? How you doing? You just brought... I love how I'm talking race shit, and this is when you bring your viewers in here. They're just like, yo, what the fuck? Did I just enter the fucking Ku Klux Klan here? Thanks for the follow, Ebonard TV. You just came in here at the fucking worst time. Oh god, this is like walking in on your parents and your dad just said something about the black neighbor and you didn't hear the whole conversation. Well played, oh hey Spun. This is how you get cancelled. No, but seriously, right? So think about it this way. DEI is so fucking bad. Yes, racism. Okay, DEI is so fucking bad that whenever you see a character, a main character of a video game who is female or black or non-white of some sense, you get this almost knee-jerk reaction like, oh fuck, here we go. And you know what the worst part about that is that there could be really, really good games, right, with all this DEI diversity stuff, and no one would give a fuck if the game was fundamentally good, right? If you have characters, let me give you an example. A good example of this is probably the old Metroid games, right? Or the old Tomb Raider games, right? Do you really think anyone gave a shit that Samus was female? Do you think anyone gave a shit that... actually, no. A lot of people gave a shit that Lara Croft was female because it gave them something to jerk off to. But no one gave a shit because the game was fundamentally good and focused around the story, right? Samus wasn't running around screaming, I am woman. Samus was like, I'm going to kill some shit. I'm going to beat the shit out of some stuff. And they had fundamentally good stories, right? So, I think there's a missed target here, right? And I think this is it. I'm going to try and describe this as best I can. Right? Let's try and describe this in a way that's going to make sense. Right? Everyone gets mad at the whole diversity shit over here. And you've got your players over here saying, I just want to play good video games. Right? As we've seen over the years, and this is coming from years and years of video games, no one actually gives a shit about the diversity. Right? But let's say you got a bunch of game devs over here. What they do is they bounce off this diversity to talk down to gamers and tell them what they should and shouldn't think. Right? No one actually gives a shit about this. But this over here, where people are being told what they can and can't think, that drives people fucking insane. Right? There's a simple principle you can apply to anyone who's got an IQ above 5. And it's, don't tell me what to fucking do. Right? You can present interesting philosophical takes on different parts of the world. And people will love that shit. But the second someone comes into a game and starts telling you to think in a certain specific way, then they start getting pissed off. And the problem is people are now pissed off at diversity, which doesn't actually fucking help, right? It doesn't help. It fundamentally doesn't help. But what they're really pissed off at is a bunch of assholes who sit behind a desk pretending that they care about people of other cultures and backgrounds and genders and whatever the fuck, and they're using it as a lever. But they're not actually making interesting characters. Right? I can tell you a bunch of fucking interesting characters who are non-white, who are female, I can tell you a ton of them, and not a single fucking person gives a shit that they are anything but the standard white guy kind of thing. Right? Fundamentally, that's true. We've seen that over the years. If it wasn't true, no one would fucking play StarCraft. Right? Where one of the most badass characters who sticks in my mind every single time I think about the story was General Redfield. Right? Think about it this way. Here's another way to think about it. If tomorrow there was a video game that was released in the same vein as Ghost of Tsushima, and it was about Shaka Zulu, would any of you be mad? And it was like a story of Shaka Zulu, and you got to play as Shaka Zulu running around killing the shit out of stuff and being like a badass fucking African warrior. I'd play the shit out of that game. I wouldn't give a fuck. But you know what I would give a fuck about? What's up, Tape? I'd give a fuck if all of a sudden Shaka Zulu was running around saying shit like, I'm a black man. Like, yo, what, like, no, everyone would be like, yeah, duh. I mean, yeah, he's a fucking Zulu. What did you expect? Right? No one would care. But you'd piss people off if you try and insert your own personal political message into stuff. So I don't think diversity is actually the problem in gaming. It's always been there. It's just people like to pretend that's the problem, when the real problem is like, there's no philosophical element to these games anymore. It's just people telling you what you can and can't think. That's why people are really pissed off at Dragon Age, and why it's really starting to annoy me as well. Are they going to put hip-hop behind him in the trailer? Probably, Soundless Fern. Oh man, I'm almost asleep outside because of this very topic. My girlfriend went crazy and said to me that if you don't like it, then don't play. As if it's okay for me to see BioWare, who I love, become shit. And went close because of diversity and political shit. So, okay, hold on 1 second. I'm getting yelled at. I'm going to be right back. Enjoy my background.
Yeah, jump scare. Bitch, don't forget you have me open on this tab.
Alrighty, sorry about that. I got a little thing here. Sorry about that. I just had to go help my wife with our daughter. She had a little bit of trouble sleeping. About to send a search and rescue team. No one's looking for a dead white guy in Africa. Two cats yelling. Sorry to tell you that. So, it's just say you had to take a fat shit. Yeah, I should have actually. You know what? That would have been way better. And tell you how I didn't clean my hands. You melt some chocolate and then just start streaming and touching everything. Right. So, we got sidetracked there by a fucking question and we went down a goddamn path. Right? But that's not what this is about. Right? If you look at the title of the stream, right? The title of the stream, or at least for the first segment, is Breaking News. I'm fat. And I've had this now medically confirmed that I am fat as fuck. Seriously though, DEI just creates a toxic positivity, bypasses checks and balances, and keeps the game entertaining and profitable, because anyone who stops them is cancelled. I don't mind diversity, but damn is... Yeah, it is, right? So, DEI's big problem is that they're so focused on identity that they don't make interesting characters. I don't give a fuck if the main character is... I don't even care if they're trans or whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. Are they an interesting person? Are they more than their identity? And generally speaking, they're not. Because the people who are writing these characters are fucking 2-year-olds who think that everyone's identity is who they are on the inside. Like, the idea of someone being black and, like, you know, behaving down a certain path that isn't considered black behavior is insane to them. They're, like, actually legitimately the most racist people you'll meet because they can't think outside that little bubble. But what's more important, right? I'm going to move on from this DEI talk because it leads nowhere good. Is... God damn it. Fuck this up. There we go. Okay. So, I'm fat. Breaking news. And I got this medically confirmed. Medically confirmed. By a goddamn doctor. And this is the document that proves that I'm fat. So, most race people I have ever met stop viewing people by their race. Yeah, so, I'm planning a video, and I've tested this out. I've tested this idea out. I've done some trial runs. I've done as much shit as I can to make this into something I want to do for the next 12 months. Now, people are probably aware, or at least some of you are aware, that after my next Guild Wars 2 video, I'm going to be working on a 12-month long project, right? I'm going to be releasing videos in the meantime, but this thing is going to take me 12 fucking months, right? And the idea behind this is I want to take a bunch of MMOs, work out a system that leads to me doing a bunch of workouts every single day, and at the end of this, I want to be, at best, jacked, at worst, not fat. And now I have all the data, I have all the information I need. I tried to get a sponsor, some degree of health sponsor for this, but I don't fucking think that's happening. And so, I'm moving forward with this. No sponsor. It's just me with my dick out in the gym all day. So, what this documentation here confirms that I'm holding is number one. This is the real important part, right? Anyone who lives in Africa has to prove this. Lunchly sponsor. I'm trying to lose weight, not gain weight here, right? This is probably the most important page, is the front page, because this has to be confirmed by every African out there, right? You see that? You see that? Do you know what that means? You see that? Platelets normal? You see my leukocyte count? Do you know what that means? Confirmed. I don't have AIDS. Breaking news, man in Africa doesn't have AIDS. That's the best part about this. Right? So, next page is all the levels of, like, creatinine, urea, potassium, all of that shit. My renal function, my kidneys are fine. My liver function, perfectly fine. And then we get to the interesting one. It's my lipid profile. And this is the one where it just says, congratulations, you're fat. So I'm at risk for one disease right now. My liver function, not my lover function. That works perfectly fine. What this basically says is I'm at risk to one disease. Hide that, someone might swat you. What, because they saw my AIDS count. Don't worry, I'm blocking out the shit on the top here, don't worry. So, I am at risk of CVD. Does anyone know what CVD is? cardiovascular disease. It means if I continue to be this fat, I'm gonna fucking die. That's what's gonna happen. Come volume destruction. No, that's normal down here. Don't worry about it. We still got functioning testicles because we can't afford plastic in a third world country. Right, we just manufacture the stuff and then send it overseas, and then you all get plastic in your balls, and then, you know, your cum volume is destroyed. Right, beyond that, I have a weirdly high testosterone count. Right, for what I have, my T-score is like fucking 800. Which is still within the normal range, but it's weirdly high for how fat I am. Bald man has high T. I know, fucking shocker. Maniacal metal. When I was having a consultation with the doctor who went through this documentation, he was like, yeah, your hair loss is probably related to the fact that your testosterone count is this high when you're this fat. He was like, listen, you get this fat and your T-score's that high, expect to lose hair. He's like, you can hop on finasteride, but your dick might stop working. You can use this other shit where you rub it on your head. I think he said, start with an M. Min something. Right? And I was like, I'm not rubbing that shit on my head. Fuck that. And then, what else do we have here? So my iron's fine, all my blood tests are fine. Oh, my thyroid function. This is the one that sucks the most to read. My thyroid indicates euthyroidism. Do you know what that means? It means there's nothing wrong with my thyroid, so I don't even have an excuse for being fat. Fuck. I wanted some good news. I needed excuses. How am I supposed to be a DEI hire when nothing is wrong with me? When I'm just fat by choice? This is the worst thing to read in the world, because all this documentation is just like, yo, your testosterone's high, everything's fine, your kidneys work, your liver works, but guess what? You're a fat bitch because you eat too much food. That's literally what I got told by my doctor. He was just like, you stupid fat bitch, stop eating so much food. And that hurt. That hurt on the inside because I really wanted an excuse to be fat. They hurt me. So now I have no fucking excuse. I don't have AIDS. Although if I had AIDS, I'd probably be a lot skinnier. Like a lot skinnier. I don't have a broken thyroid. My liver's fine, weirdly enough, for how much I used to drink in the past. My kidneys are fine. My lungs are fine. Everything is fine. Except my mouth. Because I keep putting fucking food in it. And I need to stop. It's horrible. It's disastrous. It broke me into a million pieces learning that. Which means I've only got one thing I really need to do for my 12-month-long video. And that thing is this. How the fuck do I make this interesting? Fucking goddamn. That's all I've got to figure out. I have no excuse for being a fatty, flappy little motherfucker. And I have no idea how to make this interesting enough that people would watch it. So I'm probably going to do it off stream and then make a video out of it. Gym streams incoming in Taipei. Fuck no. I don't have the bulge for that. I'm not going to walk around in yoga pants. No one... Listen, when you walk around in yoga pants and you're a dude, people want to see dick. They don't want to see fucking bean, okay? You could disappear for a while like Nikocado did. I've already disappeared from my main channel. No, we're not talking about NFTs. Fuck no, Barando. Listen, I made a lot of money off of NFTs. But fuck. What a horrible place. No one wants to see stub on screen. No one wants to see that in a gym stream. They want to see a dude with the like fucking stuffing fat cock down his pants. And I mean that just means it's an extra expense for me because now I've got to go, number one, to find yoga pants that fit my fat ass, and number two, I need to find a dildo that looks realistic enough that I can like strap in place to make it look like I've got a fucking hog. And that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a real problem. And I don't have the consistency of Nick Ricardo to pre-record things 2 years in a row. Like running. That was insane. Did you hear Brighter Shores is an open access? How about while you grind, you run on a treadmill? I might do something like that, Lord. I did see that it was in open access, and I'm thinking about doing a stream on that. But we'll get there potentially. Right. I might have to figure out a system, because what I'm trying to do is I want to take like a bunch of MMOs and start reviewing them while I work out, right? And while I cut weight. And what I'm thinking of doing is showing nothing between when I start and when I end, so that it looks even more like dramatic, even though it's just going to be like man goes from fat to average, but it's going to look dramatic because of the contrast. Missed one of your messages, Two-Tone Bandit. I started doing workouts. Where are you? In my room while waiting on shit to happen in Guild Wars 2. I'm tired of having a line on my gut. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna start figuring shit out. We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, I think the most disappointing thing that I've had in the gym over the last year, when I did go, was I can only squat like 100 kilograms. And Delta Tech, you know what my fitness goal is? It's not be fat. And theoretically, what I could do, Delta Tech, is I could just fast. Right? I could just, like, every month, every week, just do 2 days of fasting. Do you have that in burger units? Let me see. This is my max. Right? For squatting. Is 220. That's not good. That's not fucking good. That means I can barely squat above what my body weight is. That's miserable. Good. Oh yeah, good, neat little trick you learn in engineering if you want to do the math in your head, right? For anything you want to convert to freedom units, what you do is you take any unit that's in rational units and you multiply it by 2.2. Bro, what? Stop skipping leg day. I skip everything day, Two-Tone Bandit. I skip everything fucking day. That's the problem. So I need to fix that, and that's going to be like a 12-month long thing that I do. I might start wearing like hoodies and shit all the time when I'm on stream so that no one can really tell what I look like until I'm finally done. Right? I might genuinely actually do that just to fuck with people. So that if someone shows up in like month 6, they have no idea that this fat piece of shit is not actually as fat as he was previously. And yes, I could just intermittent fast. I've got it all planned out, Delta Tech. I do have a low-calorie deficit. That's why I'm doing it over 12 months, because I don't want one of those, like, fat, flappy skin things at the bottom of my pants. I don't think having a door over my dick is really impressive, especially since the whole dick hides under it. That wouldn't be great. But I'll figure it out. Start with stretching before your workouts, very important. Look, I don't need, I'm going to say this nicely, I don't actually need advice for this. And I'll tell you why, Two-Tone Bandit. Once upon a time, I'll see if it's still up on YouTube. Once upon a time, this used to be me. I used to hug other men, other muscular men, all the time. This used to be me. A long, long time ago. That used to be me. I'm not kidding. When I was a younger man, I went to World Championship, Abu Dhabi World Championships for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I've competed internationally in Judo. I've competed in fucking Greco-Roman wrestling internationally. This used to be me. And now I look in the mirror and I want to fucking kill myself. Right? I used to roll with sweaty men. We used to molest each other all the time. That's me in the white pants there. Right? I'm Gavin. Super Smiley Gaming. That's me. Ashley Calvert is a guy I used to know. Super friendly guy. Super awesome. He was super fun to roll against because he was fucking vicious and super aggressive. But he was such a cool, relaxed guy. Ultra Christian. You see that? You see that hot, sexy pose there? Right? Yeah, if you Google my name, you're going to find a neurosurgeon. He's more famous than me, which is a problem. That used to be me. Now look at me. Now look at me. Look what I've become. I need to fix this shit now. So that's why. That's why I need to fix this. This used to be me. Right? Look at that shit. I actually had some musculature in my back once upon a time. And it all went to shit. And that's why you don't go to university, kids. Just do IRL MTX like most other people. Stomach reduction and or liposuction. I don't have the money for that shit, Barando. I don't have money for that shit. Do you have something like WWE in Africa? Could always try that. WWE is fake, and I don't feel like hopping on steroids because steroids are expensive. Two cats yelling. We do have something called the EFC, which is kind of like the sister brand to the UFC, right? And I did compete as an amateur for about a year under that. I had 4 matches, and I won all 4 of them within the first 30 seconds, which is actually kind of a problem because that makes for not very interesting fights. And what I learned in the EFC, competing as an amateur, was they don't want you if you win. They want you if you have interesting fights. Right? And most of my fights ended the same way, with me striking the guy 3 or 4 times, grabbing onto him, grappling him to the ground, and then choking him the fuck out or getting an armbar. Because my grappling was better than my striking by like a fucking country mile. Just run around and bounce off the ropes. I mean, that would make me lose weight or would break the ropes. But yeah, so breaking news, I'm fat, I gotta fix it. That was the entire point of that part of the thing. Now, there's a bunch of shit I want to go through today. There's always a FTP version of plebs like us, the finger on, wait, in the throat and the head over the top. Oh, no, I'll pass. I'll pass, Barando. If I put my finger in my throat, I'm eating my finger. That's how fat I am. Fly to South Korea, wrestle Johnny Somali. Potato Kun, I know that'll make me super popular in Korea. But Johnny Somali, he wouldn't be much of a fight. I'm sorry, even at my weight. Even at my weight, he would not be that much of a fight. I'm just being straight up with you.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
Shit out of that guy. Now there's a few things. Okay, wait, hold on. What's that you've sent me, Manacle Metal? This election is a content mine. It's so enjoyable. Dude, Newgash, I have not been able to go on Twitter for the last fucking week without just seeing the biggest breakdowns imaginable. And it doesn't seem to be fucking slowing down at all. You know who I feel bad for in this whole goddamn thing? I feel so fucking bad for, like, Kai Cenat, who's doing his, like, mafia-thon thing, and the fucking election must be pulling so much attention away from that shit. People are, like, honestly, I know a guy, at my gym that I talk to, and he's been like, I've been going on to Twitter to jerk off, man. And he was just super open about this. He was like, crying ugly woman is what turns him on. That is his thing. And he's like, this is the best fucking porn I've ever seen in my life. And the whole gym's like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? And he's like, no, you don't understand. Like, you know how some people are attracted to feet? And he's like, crying ugly woman is my shit. And he's just been sitting here scrolling through Twitter, fucking blasting rope every hour or so. And he's like, it never stops. It never stops. And so every time he sees something like this, he knows there's a bunch of people who are just fucking mad and throwing a temper tantrum about it. And he's just been having the time of his life. So at least he's enjoying himself. And you know, I can't be mad either. He your friend. He's a cool guy, okay? He's got some weird sexual proclivities, but you know what? I can be friends with someone who doesn't want to fuck kids, but they have a completely weird sexuality. That's cool. Like, I'm okay with that. You got some freak shit you gotta do? Cool, great. You need to pull fucking anal beads out of your ass like you're starting a lawnmower? Good. Good for you. Great. You're not touching kids? I can't be mad. The standard for me being upset with people's sexual kinks has fucking dropped after the shit I've seen in Guild Wars 2. Let me be honest with you. It went through the goddamn floor. So I can't be mad. I really can't be mad. But yeah, let me put it to you this way, right? I took out a bet before the election. And I'll show you what my bet was. This is very important because I know XQC lost a bunch of money. And a lot of people... I asked this in my Discord because I wanted to see what was the biggest betting site out there for the elections. And that was Parley Market. Now, I didn't go ahead and take a bet out on Parley Market. And if you want to know why, it's because I have single-handedly, never in my life before this election, I've never once correctly predicted an election. When Trump was running against Hillary, I thought Hillary was going to win. When Trump was running against Biden, I thought Trump was going to win. Fuck it. When Obama was running against, what was that guy? The white guy. I thought the white guy was going to win. Romney, that dude. I thought he was going to win. I have never in my life predicted an election correctly. But this one I did. And do you want to see my winnings? I'll show you my winnings. Because I can't take them out for tax purposes, so these just fucking sit there. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. They elected a convict before they voted for a woman. I don't know if he is a convict. Does it count now if he's a convict? I don't know if he is. So, I'm gonna show you where I took out my bet. It was here. It was right here. It was in the crypto markets. And let me show you the winning of this bet. Hold on. Okay, so these are a bunch of small shit that I knew was going to pop the fuck off, right? I knew that shit was going to go up like 200% because people are going to lose their goddamn minds because the crypto market particularly is in love with Trump, right? They love that motherfucker like you cannot believe. And so I figured if he wins, well, that's my portfolio. This is a pretty safe portfolio that I've got. Somewhere in here is a chart. There it is. Do you see that there? Do you see this, right? Do you see this? This is me making a bunch of money that I can't touch for tax purposes off of fucking Trump winning. This right here is me sitting there thinking to myself, what happens if Trump wins? And then that happened. How fucking wild is that? God damn. And now, you know what the black swan event of this is? Do you know what really sets that bet up forever? It's if Trump actually follows through on any of the policies he does. Because I'm sorry, but politicians, promises are for campaigning. Action is for never. I don't trust any politician to follow through on the shit they say, but people believe they're going to do it. So that was my winning bet. Right there. He was given court immunity. Doubtful if he's a convict. They've been trying anything and everything they could to get rid of him before he won the first time. They're just getting more desperate. Look, I think the next 4 years are going to be the funniest shit on the planet. Right? It's not my problem because I'm African, right? No one gives a shit about me. What are they going to do? Send me 2 bags of UNICEF rice? But what's really, really funny is watching a bunch of these people who are either ultra-left or ultra-right or whatever the fuck you want to call them, lose their fucking minds over this election. I've seen videos of women, like, screaming and crying, thinking they're going to wake up a slave tomorrow. They look, this back here, this meme right here, they think this shit is real. And if Trump had lost and I'd seen the other side lose their fucking minds, I would still be sitting here like emotionally masturbating over this shit because it's funny as fuck to not be someone in the country watching this shit go down from a distance. It's wild. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a real legitimate question about this. Do you think genuinely that the world is going to turn on its fucking head because some guy got elected? The guy on the political sports team you didn't like. Do you think it's going to change? Abso-fucking-lutely not. And you know what's going to happen after 4 years? If there is a change, after 4 years, it's going to revert. And then after another 4 years, it's going to revert again. And then another 4 years, it's going to fucking revert again. And so it's going to be the same. I think it's funny as fuck to see people losing their minds. But Trump is good for the economy. I will say that. Trump is good for the economy. He's going to turn on that little money printer. Shit's going to go brr. The fucking dollar's going to devalue. Everyone's sitting in risk-on assets like crypto, like fucking ETFs and shit, are making bank. And your average US citizen is sitting there going, God damn, Trump won! Woo! My life's gonna change forever! And he's gonna be in the same spot 4 years from now. And the people on the other side are gonna be going, oh, Trump won! I'm gonna be a slave! They're gonna hook me up to a breeding machine! And you know what's gonna happen? 4 years from now, they're gonna be in the exact same fucking spot. And I get to sit here laughing my ass off at all of it.
I'm so virtuous that I inspired women to abstain from carnal pleasures.
You know what's really funny about that sentence, Filter? I think it's super interesting that a bunch of women are saying they're not going to have sex with dudes now. That they've started this movement like, you know, abortion's being reverted and stuff, so we're not going to fuck dudes. But the only women I'm seeing joining this movement are unfuckable in the first place, let's be honest. God damn, they're unfuckable as hell. I've yet to see an attractive one being like, yo, I'm out. Because they know life's good. The attractive ones, any girl above like a 6 out of 10 is like, yo, my life doesn't change at all. Nothing's changing. Dudes are still paying for my meals. I can hook up with anyone I want. I'm gonna get married. I'm gonna have a family. Shit's good. I think that's pretty funny. Have you seen this? Hold on, let's see. I haven't seen this. Oh, I haven't seen. Oh my god. That guy I was talking about? That dude I was talking about? This, I'm not kidding. This is the kind of chick he described to me. Today, I was in the gym today training my kids in judo, and I had a conversation with him, and this is the girl he was talking about. His girl's like this. I don't know why this is his thing, but he blasts rope to this shit. It gets him going. I don't know what damage he has up there. I don't know like how many times he must have been abused by his own mother to end up in this state, but this is his shit.
I will burn this whole fucking place to the ground.
Oh.
I'm done. Nice to meet ya. Having a little trouble with the fact I beat ya. Yes, so.
How do these people move so fast? The election shit was like 3 days ago. It was 3 fucking days ago. They're making fucking raps. Jesus Christ.
Music to my ears got me thirsty though. Ooh, good gushing. You done got me buzzing. Nothing is about like an arrogant twat balling on TikTok. Raise a shot. Oh, I've been
God damn.
sipping. Nothing satisfies like the taste of the grass they're flipping.
God damn.
Quenching my soul, but I never get full. Bottomless
You know what?
empty cups, bathe in the rain of pretentious fucks who don't listen. I just
You know what? I'll give Americans this, right? I'll give you guys this. Yeah, no one can ever take this away from Americans, right? The towers were still on fire and you guys were making jokes about it, right? You guys are so goddamn fast at this shit. And I'm willing to bet that the people doing this, making these like memes and these jokes and shit, they said nothing during the elections and stuff, but they're here to stir the pot. They're here to pour gasoline on this fire. And and I'm here for it because this is some of the best shit I've ever seen. It's so goddamn funny to me.
pour me another Harry Mason. I'm sipping. You're a touchy bunch. Fresh tears to wash down my lunch.
Fuck me.
Fruit punch. Lap up the juice of entitled country. Hate him bitches. Drink it like fishes. Delicious. One of my favorite dishes.
God damn.
My wishes. Grinning like Ulysses. Mega back in business. Oh, I've been sipping. Nothing satisfies like the taste.
God damn. Filter, I'll give you another one. The day of Kobe dying in that helicopter crash was the same day I heard an American make a video where he walked out of his bathroom and said, "Damn, bro, that shit was so big, I didn't just drop a Kobe, I dropped the whole helicopter." Paul Walker's body was still on fire and they were making jokes about them. And I'll be honest with you, I'm here for it. Damn, the fucking dark humor coming out of Americans is impressive. They are so swift at this shit. Because for every person that loses their fucking minds out there, there is another American sitting somewhere in a room going, like they know they're about to pull off some shit that's gonna make people lose their minds. And I don't care about who won. I just love the fucking memes. It's beautiful. It's impressive to me. I saw a meme, I kid you not, 10 minutes after Trump got shot. It was him on the ground surrounded by SS and they edited some of his crystal. It was like half an hour and I saw the Shinzo Abe ghost with the samurai sword blocking the bullet. The dude was still bleeding from his ear and they were making memes. It's funny as fuck. God, I'm so impressed with Americans sometimes. You guys move so damn fast. It's so beautiful. There's a compilation of shit going haywire and people yelling Kobe right before it hits. I'm not surprised. It's so impressive. It's so goddamn impressive. I'm so amazed. And I'm here for the butthurt. I'm here to upset people. I don't care that he won. I don't care that he lost. I'm here to make money through my crypto investments by betting on someone I thought was going to win. And if he wasn't, I'd just pull out. It's so impressive to me. It's my favorite time of year's election. The US elections. Because it's like, God, the whole world flips on its fucking head for like a week. And it's amazing. Oh, look at that. Okay, so this was one of the links sent earlier, right? I don't know why you sent it at this timeline, but we'll go through this, and I want to leave this alone after this. I really do. Like, the drama's over. Drama's over because it's been resolved. So we're going to go through this quick. This Guild Wars 2 shit, and then we're moving on. Okay?
Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. I was just on YouTube scrolling through videos, watching Charlie here and other stuff.
Of course.
And I came across this video of Muck.
It's not Charlie, that's YouTube Jesus, isn't it? I've seen that guy on Facebook. And like a bunch of like boomers saying like, you should pray to Jesus and shit.
I gotta say, Muck is my favorite Guild Wars 2
yes,
content creator. He's
that's
very
fair.
chill and very funny, and his videos
Agree.
always helped me in the game since the day I played. Like, since the very first day I played the game. His guides are very clear and straight to the point. And he's probably one of the most famous Guild Wars 2 content creators. So it seems
I 100% think that Muckluck is a good streamer, right? I think that Muckluck is actually a fantastic streamer. He knows his target audience. He knows what he's aiming at. He does good variety. He's super chill, right? And I think I genuinely like Muckluck as a streamer, right? I think if you're doing this as a job, Muckluck is doing everything right, whereas I'm doing everything wrong. You can't say the shit I'm saying and expect to make a career out of this, right? Muckluck don't give a muck fuck. I'll do you one better, Robin. Muckluck don't give a fuck luck. But seriously, Muckluck's a good PG streamer. He's got good solid information, and I think this poor man has been catching strays from this whole embed drama way worse than he ever deserved. 100%. Hold on. Muck is still suffering. He was playing through the new Dragon Age and just ended up working through the MSQ because the game was disappointing to him. He's apparently a huge Dragon Age fan. Now you just... Okay, there's no need for you to make me like him more. Two cats yelling. I am a gigantic fucking nerd for the Dragon Age 2 story. I cannot tell you how many times I single-handedly played through Dragon Age Origins just to select and choose every single option and choice. I cannot tell you how many times I played through Dragon Age 2 playing as Hawk, even though that game is substandard in comparison to the first one. And I'm sorry, the worst part of Dragon Age 2 is the part where you can accidentally fuck Anders. Fight me. You just try and be nice to the guy, and somehow you're plowing his ass. It's not great. It's not fucking great. It's real bad. But I still played it like 5 or 6 times just because I love the story that much. And the DLC as well. And you know what? You know what? I'll admit it. I'm not ashamed. I played through Inquisition more than once. And you know what I think? I think Inquisition, before Veilguard, was actually the least memorable of the Dragon Age experiences. It was the least memorable, the least inspired, and the most sloppy. The visuals and graphics were good. Some of the characters like Sarah were irritating as fuck, and I was looking for every opportunity to kill that bitch and sell her into slavery or whatever the fuck I could do to get rid of her. But I still played it multiple times, because you know why? Do you know why? Because I 100% needed more than one of my characters to fuck Cassandra. I'll be right back. Let me just grab my phone. Right? Okay, so I don't like that they neutered Morrigan's sass in Dragon Age. I don't like that they neutered Morrigan's sass. I don't like that they removed her tits in Veilguard. I don't like Morrigan as a character at all. But in the first game, in Origins, Morrigan fucking put shit in my head as a kid that is going to be burned into there forever. God damn, like, she's a type. And you know what, there are guys who will look at Morrigan and be like, yo, fuck this bitch. And then there are other guys who are like, damn, I'm gonna be playing this whole game with an erection. And I was type 2. I was fucking type 2. That sass, that bad girl energy, god damn. Morrigan was one of the most memorable characters. And I was never prouder as a gamer than when my character, my hero of Ferelden, busted fat nuts inside of her. It just felt right.
Like there's a big drama right now between content creators. Well, I wouldn't call it a drama. It was just this person is starting drama out of nowhere for a pathetic reason. He's probably.
I don't think that's a correct analysis that this guy's doing. I think he's shitting on Darren's unfairly. I think Darren's was passionate about the subject, but misguided, not because he was doing anything malicious, but because he didn't have the knowledge and information he needed at the time to make a strong enough case.
He wanted some views, I guess. I don't know. Because of this video in particular and other stuff he posted in the past, he got himself into a big drama. The Guild Wars community is going so hard on him. It's so funny. So, bottom line, this guy posted that there's a problem of embedding Twitch streams on websites.
Hold on, is this the end of Guild Wars 2 Twitch embed? I swear to God, if he's used clips from me, then I have to fucking see what he's done. Because if Darren's has taken me out of context, I'm in fucking trouble.
I can understand. There's problem between content creators of Guild Wars 2 embedding their like Twitch streams on websites, and this guy kept commenting on it.
Yep.
And he called out Muckluck for doing that, and
I think that was wrong. I think Muckluck's just been catching fucking strays for nothing on this.
First of all, you have no business in that, even if he's doing that. Not against the law, not unprofessional. It's a normal thing to do. If you own a website, you can get some sponsors and put your stream anywhere. I would do it if I was able to stream, but I can't because of my internet. But bottom line, I don't think it's a bad thing, but
a big hippie, no, because as far as I'm aware, the GuildGen website has been blacklisted by Twitch, which is a big fucking shocker to me. Because I'm shocked that Twitch would do anything based on a report. Like, I genuinely don't see the point of reporting anything to Twitch, because I don't expect them to do anything ever. So it's kind of like a do whatever the fuck you want, but for some weird reason, they actually did something here, which is, that's more mind-blowing than anything else to me.
This guy making it seem like he's a bad guy for doing it. Anyway, that's not the drama's about. Then he kept saying he didn't talk to Muckluck because he doesn't know.
Oh, so, okay, now I need to watch this because I asked him, why the fuck didn't you talk to Muckluck? I think if he'd communicated with Muckluck, a lot of the shit could have been avoided.
Him about he didn't contact Muckluck because of the drama, because he doesn't know him. You don't have to know the person to talk to him.
I'm sorry, Muckluck's a cool guy. You message Muckluck, he's probably going to message you back because he actually genuinely cares. I'm sorry, he didn't lie to me in any of the personal DMs. All of the information he had was the same information that I could find online. Everything he knew, I ended up knowing. And not a single time did Muckluck go out of his way to be a dick, to be malicious, to shut shit down. He just was straight up about anything. Like everything he said. Every Twitch thought can link their OnlyFans to children, but a Guild Wars 2 website gets blacklisted. Yes, Ashura. Which is disgusting. Like, I'm saying this 100%, right? I would rather GuildGen forever, for eternity, be able to embed in a tiny little unclickable pixel in the bottom right corner than Twitch allowing kids to get linked to OnlyFans any day of the week.
Contacts on all his videos, and you can go to the stream and contact him about this. And Muckluck responded with a long video, serious video, responded to this and explaining to the community what is it about, and it's not even a big deal. There have been a reason to that. Anyway, this dude's video created some toxicity between the community, and tons of people messaged Muckluck and attacking him personally because of this. I don't even know why.
Wars 2 Twitch community. I woke up to dozens of hate mails, threats, and other crap like that in my inboxes, extremely confused and alarmed. I watched the video, and there are a few grains of truth mixed in with a lot of misinformation. I was never asked any questions by Darren or Nike. They didn't fact check any of this with me.
So here's a really cool thing. that you can do. I'm not saying go out and do this, right? But if you want to be a real sack of shit, right, on YouTube, on any platform whatsoever, and you want to get away with things, right, what you need to do is you need to start applying this. I've seen the best liars in the fucking world apply this rule right here, the Pareto principle. What you do is 80% of the time, right? This is outcomes versus causes, but it's the same kind of principle where what you do is you tell truth 80% of the time. And then 20% of what you say can be a fucking wild, crazy lie. And what you're doing is psychologically tricking people into thinking, well, damn, 80% of what he said was true. So the other 20% is probably true as well. And then people start to believe you, right? It's one of the most dick-headed things you do. And the reason I know this is because I used to be a project manager. I used to be a shadow project manager whose job it was to be contracted out to walk into companies and fix companies and get rid of the fucking problems, right? And that means this principle was always in my head. And every single time I had to fact check every single piece of information that a manager somewhere in middle management would give me, right? So here's a really, really fun part about that. Hold on, can I say this? So I am under certain contractual obligations for like the rest of my fucking life, so I can't tell the whole story. But what this manager would do is he would act like a normal human being, like 80% of the time. And then the other 20%, he would like attack this one other employee. I'm trying to think how to make this as generic as possible so this doesn't like affect this person in the future. It turned out, when investigated, when I alerted like upper management levels to what this guy was doing and the things that were wrong, what we found out through certain security cameras and shit was that he was actually molesting this woman in the office, right? Like he was straight up molesting a fucking married woman, threatening her job. And the problem was 80% of the time he was behaving like a rational, normal human being, and he was like a full fucking psycho, right? So that's how I know that how this guy got away with this for 2 whole years. Fuck, I may have fucked up by saying, no, I'm fine. I'm fine because I can't say the time period because it doesn't, no one's going to match this. So this dude was molesting a married woman in his office, threatening her job, threatening her livelihood, fucking up her marriage for 2 whole goddamn years, right? And he was getting away with it because he was applying this principle right here. And the only reason he was caught was because I was an outside entity brought into that business to fix it. It was fucking disgusting.
Yeah, Nike,
and really, I thought that their problem was an optimization problem. I genuinely walked in there thinking the problem with this business and why it's collapsing is because they are not operating at a break-even optimization efficiency. And it turned out, no, they weren't operating correctly because fucking, I nearly said her name, this woman was having breakdowns in the office. She was like fucking losing her mind because of this guy, because of this fucking bastard. I don't know if he went to prison, but I hope he did, and I hope he's got the biggest, blackest boyfriend imaginable in that prison. I really hope he does, because that guy's a full-blown psycho.
The guy who started all of this, and that's the guy who inspired this content creator to make this video. On the video before it, there's another video about this. It's a big drama, I guess.
It's not a big drama. This is all negligible bullshit.
Into it. I was too busy playing games, and I'm not really into dramas. Like, this is just a video game. Why get drama into it? Like, keep it chill. Just keep making videos about the game and how to play the game and help people instead of making drama, I guess. Anyway, he's getting a lot of hate because of what he did, because of the negativity that came into Mukluk, which he doesn't deserve at all. And he explains in the video what is everything about. If you want,
agree, Mukluk doesn't fucking deserve this.
Like, watch it, go ahead.
You know what, Ashura? If Valen wants to say I'm drama farming, fine, fuck it. Whatever. I wanted a resolution. I got a resolution. Now apparently this involves me, which means I might be in some of these clips. Now I need to see if I'm the bastard too. If Valen wants to make a video on me drama farming, fuck it, go for it, dude. Go for it. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. It's over now. It's finished.
Give him a thumbs up and give him some support because he got some toxic views attacking him, I guess. Anyway, you can read here a lot of the stuff, like comments of the community being angry at this guy, and you can see him saying, just so everyone here knows, I will not apologize about anything I have said because I have not done anything or said anything wrong.
He did do something wrong, is he used the wrong variable to try and indicate that the embedding was doing a better job than it was on Muckluck. So he did do something wrong. But I don't think he did this from a negative or malicious place. I think he did this from a place of passion and he got overexcited.
You said a lot of things wrong, first of all, because you had a lot of misinformation in your video, and didn't even contact the person that you were talking about. Talk to him all about this.
100% agree, he should have contacted Muckluck.
If you could have done that, you would have learned more things instead of just posting a random video. Why are you making drama out of nothing? I don't consider you not knowing Muckluck reason not to talk about. That's what I said, yeah. Fake drama. You know your arguments are weak, mean-spirited, and spawned from a place of jealousy when you don't even have the courage to open a dialogue with the person you are accusing of wrongdoing.
Yep. Yeah, you know what? I don't think it's weak and mean-spirited. I think his argument is weak, or at least the argument he did make in the past was weak. We'll find out if his new argument's any better.
Exactly. Jeez, you are making drama, Lauri. Just stop and stop. We this drama from a small creator who's trying to leech clout from bigger. I'm proud of my pointless drama. Okay. Honestly,
but hold on. For a tiny community and really positive player-based streamers and Redditards suffer from a lot of tall poppy syndrome. You know what, Hollowed Out? You are 100% correct. You are. Let's be honest. Let's... real talk, quick. Who genuinely gives a fuck? Imagine your job is to be a streamer, right? Which, thankfully for me, it's not. If you have to embed, or if you are looking for a gigantic view account, the formula is simple, but difficult to execute on. Number one, be consistent. Number two, be interesting. And then it doesn't fucking matter who's embedding, because you will beat the shit out of them when it comes to view account and whatever the fuck else. It's that simple.
Turn up drama to piggyback off better performing content creators. Just so
luck is... I can explain luck as a factor and why it doesn't matter that much, Filter. But you can be put in the luckiest situations on Twitch, and if you don't have the ability to be interesting, you will have zero follow-through, right? You will have zero fucking follow-through, and it doesn't matter how lucky you get, you have no staying power.
So pathetic. And subbed for hate farm and lack of style. I hope you learn from this.
Oh shit. Kisa Zook, thanks for the resub, man. Thanks for making my tax burden harder. I really appreciate it, you bastard.
Accountability is everything, and you should hold yourself accountable for your toxicity, misinformation, and lies. Darren's GW2 used embedding drama. It was super ineffective.
Hold on. I think Darren was at least partly malicious because as soon as Muck took down the embed, with a few hours he posted another video congratulating himself and his followers for making Muck see the error of his ways. I'd need to see that video to judge it for myself, good fellow gamer, but you might be right. You might be right. I'm not going to rule out the possibility that you're right.
This is so funny. Like, you should go and read the comments, guys. It's so funny. This is my comment. Dude, the creating drama will not get you a negative result. Will only get...
He's right. Negativity breeds negativity. Right?
To negative result. And he replied, but this isn't drama, this is a real problem. Okay, I guess. Whatever, man. Anyway, guys, go give Mokak some support. This is my small contribution as a small channel. That's it. That's the drama, I guess.
Yeah, it's not a drama. Let's be honest, it's not a drama. I think he did it from a Scooby-Doo perspective. He felt he had the right opinion and was being virtuous without the full set of facts. Yes, Sax, he definitely did not have the full set of facts. And you see this little extension here in the top right corner? This is what he was super reliant on for his information, and it wasn't even the correct variable to be looking at, right? It's a completely invalid variable to be looking at. And I explained it previously, but it's really not, it's non-valuable information. Now I need to see if Darren's included me in that shit. Because if he did, and he made me out to be a bastard, I'm in fucking trouble. Let's see. Okay, so this was 11 days ago.
A month ago, I made a video about the GW2 community, specifically...
Oh, shit! I just saw the like to dislike ratio. Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, this might be a real bad video. Oh, god damn! Ooh! Damn, what is this? A Will Smith YouTube rewind video? Shit! Fuck me. Okay, let's see. Let's see what he had to say.
Some GW2 streamers embedding in order to get their streams.
Okay. First thing, big mistake by Darren's here. What is it? I'm gonna ask you, what do you think the big mistake is here that he's making that's making this worse? Whether he realizes this or not. Facecam. No, not facecam. That's personal opinion, Brando. Lighting. No, not lighting. Not the mustache. Okay, the mustache might get him on a list, but that's aside from the point. He wasn't specific. No, I'll show you. I'll explain. Yeah, I'll explain showing you using my stuff, right? Let me just switch accounts. Go to my second account. So, if you look at this account, this YouTube account that I'm streaming on right now, there is a video where I royally fucked up. And I think some of the people in here know that, right? I royally fucked up by aiming the correct opinion about VTubing at the wrong person. So I made a video correcting that, right? The lack of crotch cam, that's for special moments, hollowed out. That's for the special moments. We're not talking about high school with your principal when he pulled you into the back office just because he liked the way you look. Right? You see this video here? I messed up, but I'm not sorry. What do you notice about this video? What do you notice? It's not monetized. Because I'm not going to sit here and milk this shit for money. I refuse to do that. Now let's take a look again at Darren's video. What do you think the mistake is here? That kind of ruins his idea. That you do bad financial... I absolutely do bad financial decisions. Holy shit, I make bad financial decisions. So, he's talking about how he's doing this from a passionate perspective. And one of the things that now muddies the water is he's immediately plugging all his shit on this. If he wanted to do this the right way, if he wanted to say, there's no blood on my hands, I'm not in it for the drama, why the fuck is he plugging everything? Maybe it's an honest mistake. And maybe he's got a template that he's throwing up in each and every single one of his videos. But that right there, that overlay, that's a mistake for this kind of video if you're going to say you're doing this purely from a passion perspective.
to higher viewership. Of course, in my video, I stated that I didn't think this was a good thing because not only it made it seem like their stream was more popular than actually it was, but in some ways it stole some viewers from other streamers as more people would go there, as I think the stream is more popular than it actually is. And when the actual embedding is at the bottom of the website, being hidden at the bottom muted, I don't think this is actually something that should be commended. I don't think it's something that should be done. Of course, you can go check that video.
That's a fine opinion to have, right? That you shouldn't have it at the bottom, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it matters that much because this isn't like 100,000 visits per day kind of thing. It's so small that it's fucking negligible.
If you want, when I explain all my arguments and all the data. But thankfully, last week, one of the biggest content creators that was doing this, Muckluck, stopped and actually have been removed from the website. And I want to make a video. Honestly, congratulations.
Okay, did he ask Muckluck why he stopped embedding? Do you think he asked him? Because I spoke to Muckluck. I asked Muckluck. Muckluck's been 100% honest with me. Muckluck's answer to me was he's just fucking tired of the shit. Right? He wanted, genuinely, from an idealistic standpoint, Muckluck went out of his way to tell me, I genuinely just wanted to help people who play Guild Wars 2. And I believe him. Do you know why? Because I spent an entire weekend last weekend going through Muckluck's stream, looking at his chats, and guess what? People were asking him questions. People were hopping over from different places, finding out that Muckluck's streaming, and getting good answers to Guild Wars 2 questions.
Them for this, because honestly, it takes a big man to actually change their minds and do what the correct thing is, and I think they should be commended for this, because yeah, I can make a video saying that this is not good, but if someone changes, does what I think is the correct thing, at least, I think...
If he asked Muckluck why he took down the embeds, Darren's probably wouldn't have made this video. That's fair, Two-Tone Band.
I think it is my responsibility to make a video saying that. And that's what I'm gonna do here. I've never wanted to cancel any of the people that were streaming in this manner, even though I think it was incorrect and it was not good, and I made my feelings perfectly clear in the video. The only thing I wanted is, you know, for the embedding to overall stop. And yeah, sure, Bannon and Gilligan won't, but hey, Muckluck, hey, thank you for doing this. I appreciate you listening to the arguments, even if it is not the reason why you did it. I don't really care.
It's not the reason why he did it. He did it because he was just tired of the shit and he wanted it to stop. Muckluck embedding, I have no problem with it. And I've said this, if Muckluck gets the opportunity to embed again on another site that's going to put like the embed at the top of the page so people can see it, he should 100% do it.
So I think I respect your decision, and I'm very glad you did that, and I'm very happy that overall this whole thing can end in a good note for everyone. I also want to talk about a little bit of the actual numbers and how stopping the embedding has affected their channel, and also how much they were being benefit for them. As you can see here, we have Muckluck's Twitch.
Here's where we get into the shit, because I explained these numbers.
And, you know, the last streams they have had. And I want to check the actual numbers, specifically in average viewers, and I guess peak viewers too, a little bit. But average viewers is the biggest thing. From here, compared to...
What's the mistake he's making? What's the mistake he's making? It's right there on screen. What's the mistake he's making? Darren's making a mistake right now. What's the mistake he's making? I realized this a while ago when I was even thinking about the numbers. Still talking. I mean, yes, Barando, but why? It's the wrong data points, Two-Tone Bandit. You're 100% right. Do you think Muckluck is going to have more viewers or less viewers when he's not streaming Guild Wars 2? And let's look at his recent numbers and what he's streaming. Do you see any Guild Wars 2? Because I fucking don't. Muckluck is literally the Guild Wars 2 guy. He is one of the gods of Guild Wars 2. Of fucking course, he's going to have less numbers if he's playing God of War Ragnarok. I even explained this, that if Mukluk was going to be malicious, that going out and embedding and then playing God of War Ragnarok is like the worst fucking idea imaginable. Which to me means that Mukluk wasn't doing this maliciously.
What we used to have back in the day, specifically in my video that I made. Here you can see the old numbers, 528 viewers on a game that is not Guild Wars 2, just a variety game. And of course, 31% of these viewers were actually real viewers, and I win.
Oh, you see there, he fucked up again. He's still using this goddamn app. I'll explain this again. This number here, up here in the corner, you see this extensions number here? It is bullshit. Do you want to know why it's bullshit? Because that variable is counting who is logged in versus who is not logged in. It's not counting fake viewers. It's counting people who are logged into Twitch and watching. Hey, guess what I realized I was doing when I was going through Mukluk's streams on the weekend? I wasn't logged in. I realized that whenever I watch Twitch on my phone, I'm not fucking logged in. I'm never logged in. And so all of a sudden, now I'm a fake viewer even though I'm watching a stream. I like to look. I like to put it open on a second monitor or have it on my phone while I'm working, and I'm in a stream, but now I'm a fake viewer. So this number up here, complete dog shit bullshit.
The calculation on this video, of course, and this was 167 viewers to this. Well, this obviously compares very well with the actual average viewers that they have had in the past few days since Thursday. You can see the average.
Bandit, I'm watching streams. I'm not watching someone else fuck my partner. That's never happening. I'm a very selfish man when it comes to my partner. Anyone comes near her, I want to shoot them in the face, okay? And I have the weaponry to do so. You think I'm this fat and not going to be able to defend myself? I can't run. And if I've got a gun, understand, I'm not running after you. I'm pulling the trigger. Right? This is the same reason you don't run from a fat cop. Because that guy's not chasing you down. He's pulling the fucking trigger.
New viewers are something along those lines, around the typical viewership that we would actually get during the streams, 167. I think that's very reasonable to think. Of course,
again, invalid data points because he's not streaming Guild Wars 2. Invalid data points because this right here is the wrong data point to try and use.
These streams are streams where Guild Wars 2 haven't been part of the entirety of this viewership. So of course the viewership will be down. When you see a game Guild Wars 2 being streamed right here, obviously the viewership is gonna go up. Now it's kind of hard to tell whether this actually, the embedding, the moment where they actually stopped embedding was on Wednesday or Thursday, because obviously they stream Guild Wars 2, so the viewership is gonna be a bit inflated. But I'm guessing it was Thursday. As the difference between Wednesday, from
as far as I'm aware, it was Wednesday,
playing random games, to Thursday is instantly pretty huge. And if you
because he's not playing fucking Guild Wars 2, dude.
Compare this to back in the day before I actually made this video. Let me just go see here and check the past 90 days. You can see that the actual viewership in terms of peaks and average viewers before my video.
I love how he chose Tuesday, the day when Mukluk does giveaways, as if they won't inflate his numbers.
Was made. It was absolutely huge. You can see them.
Oh, it's absolutely huge. It's fucking giveaways on Tuesdays. God damn. Oh man. Okay, this is starting. I'm serious. This is starting to look real fucking malicious now.
Here, 371, average 571, peak. This one has Guild Wars 2, so we're not gonna count it. 335.
Oh, we're not gonna count it because it's Guild Wars 2 now. Why?
Average 433. Peak 366, 490, 460, 800.
Wait, this was before my stream. Okay, so he released this before my. Okay, fair enough. Maybe he didn't understand then.
And for Jesus, 331, 973. These views are insane, of course. Now,
they're not insane.
The thing is, after
do you know what's insane if you're a streamer is if you're Kai Cenat, if you're fucking Asmongold, if you're S-Fand, if you're goddamn Blue Squadron, that's when you've got insane numbers. Not this. This is not insane numbers. This is a Guild Wars 2 streamer who's passionate about shit and doing variety games.
I made the video, more people started, stopped using Guildgen as much, and you can see the viewership, even with embedding, slowly going down. It's still very useful, right? But slowly going down as less people are using it because they don't want, to count as fake view bots, and they slowly disappear, right? Which makes sense. And at the end, of course, you can see how they just, they removed the ad.
You mean when he's not streaming Guild Wars 2? You mean when he's not streaming Guild Wars 2?
Actual embedding, and the difference that even from one day to the other makes in terms of the viewership right here, right? So
this is really sloppy analysis.
Pretty big. And of course, I only want to say this because there was a lot of people saying that, the embedding didn't do anything, which it's not the case. It did.
I would love to see. He's saying, okay, the embedding did something. What did it do? Show me data points where it actually did something. Valen couldn't give me data points where it was doing something. No one's been able to give me an actual data point, like an actual quantitative data point where it was actually doing something valuable.
And
yes, it's still
I was
going
not
on,
wrong
Frost.
about this, and I
need to double check that fucking Darren's here isn't misquoting me.
Wrong about this actual tool that told us the actual viewership of the streams. It was real, and I want everyone to know that it was indeed real, and you can see it right now with the actual numbers that we are getting. Now next, I want to talk about a few things that I think there was some misinformation being around, some lies being spread around, and I want to clarify them just in case, as this is probably going to be the last video we ever do about any of this. I hope, at the very least.
Don't hold your hands like this. Anyone know the meme? Don't hold your hands like this when you talk about this shit.
First of all, why didn't I talk to Mukluk first? Well,
yes, please.
You have to understand, guys, I don't know Mukluk at all. And that
neither did I! And I fucking DM'd him!
Doesn't mean, like, I didn't want him to change, but I knew that some other people have actually approached him around this problem before, and I don't really have the authority to come to him and say, hey guys, hey Mukluk, hey Valen, what you're doing I think is incorrect and you should stop. Like, who am I to say this to them? Like, when am I supposed to go, hey...
Yeah, but that's what he did, isn't it?
If you don't stop yourself from doing this, I'm gonna release a video on how it actually is bad. And I'm gonna tell everyone. Like, that's like blackmailing. It just doesn't make any sense. And...
No, if that's your standard for this, then you're fucking way off base. It doesn't have to be blackmailing to get more information. I reached out to Mukluk and this is his point of view. I agree with it or I disagree with it. You don't have to tell him you're making a video. You're just asking for information. This is such a fucking low bar to clear.
As I said before, I don't know them. It's not my responsibility, and also, I don't know why they should listen to me. It's like me going to like a random famous person that is like, eats a lot of meat, and me as a vegan.
I am a literal nobody. And I got a conversation. I literal nobody. Literal fucking balls in the wind nobody. And Mukluk still talk to me.
Goes and says, hey, I don't think you should be doing that. Because it's incorrect. Like, who am I to do this to them? Like, I don't have any authority over them. It makes no sense. So obviously, my way of doing this was making a video that was pretty nice, and I never insulted any of them. I just presented the arguments and like, hey, this is why I don't think it's good. You can make your own decision. That's about it. That's all there was. And I never wanted to cancel anyone. I just wanted that to be the case, and I think I did a good job of this, regardless of what some other people might say. The next thing I want to talk about is the fact that some people said that I actually deleted Mukluk's response, because he went to this video, in the first video I made, and he posted his old response in here. And you can actually see in the Reddit how he actually mentions this in his comments. Let me just go here. When I posted...
I 100% believe that's YouTube comments being weird because someone posted links. Right? YouTube does this shit. It really pisses me off. Someone will link something valuable under like one of my videos on my main channel, and I will click on the notification and then go to the channel and then it's gone. Really pisses me off.
this copy, I pasted the same response under his video once, then again later, and it disappeared.
Okay, I don't
soon
care
after
about
both
this
times.
component. I literally don't care about this component because it's yes or no. Now let's see what his intentions were, apparently.
And the last thing I want to talk about is the fact that I didn't want to get anyone cancelled. As I said before.
Hold on, Muckluck knew who you were before too, though. Granted, he was probably aware of Darren's before all of this. If they never had a conversation, he's probably aware of other Guild Wars 2 creators in the space. Let's be honest here. And even if he wasn't, Muckluck does his research. He'll just go and Google the dude's name and know and have a conversation with him.
I just wanted to make a video about what I believe is wrong, what I don't think is correct, and I just that's all there was. Even in the video I say, hey, I like these creators. Well, maybe Alan I don't like as much. Well, I like Muckluck. I used to watch his streams. I used to watch his videos. That's how I got into Guild Wars 2, so I appreciate him a lot. The only thing I wanted is to community do better, and these creators to actually do what I think is the best for the community. And I'm glad that in some ways, regardless of whether, you know, the decision maker or...
If he got what he wanted, if Muckluck stopped embedding, and that's what he wanted, I'm trying to figure out why he made this into a video, a self-congratulatory video.
You know, the reason why the decision was made was me or not. At the end, it did work out for everyone, and I'm happy about that. Sure, as I said before, Valorant and Gillian won't continue probably, but hey, you know, you can't win them all. So, it is what it is. I'm happy. I'm very proud of this video. I'm very proud of what I did, and I am proud of Muckluck for stopping doing this, and I respect his decision, and I respect him.
Okay, this is just him jerking himself off. Okay, wasted time. I don't care. I'm done with this. I'm done with this fucking shit. I'm so tired of this shit. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm out. I never want to interact with the fucking Guild Wars 2 community again. Right? You sent me terabytes of char porn after I made the statement that no one's jerking off to those cats. And that was not nearly as frustrating as this whole fucking thing. I'm done. I'm fucking finished with this shit. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm done. No. End of story. I'm fucking done. We're moving on. I just needed to see if he was using fucking clips from me, and he was like misquoting me or pulling me out of context, which is super easy to do. But I'm done. I'm still trying to figure out why Muckluck wouldn't make more sense to actually expose someone who is malicious with their embedding. Wait, hold on. I'm still trying to figure out why Muckluck wouldn't it make more sense to actually expose someone who was malicious? It probably would, but Muckluck's the big name, right? And I think the reason people cottoned on to Muckluck so hard is because he's the big name, right? No one gives a fuck. Let's say tomorrow I start embedding. Who gives a fuck? I'm still a literal nobody. Muckluck is not a literal nobody. He's a well-established, well-liked, and well-enjoyed creator. And I think this whole time he's been catching strays for nothing. And I think that's why they go after Muckluck. Right? Which is... it's a little bit frustrating the more I look at this. Easier and more convenient target. Yes, pretty much. This is why I said Scooby-Doo. The video was... his form of the old monster was Old Man Vickers, the owner of the... Yeah, exactly. I don't think the data points and the variables he were using was very good. We couldn't get significant figures to point shit out. As far as I remember, Valen said he had 100 to 300 people visiting the website. I don't know if he meant daily or hourly, the more I think about it. But it's... no, I think they went after Muckluck just because it's easier. It's easier. Rather than going after the people who own the site, let's go after Muckluck. That's the whole idea. Right, I suppose it makes for a better thumbnail and more drama, but I'm fucking tired. I'm burned out by this shit. I'm 100% burned out by this shit. I don't care. And that's why I'm going to be watching me. I want to see what this guy has to say. Now, I don't know who Rubius Cubius is. I don't think he's actually part of the Guild Wars 2 thing, community, which makes me like him immediately because he's been doing Dragon Ball stuff. I've never seen a video by this guy. And like I think it was 2 weeks ago, or 2 months ago or something, he did a video. And fascinatingly enough, I saw this video pop up in my suggested. And I didn't even register that this was a video of him reacting to my video because of his thumbnail. He's okay, but he never reads chat. You mean me? Yeah, I miss a lot of shit in chat. It's probably also because he's so PG friendly, making it so much more contrasting when he does quote badge. You're probably right. No, him. This guy, you mean. He never reads chat. That's big mistake, man. Then again, who am I to judge? I'm blind. I can barely read whenever someone types. You think it's like Mr. Beast and Boogie? They suspect every good guy has a dark side, although Mukluk is... You know what? I think if someone is neat and squeaky clean, I think really, really shitty people, most of the time, will look at neat and clean and squeaky clean people and think, how can I fuck this up for them? Because in their head, they live in this world where everyone has to think the same as them. And if everyone thinks the same as them, that means that there must be some shitty underbelly that no one's seeing. And I think that's a really, really poor way to live your life. I think that's genuinely a very poor way to live your life. But let's move on. Please, God, let's move on. And instead, more of me! Let's see what this guy has to say. I want to see if he's fucking salty about the things I said in this video.
All right, guys. So everybody told me that I watched the wrong video last time.
Yeah.
And when I tried to do a video...
You did. If you're not watching my videos, what are you doing? God damn it.
Guild Wars 2, and I got recommended this one by a lot of people. I'm sorry that I made some people angry. I am very...
How dare you? Controversy now? Let's ban him. Ban him for embedding the wrong video.
Very interested in this game. I want to play this game. So let's watch.
To be honest, at least IRL, I also think clean people are sus as fuck. The problem is, Barando, by doing that, by looking at clean people and thinking they're suspicious as fuck, it's like taking people who are genuinely good people and putting them in categories of people pretending to be good people. And the issue with that is you start treating good people like shit people, right? And so it's hard not to do that. I know. It's human nature to think, what the fuck am I missing here? Especially when you've seen so many people be pieces of shit. Behind the scenes, you think that this guy then lumps into the same category as everyone else. But I promise you, there are a lot of squeaky clean people who are literally just squeaky clean people, and you never hear a goddamn thing about them because they are actually squeaky clean people. But they get lumped in with the pieces of shit who do get exposed. Think about it this way. If you want to run a successful scam of any kind, the first thing you do is you look at people who are being genuine and you try and emulate them as much as possible. And then when your scam falls apart and people find out who you really are, then the people who are genuine are now being suspected of shit. That's the problem.
Watch this one and let's see what happens.
I would absolutely, any day, tell people to go and play Guild Wars 2.
Guild Wars 2, in my opinion, still does the best job of delivering story when it comes to MMORPGs.
The world feels extremely alive. You have people fighting.
This MMO is definitely worth the money.
Guild Wars 2.
Man, this video is a year old. I've really got to get my shit together and try and get my next Guild Wars 2 video out this month.
Guild Wars 2.
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 Okay. This gets me hyped for the game, honestly. Like, it looks really good. I will say that. Like, the way that people talk about it, the way that people are so interested in it does make me want to play it.
Oh, really? We'll see about that.
Guild Wars 2, a game I've never touched before despite it being 11 years old. And not touching 11-year-olds is really strange.
I've played it for maybe 3 hours. And each of those times were when I was a younger person. I didn't understand as much about this kind of game. I didn't really see what was special in it because I hadn't gotten deep into
Guild Wars, the story that gets dangerously close to being good. Cyro, you must be talking about the expansions. Okay? I'm still suffering Vietnam flashbacks from Zaitan.
To MMOs at that point. And I think, I didn't even probably reach level 10.
Behavior for a YouTuber in 2023. Now, once upon a time, I did play a dervish in a completely unrelated game with certainly no lore or story significance to this one called Guild Wars. But that was way back.
It was an odd thing that they did. Just
do you know how many people took that line that I said seriously? Where they're like, "What the fuck do you mean it's got no lore or story significance?" I tried to make that as obvious as possible. That I was being full of shit when saying that.
Making Guild Wars 2 completely different than Guild Wars. I mean, it's a totally different style of game.
When we could call a hurricane Katrina and no one wanted to have sex with it. 2005. The good old days. But we're not here to reminisce over an age when the timeline wasn't irreversible.
Why does everyone remember those old days as being so much better? I think about that all the time.
Shattered by...
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why everyone remembers those as the good old days. You just got out of school. You had a disc in your hand. You put the disc in the fucking PC tray. You closed the PC tray. There were whirring sounds from your fucking PC as it set itself on fire. The game opened, and it was feature complete. There wasn't a fucking MTX store. There wasn't a bunch of bullshit. It was here's a video game. Enjoy. That's why.
Turning a gorilla into Swiss cheese, all because a child wanted free water skiing lessons. See, I'm here to entertain you, and you're here to get the Wish.com version of brain damage. And maybe if we're both lucky, I'll be able to offer to you an opposing viewpoint to all those boomers who keep sucking themselves off over how good Guild Wars 2 is. So let's waste no more words and see how disappointing.
I respect all the people that he's shown talking positively about it, you know? Like, I really, really do. I think that Josh Strife has great opinions about MMOs. I think that he is a very good MMO player in general. He seems like he's trying to go into this with a negative opinion.
Yes.
And I like that. Cynicism is a very valuable tool to look through the rose-colored glasses that a lot of other people have, but I'll be interested to see if he actually comes out negative on this.
Pointing Guild Wars 2 is about to be. Let's start off simple and pick that one objectively superior character race. And we might as well pick our class or profession too while we're at it. Right off the bat, Guild Wars 2 gets pretentious on us.
Gotta set it apart.
I'm so fancy because I've got an animal race that doesn't look like each and every other.
It looks like cat.
This was such a mistake. This was such a fucking mistake. I should have left this out. You have no idea how much porn I've seen of cat dick. You have no idea how many videos, how many emails I've been sent of these demon-like cat creatures fucking things. I should have left this out. I should have left this whole segment out and should have just said, "I'm picking Char, let's go." I should have left that shit out.
Furry race out there. I get the impression that when first creating the Char in Guild Wars 1, someone on the design team one day looked over at their house cat and realized that it does.
That's my cat, by the way. That's my actual cat.
Doesn't in fact have a gigantic pair of unwieldy bolt-on tits, thus dooming the Guild Wars 2 team to keep the design for the sake of continuity and banishing the furry menace back into other unnamed games out there. And yeah, that's great, but so what? I can name two other MMOs out there that don't have furries in them.
Which MMOs? World of Warcraft has Worgen, which is furry, and the Scalies came in with the Dragonflight.
I'm sorry, World of Warcraft is the fucking furry haven. It's the most disgusting shit out there. I've seen the cat molest you on stream. It's a wonderful cat. Here is it. Is it a coincidence I joined you on stream? Now that you've seen no, it's not a coincidence. I summoned you here, Super God. I summoned you with Char
Final Fantasy 14 is mostly for the furries and women, I'm pretty sure. Dragon, because they have the bunny girls and the cat girls. And then, I guess RuneScape doesn't have furries. Esso has...
Yeah. Okay, he's got one. He's got one.
What other game doesn't have furries in it?
I think. I'm not going to tell you the second one.
I mean, just look at this
You
game.
can figure
It's
that
already
out.
acting like it's better than everyone else out there. Next, you're going to tell me that the people who play this game shower regularly. Look, let's get down to brass tacks. I'm here.
I feel like I'm such an atypical or a non-typical MMO player. People are always saying things to me like that they can smell the Cheeto dust on my fingers or whatever, but like I am a hyper vigilant, really, you know, take care of myself kind of person. So
Yeah, you can tell this guy's not a real MMO player because he's got hair. I mean, come on.
I would like to find a community that is like-minded and diversified and not...
It's the L'Oreal community here, man. The fuck out of here. The space is for balding white dudes only. Every now and then we get a token black guy in here just for DEI's sake. You, with your fucking hair, get the fuck out of here. Go somewhere else. Go play games that allow you to get up and walk away from the PC.
Just about dumping as many hours as possible every single year into one single video
Here to
game.
have a bad time and dunk on all those Guild Wars 2 simps, okay? Not many, but the most hardcore of MMO players will realize this. But there's a delicate balance of salted misery to be maintained within this genre. And if we're going to figure out how to be miserable, there's only really one place to start this journey. Reddit. And within this...
Okay, so... the Reddit for an MMO is very, very important. This is what people don't get. So, kind of coming into this, I'm doing a thing where I'm...
It's not. The Reddit's not important. Reddit is people just sucking themselves off. If Reddit didn't exist... okay, you know what? Actually, I take that back. Reddit's pretty important because it means that all the freaks go and like post shit on Reddit and complain about stuff that doesn't matter. And everyone else in the in-game chat is left the fuck alone.
Sort of trying to show you guys what it's like for an outsider to be coming into this video game. And the Reddit is the place that a lot of people start. The reason that I started playing Final Fantasy XIV is because I'd been playing World of Warcraft for quite some time at that point.
Fair.
And
Okay.
People really, really hated World of Warcraft on the Reddit. It was very difficult to open up the Reddit.
Yep. That's why you don't open up the Reddit.
For that, or it was very difficult to listen to discourse about World of Warcraft and not be told that this game that I'm enjoying is terrible.
My hair's longer than this guy's and I have a good shot at having the most hours in Guild Wars 2. Maniacal metal pubes don't count. We're talking about hair on the top of the head.
And you shouldn't be playing it, and by playing it you are committing some kind of crime by helping Blizzard continue on and blah blah blah, all that stuff. So Final Fantasy XIV, when I logged into there and I looked at the Reddit on there...
No, not the top of your cock, Maniacal metal. The top of your head. Your dome. Your cranium. Not your cock.
For the first time.
Also, hairy cock probably means you need to see a doctor.
Everybody loved that game, and that made me very interested to play Final Fantasy XIV. And I bet Guild Wars 2 is the same just by the comments that I got on the last video, which, by the way, I'm sorry if I offended you in the last video. A lot of people got upset about the fact that I was saying things about how she was portraying the game to me. But you have to understand that as a new person coming into this franchise, when you like all of these other MMOs, when you like RuneScape, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, and ESO, and you're being told that every other game that you already love is terrible and this one is good, it makes you wonder if the game is actually good, because if it's...
That's why if you're gonna fucking play an MMO, you don't go investigate shit. You don't go read a review online. You don't watch a YouTuber to giving you a fucking review. You go play the game. Decide for yourself. Actually decide for yourself. 100% you should never watch a review of a game before you play it. Unless the game is like super expensive and you just need to hear, yes, this is worth it. No, it's not worth it. Right? Especially with MMOs, right? MMOs are like a continual live service game. And if you're going to go and listen to one guy's opinion, you're probably not going to be able to formulate your own without them in the back of your head somewhat.
So different than all those other ones. And if you like all those other ones and this person's saying they're bad and this one's good, then maybe this one you wouldn't actually like and the other ones you do.
Cesspool of circle. Sarah, I didn't do it on purpose. Let me fix that.
jerking mod incels. We got no help. Big surprise. But I did stumble across this useful little link right here. And a little later, upon returning to my post, we found a surprising number of people with a brain who typed something worth reading.
They have
These
good
posts
comments.
right here have me pretty concerned, actually.
I read a lot
You
of
see,
your
they
guys'
may not
comments
look
in that
like
video.
much, but this kind of positive behavior is disruptive to the natural ecosystem of
100%.
MMO-related Reddit. But moving on to that link
I often say that there are not a whole lot of MMOs out there that people have played for thousands of hours and still enjoy. I think that's sort of a natural progression of playing an MMO.
found. We've got two choices here. We can pick our character through player choice or by player time. Playtime probably means that people are having a worse experience.
Let's look at this chart real quick. I've been told Necromancer is the one that I should play, and it seems interesting to me. I like the dark magic thing. I like big swords. Apparently every class can use big sword.
I can't play a Necromancer. You want to know why? I'm too fat to deadlift. Thank you, I'll be here all night. Feel free to kill yourself.
So I might go Necromancer. I don't know what race to go with. If anyone can tell me what their favorite starting zones are in this and what race to play for that starting zone, I would really appreciate it.
Experience with the game than just not liking the way something looks. So let's go with that. So now in no uncertain terms, we know we'll be playing the cat wizard that escaped the Harry Potter race war. So on to the character creator. Let's see. Mesmer, illusions, finesse, misdirection. All the appropriate skills to craft the perfect YouTube apology after entering a Japanese forest.
Do you want to know how far ahead I plan my videos? Taking that line, do you want to know how far ahead I plan my videos? Just to give you some perspective. Let me just switch accounts to the main account. Listen to that line again.
Let's see. Mesmer, illusions, finesse, misdirection. All the appropriate skills to craft the perfect YouTube apology after entering.
What's this video? You want to know how far ahead I plan my shit? And why it takes me so long? Yeah. I foreshadowed, and no one saw it. Not a single fucking person saw it. It was all for nothing.
Entering a Japanese forest.
Poor
While we
Logan
design
Paul, dude.
Simba's disabled
But poor
little
Logan
brother,
Paul,
you may
I mean,
notice some real
how
chunky
terrible to be him.
polygons sticking out here and there. But a fair portion of this is covered up decently by the amount of options and sliders we've got available. And on top of those...
I don't mind the graphics. I think they look fine. I grew up with PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 games. Like, it's not a big deal to me for the graphics to not...
So did I, but graphical fidelity is important for new players because the younger players that come into it will see this and they'll be like, yo, I didn't feel like playing fucking Minecraft today, and they'll leave. I'm sorry, I know that's the lowest common denominator, but that shit happens.
Be extremely exquisitely top tier. I like the look of lower poly counts. I think it's fun. It harkens me back to older times.
Sliders, we've got some presets. We can even change the background lighting in case God didn't like you having a working pair of eyes.
I'm sorry for anyone who's in here who can't read that. That's your problem, not mine.
And there's even a slider so we can decide if we're going to be short or recognized as a person by society at large.
My short kings are good. Leave them alone.
Together, but this isn't gameplay, so let's speed run this a bit. All right. There we go. Completely indistinguishable from your average char. Now then, let's get in game. What? Lore. Backstory. What the fuck is all this? Hold on. Now this is pure speculation on my part, but I get the feeling they're trying to turn our character into a person. I thought it was...
I have to use American language. I need to speak in Americanese for people to understand this hollowed out.
Supposed to be playing main character generic hero man number 6
Yeah,
billion
dude, classic.
and 1. Alright, fine. I'll admit, the character creator is good enough that it's got me wondering why this isn't industry standard for every other MMO out there. God, and this game is 11 years old.
I do think it's astounding how a lot of the older games that have come out in the past are still extremely popular and this one hasn't. I had a comment from somebody in my last video because I was talking about how this one just sort of feels like it does what the other MMOs do. And they were like, you know, if you're going to use that argument for this one, you have to use it for every single other MMO. There's no reason why you wouldn't play this one over the other MMOs. But my comment back to that is simply that the other MMOs do have reasons for why you would play them over this. And that reason is recognizability. Now, I'm not saying this is a good reason, but as far as marketability goes, this is something you have to consider. World of Warcraft.
I don't think so. I think it's down to personal preference.
Is one of the biggest games that has ever existed. If you know anything about MMOs and you have been alive for 20 years at least at this point, you remember when World of Warcraft was the most dominant game that ever had been. That people were playing it. It was all over the news as ruining lives. It was very huge. It comes off the back of Warcraft, which was a giant series before that. Blizzard is a household video game name.
Yeah, Warcraft had a far bigger name, and this is when Blizzard was actually making good video games. So the recognizability is going to be infinitely higher than anything Guild Wars 2 could have made.
Final Fantasy XIV, one of the largest JRPG franchises of all time, is built. That game is built off of. Elder Scrolls Online, one of the largest Western RPG franchises of all time, that game is built off of. RuneScape, completely unlike any other MMO, it has its own gameplay loop that is completely unique. It's point and click. It has a whole bunch of different features. I don't think it's unfair to use that argument. Now, that being said, that's not a reason to not play this game. It's just an uphill battle this game is going to fight to try to pull people away from those games. So it's difficult to try to be like, oh, this game is you know, just the same as all those others. It's like, yeah, but without the mask over top of it, it makes it more difficult.
Old and we still haven't evolved? You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm sure with my choice of the least played race profession combo, then we're about to have a bad time in the starting area. So welcome to Smokestead. Turns out that the Cat Chimera people beat the snot out of the previous owners of this land.
I lied here on purpose, and I still get comments about people being, well, actually, it's pretty funny that you say that, because the invaders are actually the humans. Like I didn't know that. I know. If I'm doing this, I'm lying on purpose. I need you to know that. And only the people in here will know that. Everyone else will never know that. They'll never know the truth. They'll think that I'm just a fucking retard on the internet. And it's kind of funny to do that.
So bad that they all became eternally butt-mad blue checkmark Twitter ghosts. Jesus, and this is the least played starting area. Now, before we continue with our journey, I feel it's important for me to give you some backstory of this game before things get confusing. The premise of Guild Wars 2 is that we're playing as a cat monkey man in a game developed by the children of Satan, who in unison with a group of money-hungry lizard men published this game, proving that sometimes math isn't bullshit and two negatives can sometimes produce something positive. This game is all about adventuring your way through a single-player game with other people that bother you every now and then. In the world of
Of course we're sucking our own dick. Of course we are. Do you know where you are? You know where? Do you know where we are right now? Of course we're gonna put our knees behind our ears and suck our own dick. Of course we do. I'm a streamer, for God's sakes. Maybe a literal nobody, but we're all here to suck ourselves off about how right we are about everything. God damn it. Get with the times.
Banks, who's got a pretty severe collection of bad dragons laying around.
Bad dragons are one of those things that I like to bring up in mixed company just to see what everyone's face does, to see if they have any idea what I'm talking about or not.
It's a good idea. Occurrences happen in this MMO that don't happen in others.
The best part is, what he's saying is not wrong. If you're single and you're around a group of girls, you always want to bring up the topic of bad dragons, because the ones that, like, you see registration of what bad dragon is in their eyes, you know those ones are undateable because they've been hollowed out like a fucking cave. Yeah, you think your dick's really gonna do the double twist, triple spin deluxe? No, you gotta go find the one that's like, wait, what the hell is that? Because you know you can entrap her. You know that if she wants 6 inches, you can give it to her 5 times, you know, that's 5 to 6 times a night.
females playing. That's like Final Fantasy 14, furries and females.
The backstory choices having mild consequences as opposed to none at all, and your character developing somewhat of a personality. In the long run of the Guild Wars 2 story, we're here to
yeah, but they're also going to be the most fun. Ray Whisper, I'm talking about sex, not using their vagina as a sleeping bag here. Come on.
inflict unwanted diversity
Look,
upon...
unless you're packing a fucking Coke bottle between your legs, they're off the table. It's time to leave. They're off the table.
the world like our name is Netflix, and transport some uppity gecko with a bad habit of organizing a domestic terrorism or two into the afterlife. And I'm gonna stop there because this is a first impression and that's just the base game. And if you want the rest
These shots look really cool. Like, I will say the zones look really good. They remind me of RPGs from the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 era. They have very cool looks to them. Like, it interests me to go.
They have cool looks to you. Do we need to point out that apparently you know what that means? What? Bad Dragon. Of course I know what that shit means. I did a speedrun ban where we were observing dildos. Of course I know what that means.
And explore and look around and just see what the views look like. I mean, it reminds me of Legend of Dragoon, and it reminds me of that whole era of RPGs.
Of the story, you might as well go get a PhD in quantum theoretical fucking physics, because that would be far more straightforward than understanding anything beyond each expansion featuring some version of Big Lizard Mad Now. Except for Living World 3, where one of the human gods becomes the living embodiment of China and decides that everything is edible through his personalized Slurpee straw.
Man, that transition is jarring. Oh, I've got to get better at my transitions. Especially the audio. That transition was bad.
But none of that really matters right now, because I'm a giant bipedal cat magician surrounded by unarmed but suspiciously blue protesters in need of some excessive force. So after proving to our superiors that no one is above the law except us, we even get some ringside seats to desecrating the graves of the indigenous. In particular, one of their leaders who really wanted to be a Power Ranger before he died and revived himself into an oversized Funko Pop. Now looking
I should have said Megazord, then people would have gotten the reference.
This world lore-wise, everything tends to fit together very neatly. We've been told from the start that the Char are brutal and warlike, and we, as a character in this game, get to be a part of that tradition. Yeah. There's only really one problem. I, as a player in this game, don't really take any of...
I think this talk calls for the other cam. You know what, Sax? Don't tell me what to do.
I like the idea that when you're picking your race in this game, you are picking what the story is going to be like for you. If you want to do a lot of fighting, pick the war-based race. If you want to be one with nature, pick the race that is sort of built that way, because the story seems to, from what he said, go along with that. That's interesting to me, because in World of Warcraft, it seems like all of the storylines are sort of exactly the same, and especially now with it being just one starting zone, and they've given up on the idea of separate starting zones, that is definitely true.
Wait, hold on. Guild Wars 2 hasn't given up on the idea of separate starting zones. Did I mishear what he said there? Also, what's up, Noxy? How you doing? Hold on, I need to rehear what he said there.
Yeah, there's only really one problem. I, as a player in this game, don't really take any of...
I like the idea that when you're picking your race in this game, you are picking what the story is going to be like for you. If you want to do a lot of fighting, pick the war-based race. If you want to be one with nature, pick the race that is sort of built that way, because the story seems to, from what he said, go along with that. That's interesting to me.
Okay, that's a fair criticism, what he said there. But then why is the Asura starting area not just a giant toilet bowl?
Because in World of Warcraft, it seems like all of the storylines are sort of exactly the same, and especially now with it being just one starting zone, and they've given up on the idea of separate starting zones, that is definitely true.
Okay, he was talking about WoW. He wasn't talking about Guild Wars 2.
Of these schizophrenic apparitions.
So you're playing an orc, and it's like, well, what's different between this orc warrior and a troll warrior? Nothing.
Seriously at all. I mean, look at this. This guy's been beating me up for the last half an hour, and my health bar's barely moved. At no point in this game so far am I in any serious danger, and I'm not really being forced to learn how vital any of my specific abilities are. But moving on, after defeating the last...
Okay, indulge me for just a minute. I know I'm pausing a lot. I have a lot of questions about this game, and you guys are supposed to be the experts who are going to be watching this, and after you ripped me apart on the last video, you owe me a little bit. What is... Okay, so I had a question on my last video of whether or not I could skip the base game if I bought the expansion, and yes, you can. There's a boost that you get with it.
Yes, they get you a boost, but you definitely shouldn't do that. You 100% shouldn't do that. Ignore the boost. Ignore the boost until you have at least gone through the base game once. Because I think if you don't go through the trenches of the horror of the story at least once, then you're not gonna understand how bright the sun can be afterwards.
Takes you up to 80 and you can go into the expansion. People told me this was a bad idea because the game would be too difficult. He's saying that the game is really, really easy at the beginning.
Yes.
At what point is it going to start to become a challenge for me? How far along do I need to get? Because if I play and for the first 100 hours it is a completely boring, unchallenging run around and press whatever button I want to and not have to actually...
Okay, this is a really easy question for me to answer. I don't even need to hear the rest of the question. It's really, really simple. The game's going to get difficult after you take a hammer and hammer in your frontal lobe. Right? That's when the game gets difficult. Beyond that point, you're good. You're Gucci. You need to like right-click to auto-attack and your abilities from 1 to 80 are fully optional. The funny thing is the Asura starter is, I think, the only tutorial boss that can bug and encounter won't start because of NPCs bugging. Oh, beautiful. So that's pretty meta of them, because if you think about all the story we know about the Asura, every single problem that the Asura face in Guild Wars 2 is a 100% self-inflicted. They make some shit, it goes wrong, and then they are the problem. Right? And so in a very meta sense, the fact that it bugs out and you can't complete it is genius. I hope they leave that in.
Worry about my abilities, I might get bored more quickly. So, should I skip the base game? Should I go directly to the first DLC? I'm not talking about getting all the way to end game, but like at what point will I actually find challenge in this game?
Statue of Stalin. In an admittedly epic battle,
You'll find challenge somewhere after level 80 or in PvP. But the base game, quite literally, I did this on stream, where there are certain things you do where it's just, you can sit back and the NPCs around you will complete the quest for you.
Ready to leave tutorial warzone into tutorial starting area, which is the same place just with less ghosts and not instanced. So welcome to Smokestead. The transition here is a little bit odd. We've now gone from battle-hardened soldier to pest control handyman who's here to autocorrect a few sentient rats out of existence and learn a little bit more about the world around us. And look, as much
Skrit should have been a playable race. I'm just saying that now. Remove Asura and make Skrit a playable race. Much better option.
as I want to be negative about Guild Wars 2, I can't say I hate this experience. We get a few more abilities, learn some important skills like how to dodge, and learn to develop a case of epilepsy from all the spell effects happening around us. Come to think of it.
That was the problem with Maple's story a lot of times, that the skills looked really, really cool, but everybody just turns the transparency all the way up or all the way down because it's impossible to see what's going on the screen if you have your skill abilities going on.
That's one of the problems with this game. You see, combat is interesting, more on that in a second, but there's just so much visual clutter that it's difficult to... Oh my god, the abilities change when you switch weapons. And not just that, every profession wields the same weapon in a completely different way, which just adds to the fantasy of the game. Someone with the Guardian profession will pick up a two-handed sword and identify it as a
really... One more bad comment on Asura and I'll DM you my old commissioned arts from my... Noxy, you cannot hurt me. You cannot hurt me anymore. My soul left my body the moment Super God sent me a picture of a char fucking an Asura. And he told me it was statistics on the game of Guild Wars 2. Or some shit like that. I can't remember even. He sent me an image that my soul left my body at that moment and nothing can hurt me anymore. I could watch my family get run over by a bus. And it won't hurt as much as seeing that image again.
Manually operated wood chipper. But a Mesmer will pick up the same sword and instead see a long metal wand made for ranged
blade
combat.
beam type stuff.
Kedavra. Can't believe that shit worked. Now, I've never in my life thought of a sword as a ranged weapon, but Guild Wars 2 made that possible, and I can appreciate that. As I played my way through the starting area, though, certain unavoidable realities about the combat began to dawn on me. As I've hinted at, magic effects in this game are so bright I feel like I'm staring into the fucking sun sometimes. But that's about the worst I have to say about it. Guild Wars 2 has somehow made a hybrid tab targeting system that feels immersive and smooth to play, even in 2023. Part of this likely has to do with the fact that if I've position myself wrong and use an ability, my character doesn't tell me, can't do that. But instead, it's more of a sure. I don't mind flailing the sword around in the Walmart parking lot, but it's also more than that. Almost every single combat factor feels important. Your timing...
It almost looks like action combat, even though it's tab targeting.
Theoretically, they do have action combat because you can switch to an action cam, but guess what? If you have any degree of ranged weapon that you have to aim, it'll always be substandard to tab targeting. Missing abilities versus having a permanent target lock on, guess which one's going to outperform the other?
Your positioning, how you choose to approach a fight depending on your
Looks like it might
profession,
make me
all of it
dizzy.
matters, except what ability you decide to press, at least at the lower levels. Now, I'm sure at endgame that statement is likely to not hold
This is
true,
what I was
but
worried
right
about.
here, right now, it honestly doesn't feel like it matters what button I press because my character is a walking god of death. Everything I touch just dies. And for someone who's never played MMOs before and picked up Guild Wars 2, that's the thing that's likely to take them out of the experience the most.
That's super common in MMOs nowadays in general. I know that back in the day it used to not be like that, and World of Warcraft Classic is still, or Classic WoW is still a lot, more difficult. And RuneScape even is a lot more difficult. There's a lot of early game bosses and things that can be a real challenge if you don't have a hang of the mechanics of basic RuneScape.
They should be challenging. Early game shit should be at least somewhat challenging because it forces you as a player to evolve. It forces you to learn your goddamn lesson so that by the time we get to fucking raids, you know at least how to press the buttons. And I played Vanilla WoW. I played way back in the day, just before Burning Crusade released. And let me tell you, when it got to the Black Temple raids, there were still people who didn't know to not stand in the fucking fire and that they could press buttons to do damage. So dumbing it down is not the right decision. Please filter these people out for my own sanity.
But in general, it's not a huge deal breaker for me as long as there is challenge that is given to you at some point.
There's no challenge.
Before late game raids, because this feels...
There's no challenge. There's no lower tier challenge in this game, unfortunately.
Mostly a game that has a whole lot of content to work through, and that challenge is going to be necessary to keep me interested long enough. Final Fantasy XIV had a problem where it takes so long to get through the MSQ that like the challenge just isn't really there early on, especially depending on what class you're playing. And like a lot of times whenever you're queuing up for one of the dungeons for the story, there's just high level people who run you through it. Nothing feels that difficult, and it's just hundreds of hours of just easy game. You're not even having to think that much about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no initial...
Literally, you can go from 1 to 8 in Guild Wars 2, watching an episode on your main monitor and just having Guild Wars 2 on like a second monitor, and you're just walking through shit. Are you a sweaty player? If so, I have news for you. Almost none of the Guild Wars 2 endgame content. I used to be a sweaty player, Supergod. A long time ago, in a land far away when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, I was pulling some of the first Ulduar raids on the EU server in WoW, right? I was ultra sweaty. I was one of the first people to get an Ironbound Proto Drake. Now, not so much.
Challenge. But other than that, there's plenty of weapons to experiment with, a not overwhelming amount of buttons to push, and all of what you're doing feels well tied to the fantasy of Tony the Tiger's albino brother looking for his lost dad. While we go through all these little quests that build up the world a little bit, we finally come of age at level 10, and are given permission to leave the opium fields to pursue our own personal jihad. We enter into a city that gives off first-person Kenshi vibes. More importantly, we're given our first mount. Now that was underwhelming. No quest line, no story integration. Just congrats on level 10. Here's a fucking dinosaur. Now I don't know about you, but back in my day, playing WoW,
when everyone thought that you could fix the Paladin nuke sword by fishing,
when you got your first mount, it felt amazing. You had to grind for hours to make enough money to afford that bastard, because it's likely you wasted all your money on repair bills from exploration.
This legit happened to me. This is me reliving what I had to do for my very first mount on my hunter.
Later deaths or
Now, if I remember correctly, and this has been a long time, so I could be misremembering, cut me some slack. At level 40, you got your mount. If you were a druid at level 30, you got travel form. It costs a ton of money. Flight was at level 60, I think. And that's really what people remember about WoW, I think. Whenever you think about like people who hadn't played WoW that had seen clips of it from the past, riding around on horses, flying around, those were the things that people were interested in. So when they came to WoW, it took a really long time to get those things. It was like this huge challenge to try to get to.
Doing something else stupid in game.
And you had to walk. So, what do you look forward to in Guild Wars 2 in terms of basically having fun? The PvP, I still think is fun, even though I don't have the time to be a try-hard, sweaty motherfucker in it. I actually really like a lot of the dynamic events. Even at max level, I think they're just fun to do. They're really enjoyable. At some point, I do want to start doing a bunch of the raids, and I've heard, haven't experienced it yet, but I've heard that the story gets a lot better in the expansions. So I'm looking forward to that. I still think giving out the Raptor at level 10 was not a great idea. I think it was a brilliant idea, Cyro. You see, you're looking at this from the perspective of a super experienced MMO player, right? Think about a brand new player, someone who hasn't played 15 years of World of Warcraft or something like that. You get that mount, it feels fucking good. It feels real good. Especially when you're a new player and you've been bumbling about for a few hours. You're not rushing through story. You're still looking down at your keyboard to find where the 1 button is, right? You get that mount, it feels fucking good. And the mount has abilities for you to play with. There's like multiple levels to WoW mounts, whereas, to Guild Wars 2 mounts, whereas in WoW, there's only 1 level to mounts, right? It is, here's the mount, it makes you go faster. And I don't want to hear stories about this is your normal mount and this is your epic mount, because they do the same thing, it's just the one thing does the same thing better.
That's your computer desk uphill, barefoot, in the snow, while it was raining fire, all while your dad chased after you with a belt. But here in Guild Wars 2, it's just kinda eh. And then that all changed when I pressed the W key.
That animation's pretty good. Ooh, I like that.
Man, is this guy soulless? He's not even cringing. God damn it. I need to break him.
Ooh, that's cool. Platforming? Is there platforming in this game?
Yes.
I take back what I said. This iguana feels pretty good. This mount doesn't...
The fact that I know that component has had people having fucking strokes is magical to me. I saw so many people being like, yo, dude, you didn't have to put that in there. My dad walked in the room while I was watching that without headphones. And I had to explain shit.
Just have one singular speed. It accelerates from a stationary position. It has a turn radius. It even has abilities. And as much as WoW bit off of Guild Wars 2 for the Dragonflight mount system, it still feels like they've done a better job in the original, and we're still currently only level 10. God damn it, Guild Wars 2. Why can't you just let me hate you like an MMO player?
It is interesting how many things they seem to have gotten right and how much people love this game, yet it's still not extremely popular. Is it just a problem of not bringing people into it well enough? Like that whenever people come to the game and they try to get into it for the first time, that there's not enough of a grab for them to understand what's actually going on under the hood? Is that the problem? Because it seems like everyone who tries it loves it.
Player normally hates
it. It's flavor. It's flavor is the problem. Is some people will try the game and fucking hate it immediately because certain components feel super rushed and other components feel super slow. And then other people who've played other MMOs, they kind of have a general idea of what's going on. And if tab targeting is their shit, they're going to lean into this and enjoy it a lot. So it's a flavored game. It's like Marmite, right? It's some people are going to love it. Some people are going to just fucking hate it. And that's fine.
It's everything they play. Haven't you taken enough from me? Alright, fine. I'll admit that the hybrid tab targeting system feels good and immersive to play with. I'll begrudgingly accept that this little ability bar isn't overcomplicated or oversimplified.
Totally not.
All while it keeps the character's class abilities in line with the in-game.
Okay, if you don't know what Marmite is, maybe us and Australians understand what this is, right? This is a black sticky tar goo that can taste really, really good for some people, and then other people, this puts them into wild vomiting fits. That's what this is. You know what annoys me with level 10 mount? It's cool, but basically pre-Path of Fire was no mount design, and every level 10 person is overthinking every verse stand crap to get up to them with a raptor. No, I love that. I love that people fucked around with that kind of shit. Dude, just go around on foot, holy shit, but they don't know because here, have a raptor. I think that's funny as fuck that they had to learn when and when not to use a raptor. I think that's brilliant. Hold on. Marmite, also the UK and New Zealand. Yeah, but the UK doesn't know what food is, so they don't know what to put Marmite on. So, like, it's kind of like a worthless product. It's like bringing spices to their country. They're not going to use it. They don't know what to do with it. They 100% have no clue what flavor is.
Law. But do they really have to make things straightforward enough that some new player who's never played an MMO before can stumble into this game and enjoy themselves? And that they could probably do this without looking up a single guide online? Won't you consider the suffering this causes a veteran player like me? How am I, as a salty old player, supposed...
Bro, they already have it.
Yeah, no keyboard turning.
That's the first thing people do in WoW is they unmap from Q and E for strafe, and they take turn off of A and D, and they put it on and they put strafe on A and D.
To gatekeep this experience when even the A and D keys are bound to strafing instead of keyboard turning by default. How am I supposed...
They're trying to make a game, it seems like to me, that gives you the MMO experience directly without you having to go through and just absolutely rabbit hole yourself down to figure out what's actually going on in the game, which is interesting, especially for someone like me, because I have done that so much that I naturally know what to do when I play an MMO nowadays. So it would be cool that there's not a whole bunch of back work that I have to do. I can just jump into the game and it just gives me the experience that I want.
Oh, thank God. Something to bitch about. There's an in-game store. This game is pay to win. Absolutely disgusting. I have never in my life seen a cash shop so...
Is it not going to be bad at all? Is it all cosmetics?
Mediocre? God damn it, who am I kidding?
Do you know how many death threats I got for saying that the game's pay to win, but it's so mediocre? I wish I'd screenshotted and saved them all. I really wish I'd done that. I just screenshotted a few that I could get away with posting on YouTube in my last PvP video. But my God, I have never been called the N-word so much in my life. I have never been called the fucking a Jew who's supporting some big fucking conspiracy to kill Guild Wars 2 as much in my life as I did in those videos. My favorite one was the one where it was this guy who went on a whole fucking tirade, and then at the very end of his email, he was like, also, Guild Wars 2 is not pay to win. He just couldn't leave that last sentence out. I love that shit.
There's much worse out there. Keep in mind, this doesn't make this acceptable in my opinion, but it could be much worse.
It's a cheap
the biggest
game
thing
to
to
play,
complain
so...
about here is probably the utility and upgrade tabs.
From what I can tell, the utility and upgrade tabs are all about creating a problem to sell a solution.
With the old pay for convenience line
I stand by this opinion.
Attached to it. You know how it goes. Extra bag space, bank tab, crafting.
Can you buy them
shortcuts,
in-game,
that kind
though,
of
with in-game currency?
Yeah, you can buy them in-game with in-game currency, but guess what? If you can get that in-game currency, it's not going to be as quick as whipping out a credit card, swiping the credit card. Guess which one's faster? Guess which one makes you win back your time?
Expected, but then it takes a little bit of a darker turn.
Extra character slots, waypoint unlocks, the fact that gold doesn't just convert to gems, but gems also convert to gold, that is pretty low. But again, admittedly, it's surprising it's not worse considering the developer and publisher of this game. But at least there's a solution to this as a first-time player. You see, I don't care about being the best, most well.
I swear people don't know that it is technically pay to win in a sense. Perhaps more pay to progress. But it's still not so predatory as many others. Yeah, you can't say it's as bad as many others, but think about it in this sense, right? The most valuable resource you have in your entire life is time, right? That is the single most valuable resource you have, because once it's spent, you can't get it back. If you can win back your time in any sense, it is then pay to win. Because you are winning back the most valuable resource in the world. People like to come up with these other wacky pay to win. Oh, it's only pay to win if I have more power than someone else. Guess what? You get more power than someone else if you can win back your fucking time. The most powerful resource IRL. That's your definition. That's how you work it. Are you winning back your time? Then it's pay to win.
Kitted out Guild Wars 2 player. I don't care about high performance. I'm just here for an experience. So
he brings up a really good point. I don't have as many problems with cash shops as other people do. This is going to blow your mind as somebody who is on YouTube making videos about MMORPGs. I know that that's a very unpopular opinion.
No, it's a Zoomer take. Zoomers are used to paying for shit extra. They even insult people in school who don't pay extra money for certain things. You go to school, I've seen this. I've seen kids go home to their mom and cry. I've seen the videos where they're like, "Mom, you need to give me $5 off of your credit card because I got called default at school for not paying money into Fortnite." I've seen the videos. I've seen the fucking videos.
I play these games because I enjoy playing the game, not because I'm trying to be the greatest to ever do it. I don't care about how good I am in comparison to somebody else. It doesn't matter to me. What I care about is that I have a good time, I am improving my skills, and I am figuring out the way that I play this game.
Ugh. This man is disgusting. He has a mentally healthy take. Ugh. Ugh. Who is this? Ugh. I bet he touches grass. Oh.
That's what's important to me when I'm playing a video game. Now, I know for a lot of other people, that's not the case. People like to measure themselves by other people. People enjoy the competitive aspect of it, and having to spend money on the game in order to become competitive can be really frustrating to a lot of people. But to me, I can find joy wherever I'm at, whatever level I'm at. If that's the case, I like the game. That's just how it comes down.
So with this one magic spell, we can get rid of all these problems. Now let's get back to our adventure. So after dicking about in the Mad Max Thunderdome for a while, things at this point become just a little bit formulaic.
So
we do
fun.
our quests, we
like
level
good,
up,
you know,
we
just
get
like the
thrown
world
into
looks
some
fun to be in.
story-based instance.
The graphics kind of remind me of Dungeons and Dragons Online, which I really enjoyed.
Stuff.
Yeah, they do. I think if you're gonna look at the graphics of Guild Wars 2, I think what's really interesting is that they've got shitty polygons, which they've covered up with really good textures, which is an interesting blend. I think that might be why I like it. So, like, if you go look at a Hylic from behind, right, as every good sexually active person would, a Hylic is like 2 polygons from behind, but the texture makes up for that.
We're just kind of muddling around and... What the hell is that?
I like this.
But hold on, what would be the 10th class / profession? It should be dildo crafter. And you should only be able to buy it off of the pay-to-win shop, because if you're gonna fuck yourself, you might as well fuck yourself while doing it.
Look. Hold on one sec. Oh, so it's like a point of interest discovery map thingy. Anyway, as I was saying, we're kind of What the hell is that? One second, I'm not missing this. Whew. Well, that was fun. Now, what was I saying? At this point, I can't even remember. And that seems to be the thing with Guild Wars 2. There's a ton of content, world events, jumping puzzles with rewards, open-ended quests with a lot more to experience even at these lower levels. Getting sidetracked feels almost mandatory as you level up. Guild Wars 2 has somehow struck a good balance between the story-based quests and helping us explore the world through side quests and whatever else we want to do. And
I like indirect progression in an MMO. I think it's a good thing. I'm excited that that's a big part of this game, and that's something that a lot of people told me, that the open world is so much better because of the fact that there are so many people actually taking part in the open world events that are going on. Whereas in other MMOs, they have these open world events, and there is a lot of the open world to explore, but there's not a whole lot of people, especially in lower level areas, actually doing that content because there's no reason to. And apparently in this game, it's very regular to see people actually out there doing it. So that's really cool and interesting.
Yes, but the problem is, because everything else is so interesting, it makes the story, which is mediocre, not look mediocre. It makes it look dog shit by comparison. That's the worst part about it. Are you thirsty for frogs? Furion, I married a half French, half Greek woman. What do you think? Of course I am.
Interesting.
That's one of the hidden hallmarks of a great MMO. You're just not able to help yourself, and you need to know what that thing you saw was in the distance, or the game giving you every opportunity to be involved in some dynamic world event. Now combine that with Guild Wars 2's fever dream-like graphics, and it's like being the world's worst ADHD patient on peyote. By the time I had regained my grip on my focus, I was level 20, looking for a dad I once lost in an orphanage-shaped daycare all those years ago. After finding him, I realized why he may have abandoned us. Look, I'm no expert in genetics, but we're a little bit on the light side for that to be our dad. But either way, he decides to accept us as his real son under the condition that we free him from prison and get revenge on his old gang for him, so that's exactly what we do. What's notable about this quest line though is that the game gave us the option to keep him in prison. What's impressive here is that the MSQ is based all on the one backstory I chose way back in the character creator. Eventually though, we pay off all—
And all of this, all of what I'm talking about here in my first impression, is a waste. It is a waste. Because they stop that personal story halfway through leveling to 80. If they wanted to do this the cool way, they would have kept it relevant the entire time. Where you from originally? I'm from here originally. My ancestors have been down here for like over 600 years, Noxy. Some of them. Others ran away from Italy in World War II because they were like, yo, fuck that, I'm not fighting for Benito. Others were mercenaries, so they didn't really have like a base of operation. They originally hailed from Ireland, but they kind of just like traveled through Europe murdering people. And they were like, you know what, I'll go settle down in Africa, why not? So yeah, from all over the fucking place.
father's bail, find the feral cats that he had been hanging out with and sterilize them away from life, resolve the story for now, and are back to adventuring out in the open world. Now, I had come into this game without reading a single guide or watching a single video. The only thing I had done was make a post on Reddit, and that convinced me that interacting with people was a bad idea. But through witnessing my sheer unbridled stupidity, I had someone who's been playing this game since the birth of our current universe expose me to both the likely origin of the no-no flu that gets you shadow banned for mentioning it, and eventually the first dungeon I had been looking for.
Nothing like a good bat flu soup at some random Chinese pop-up stand mount. Really impressive that that's in the game.
Now this has been a long trip, but not an unenjoyable one. I wish I could have stuck to my original goal and been a salty little baby about this game. Maybe make a spicy thumbnail for this video, rake in those clickbaited rage views saying this game is terrible, but I can't do it. Guild Wars 2 is not without its problems, but it is still an incredible MMO. It took me by surprise how well loved this game is by its players and community at large. This entire MMO...
Person in the background! Person in the background! This is the time when his chat needs to start screaming, feet!
RPG can be summarized in the words, they didn't have to, but they did. The devs didn't have to make mounts with accelerations instead of flat speeds, but they did.
Look at that visual mount bug. You go down the right slope at the right speed after jumping on the mount, and you will have your fucking mount just start gliding over surfaces. That's still in the game, by the way. I checked that.
But they didn't have to voice act out the main character storyline with...
So there is a lot of voice acting in this game. That's interesting.
There is.
It is pretty bizarre the way that there's just so much good about it, and people still aren't playing it. I really do think that I have to give it a chance and figure out my own opinions about it.
Must have been a shit ton of lines for some voice actors, but they did. They didn't have to put in all this extra effort into making the combat system, world, story, quests, or scenery, and could have just gone with your stock standard MMO approach and ended up with a perfectly fine MMO, but they did, and that's what makes Guild Wars 2 feel so special. Now this might be crazy to say, it almost feels like this game was...
I need a green screen chair so that I can stop squatting and pretending that I'm actually sitting in a seat.
Was made by people who not just like, but maybe even love the MMO genre. But maybe that's just early onset schizophrenia from being flashbanged by the Mesmer's abilities one too many times. If somehow, like me, you still haven't played Guild Wars 2 at this point and just want a bullet point list of the good versus the bad, then here it is. Starting with the bad. Guild Wars 2 throws a lot of complex...
He didn't even register the hands. Is this kind of like Ambien or like Xanax or whatever he's on? I've got to find some. Because that shit, damn, there was no movement in his face whatsoever. Damn.
Systems at you, which can be overwhelming at times. There's a lot of complexity in this game, and it's easy to miss something important, like the fact that you can upgrade your gear, or that you have to equip your specialization to your character before you can gain its benefit. This feeling of being overwhelmed also carries over to the way things look, and sometimes there's a lot of visual clutter to deal with. Some abilities are blinding or distracting to the point that you're not quite sure if you've missed something important or not. There's a pay-to-win shop, and no, on this channel we don't pussy out and use weasel words like pay for convenience. It's all the same thing, and at the end of the day,
I stand by that statement. Don't use weasel words. It's pay to win.
It's there to get you to spend more money. None of that really matters as you're leveling up your character, but that's something to keep in mind if you plan to stick with this game all the way to max level. And finally, there are some bugs, strange error messages, and issues with the game, but nothing so far that has been game-breaking or made me have an uninstall moment. Moving on to the good, and there's a lot of good, so I'm just going to stick to the main points. Okay. Guild Wars 2 base game is free to play, making it far more enjoyable knowing I could stop at any...
Man, my fucking audio cuts are so bad. Oh, it's actually hard to watch this video for me.
Point in time,
and you're not missing out on your subscription costs. Totally.
My anorexic bank account isn't going to get any.
Wait, Rose, did you use the Keith getting fucked meme in the first video? I don't think I did. But I do have a bit in the video coming up about Kate smashing papayas together with her love interest.
Thinner. There are no negative pressures here compelling me to play the game if I don't want to. This is also a very detailed game with a lot of love and time put into it, and that becomes very obvious the more you play it. Everything from the story to the world design itself feels on point. Nothing about this experience is mismatched. Combat is simple to learn but has a high skill ceiling depending on what character class you pick up. But more than that, the higher your level goes, the more the flow of combat feels impactful. Initially, I told you that at the lower levels it doesn't really matter what buttons you push. But as you level up, the world around you begins to become a threat, much like aging in real life. And if you're not paying attention to your health bar, you'll find yourself squirming around on the floor, trying to bandage yourself.
Okay, so it does get difficult at some point. That's good.
It does get more difficult. I wouldn't say it gets difficult enough on reflection. Right? I don't think it gets difficult enough. Or at least the fact that it's too easy in the beginning is gonna... a lot of people will play the game to like level 20 and then just give up because they're like, what the fuck am I doing with my time?
Good. Okay.
Up before you get Bull Cosby'd. And even at low levels, I can tell that the lore of this game appears to be coherent, consistent, and integrated into the gameplay itself. This is the kind of MMO story that makes you care about what you're doing. You're not just running out into the wilderness, killing 10 bears to collect 10 bear asses at a drop rate of 10%. You're protecting a farmer's livelihood by killing the bandits that would have otherwise stole all of his cattle. You're negotiating a peace treaty between two races who've hated each other for centuries. Or you're protecting your people from the haunted burial ground that they decided to...
I think one of the things that originally drew me to this...
Hold on, have I got to Heart of Thorns yet? No. Just give me a second. It's actually getting pretty hot in here. Hold on. Ah. Ugh. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's so much better. Welcome back to Wife Beater Gaming, where wives get beaten unless they laugh at our jokes. Yeah, I mean, you know how you end off every joke, it's with a punchline. And then they'll laugh. That's how it works, right? That's why they call it a punchline.
Game and gave me the desire to play it is the dynamic quest system that it's provided to the players. The ability to run around and find things on the map that are side quests and give you XP just for doing them. You don't have to turn them in. You don't have to travel from place to place. It's events that are happening and they count as exploration for the world and give you rewards is really, really cool. That's something that I think a lot of people get frustrated by in MMOs, which is the constant like, okay, this is a new town. There are 8 quests. Let's get all of these quests and then let's go around to all the circles on the map, finish out those quests, come back to this town, turn them in, and then go to the next town. And the fact that Guild Wars 2 has gone away from that is something that a lot of people, including myself, can appreciate.
You know what he's missing out on? So everything he said is right there, but he's missing out on one thing between level 1 and 80. Right? The thing he's missing out on is between level 1 and level 80, gear progression feels so fucking non-significant. It had me wondering at times, is upgrading my gear actually making a difference? Could I take the level 1 rifle and run through to level 80 and still be fine? I genuinely wonder that sometimes. And I might do a playthrough where I try and do that at some point. Because gear feels not good, right? And maybe this is because the systems are far more complex than what you'd find in WoW. But the problem with that is because they're so, like, non-specific, you don't get that same dopamine hit that you get in WoW when you go from a green piece of gear to a blue piece of gear. Or when you go from a white piece of gear to a green piece of gear, right? Because just like in society, you know, whites are at the bottom. No, but in Guild Wars 2, you get a good piece of gear. You're just like, okay, I guess, and then you just carry on.
House on top of. All in all, I'd say that even now, in 2023, Guild Wars 2 is worth your time. The short answer here is that this isn't just a game trying to suck you into some mindless grindfest, but a fantasy world and a story to experience. I can tell you right now that even after I'm done with this first impression, whenever I've got a spare moment, I'm likely gonna pick up this game again. But it looks like our Wrangler is finally back and ready to take us into the dungeon. So let's pop this Guild Wars 2 dungeon cherry and finish this first impression the right way. Alright, well, it's a little...
You know, the best part about me doing this and like staying true to the story was people actually went and double checked the stream to see if this actually happened to me. They thought I was fucking lying. And then when they realized I was telling the truth, then they were like, God damn it. It actually happened. Because apparently a ton of people have never seen this error message before in their life.
A little dark in here, but not too bad. Sarcophaguses. Looks like this one has a burial and undead theme to it. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised with how many ghosts we've been killing. Oh, look at that. We've even got an NPC to guide us through our first dungeon.
Very cool.
How considerate. First, we deal with a little bit of combat with some...
When do the dungeons start? And is there like a queue for them, or do you have to get a team together? How does this...
Approximately level 30, you can try and solo them, but you're probably going to see your ass. If you got one other person in there, you're Gucci, though. You're good. They beat Mossad Overseer a raid... Oh, hold on. What? They what?
They beat Mossad Overseer, a raid boss without weapons on all 10 players. They beat Doom, Challenge Moat, with 10 Minion Mancer Necromancers. They completed Dragon's End meta entirely on turtle mounts. HTCM has been cleared. 6-man Kadim, the Peerless as a 3-man.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that, but those are like super focused players who are like at the top tier kind of levels. I'm talking like they've got ball funk that could kill a deer from 60 paces. Your average person, I don't think they'd be able to pull that off without like pre-planning. Sorry, Fat, at least you're not bald and retarded. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, I got hit with the triple threat. I gotta lose one of those. It's harder to lose retardation than fat, so I'm gonna have to drop that.
Does this work?
More dangerous than regular mobs, with nothing we can't handle. We find a key and... Alright, here we go. Big door opening. This is the moment. This is when it gets interesting.
Oh,
What the hell? Okay, I'm sure that error message was just a one-time thing. We'll just walk back in there and... Fuck this game. How dare they take me on this emotional roller coaster just to kick me out of the first dungeon multiple times. These bastards made me care about my character's story. They went and reminded me of why I love MMORPGs in the first place. They made me have fun, god damn it. Now, as a viewer, you might not understand.
I'm being serious when I say this. Guild Wars 2 was the first time I'd played an MMO and actually felt good about playing an MMO in a very long time. Guild Wars 2 reminded me of something special. It actually reminded me of why I love MMOs. It's because I'm a piece of shit in real life. That's why.
understand why I'm so mad, but I'm supposed to remember.
Well, he's doing it to me now. Like, he brought me on this journey with him. He's really talked me into liking this game, and now he's telling me that it's going to kick me out of dungeons, man.
Objective, soulless, and uncaring. And Guild Wars 2 just had to ruin that for me. I spit on you, Guild Wars 2. This game is terrible. IGN, 0 out of 10. Don't play it. You know what? I'm logging out of this bullshit right now. And
that's my old setup, by the way. That's my old setup. You know what the worst part of that setup was? I have a shitty sleep schedule. Behind that wall, my wife was asleep. And so everything I said, she could hear. And you have no idea how many times I just yelled, "Shut the fuck up!" through the wall because she's trying to sleep. And I'm fucking recording a video. And it was driving her insane.
And I'm never coming back. I am never touching this terrible, awful, unplayable mess ever again. What the hell is that?
One eternity later.
Bro.
What year is it?
As always,
why do you think I'm here? I'm serious, Super God. Why the fuck do you think this is now my setup? This is my setup because it's all the way on the other side of my house, and my wife can sleep in peace every now and then. I'm out here in the fucking dungeon, way the fuck away from the house right now, because it's the only way she gets any peaceful sleep whatsoever, especially since I have a kid now.
Thank to all my subscribers, both old and new.
Good job on the video, Rose. That was absolutely excellent. It's definitely one of those games that, like, I feel like I have to play at this point. I feel like I've gotten too far into what I'm doing here and playing MMOs and on my journey into this world of gaming to not have played Guild Wars 2 at this point. So obviously I'm going to do it. All of that being said, I think that there are things about it that I'm still kind of leery of. It does seem like a game that people stand for almost too hard, that it gives me pause and worry about how much time people have put into multiple kinds of games, not just MMOs, not just World of Warcraft, but multiple kinds of games. That's my worry about this, that it's sort of, that the love for it is coming from a place where people are thinking, oh, I've played World of Warcraft a ton, and this one fixed my problems that I have with this game, but they only have 400 hours into it. Or, you know, oh, I've played a lot of MMOs, and this one is the best one, but they haven't actually dumped a whole bunch of hours into one single MMO to know what that feels like. All that being said, I mean, I'm totally willing to give it a chance. I think it looks really interesting. I think the combat looks fun. It almost looks like an action combat system, even though it's tap targeting. I enjoy tap targeting games. The quest system looks really good. The character creation looks really good. I have a lot of interest in playing this game. So if you have any tips for me of the things that I've asked over the course of this game, please let me know in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed the video and you want to see more like it, give it.
Here's the thing, right, of what he's saying, right? The thing of what he's saying, I'm going to clarify it for you. If you are a World of Warcraft veteran, if you are someone who's been playing WoW since it released way back when Jesus was still around getting nailed to a goddamn lowercase t, if that was happening and you were playing WoW at the time, you take a new character, go play retail WoW. Then take a character and go play Guild Wars 2. And you're probably going to get more enjoyment out of Guild Wars 2 because the simple fact is that between WoW Retail and Guild Wars 2 might not have had that same kind of magic as WoW once upon a time did, but it did age infinitely better than Retail WoW. You play Retail WoW these days, if you're a new player, you have no fucking idea what's going on. It's all over the place. You're like, what the fuck does this expansion relate to? Like, you have no clue what's going on. But if you go play Guild Wars 2 and you're a veteran WoW player, you will have a better time because it is more coherent in the modern day than WoW Retail is. 100% serious about this. If you've been playing a WoW a long ass time, you're gonna enjoy Guild Wars 2 probably, right? It's not for everyone, but you're more likely to enjoy Guild Wars 2 than taking some random ass character in WoW retail and trying to play the game. But that's a decent video. I'm glad I saw that. I think the guy's probably on some pretty good Ambien or something that's nullifying his face, because goddamn, he didn't, like, his face was so stoic through that video. Jesus, sometimes I was wondering, like, is he actually watching the video? Is he just like, is he just like fucking staring off into space, wondering when is this gonna be over? Anyway, decent video. Okay, what else did I want to catch up on? Okay, there's two things I wanted to catch up on. First is, I have something to say. I have something I think is important to say, and something that makes me a little bit sad. I'm not going to continue playing Dragon Age Veilguard. Not online. I think the problem is the game itself is something pretty boring to watch, and I tried to make it interesting with a bingo card, to see if it hit all the markers of your average DEI game. He's the CS major, that's why he's good at hiding. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That'll destroy your soul. That makes sense. Okay, I'm not going to continue to play Dragon Age Veilguard. I think the writing is so sloppy that I can feel like the aneurysm building in my brain. There's a lot I have to say about Dragon Age Veilguard, but I'm going to try and save it for a video. I'm going to try and play that game offline when I can, so that I can get a more coherent opinion than what I've actually got, because maybe it gets better. Maybe I've just seen the Marvel-esque quippy voice lines, and the more characters I see, I'll change my mind. But it's so goddamn bad. And now, because I know it's so fucking bad, I need other people online to validate my opinion. Which is exactly why, yes, Noxy, I'm going to be watching Donkey's video, and I'm going to be seeing what the online discourse is around Veilguard, because, to be honest, I've been kind of avoiding it. I avoid these discourse things because I don't like people coloring my opinion. I don't like, if there's a video game out there that I really like, and someone else is calling it shit, right? I don't really care, right? But what might have annoyed me is if someone was out there being like, this is woke trash, blah, 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 DEI this, DEI that, and some of it doesn't matter to me. But it gets you thinking down a certain path, which is unavoidable, because I'm a fucking human being, right? So I try and play games in isolation before looking at other people's opinions. I watched the end of Muck's stream of it yesterday and his short review. He filled a notepad with a long list of complaints. Yeah, you see, now, I can go on. I can waffle on for fucking ever about Veilguard and how they use it. Like, they don't give a shit about diversity. They give a shit about leveraging people, whether they're trans or they're multiracial or whatever the fuck, that they like leveraging them as a tool so that they can make more money. The reality of the situation is, if BioWare was going to make more money throwing gay people off of rooftops, if it meant they would make $2 million instead of $1 million, if they rooftopped a few gays, the BioWare CEO would be on that fucking rooftop himself saying that shit. What's up, Soul Man? How you doing? The fucking reality is, these people are tools to these people. Right? And I'm probably gonna make like a first impressions video on Veilguard, but I need to see what the discourse is. What do people think? Does it really matter? Because here's a good example. If you look at the Dragon Age Veilguard character creator, the fact that it's got a wider selection of things, that it lets you do a bunch of shit, create an ugly as fucking sin character that you've got all these sliders. Hell, that you even get to choose more pronouns. They didn't remove he, him. They didn't remove she, her, right? The more you think about this. They just added zum, zo, which means they're only about 2,000 pronouns short of, you know, the full spectrum. But they're getting somewhere. The problem is there's only really one problem with the character creator, and it's that you can't make a female character with some fat fucking tits and a dump truck. They just don't let you do that. Right, which is kind of typical of Western games. They don't want you to have anything sexually attractive that you see in a character. The thing is, I think more of this variety is probably good, but it's the way it's implemented is probably incredibly fucking sloppy. Don't underestimate this man. He will spend 6 hours on it. Yes, I will. I will, Ilki. Don't threaten me with a good time. I enjoy making you suffer. Right? So, I'm not going to play it on stream because I think it just ends up being boring, bland content that no one actually really enjoys watching. Sexy people don't exist. Sex is bad. Herder, chest. Exactly, Noxy. Let's be honest. If you saw me as the main character of a video game, the only reason you would play that is to fucking laugh and feel better about how you look. I should not be the main character of a video game. It should be like some 6'5", 8-packed out motherfucker that looks beyond reality. Mechabellum video is uploaded as private, and it just needs a title and description, which I think is better. If you do it because don't worry about it. I'll do that, Ilgi. Don't worry about it. I do have something for you later, Ilgi. I've got another one. I've got another game that we're gonna review in an informal setting. You look like all the characters I create in games. You see, exactly. If Sawman can create me in a game, it's a bad game. Simple bar of measurement. So, I can't continue to play it online because I think it's just boring as fuck. But I'm probably gonna go through some personalized cock and ball torture by playing it offline so I can have a better opinion and give a talking head first impressions review of my biggest concerns for Veilguard. And I think my biggest concerns, based on what I'm seeing currently, is not actually the diversity shit, right? It's not the diversity slop that's the worst part of it, and it'll make sense when I say this. Right? But for now, let's find out what other people currently think of Dragon Age Veilguard. Because I think there's a bunch of journalists... Actually, hold on. Even to give you a fuller perspective, this was actually going to be my background for today. But I changed it because I felt like the seethe over Trump winning was entirely entertaining to me. And super funny. So I changed my background. But I did see this meme. Oh damn it, where is it? I had this here somewhere. Did I lose it? Oh, there it is. This was originally going to be my background. Because I did see this on Twitter, where a bunch of fucking journalists were coming online and saying, oh my god, look at its success. Look how wonderful it's doing. If you're not breaking that on Steam, the world's largest gaming platform, that's got me concerned. For Dragon Age? For a game that's been built up over decades? If you're not beating out fucking Lethal Company? Ooh, that's got me concerned. Could you give me a name of stream? I can see him playing Guild Wars 2, God of War, or other games. Is it last? Oh, you're talking about Muckluck. His stream yesterday evening, 3 hours 17 is when the notepad came out. Oh man, Muckluck must have been real fucking mad about that game. He might be madder about that game than I am. But I can say this as a first impression. I can genuinely say this as a first impression. If you are playing, if you are considering playing Dragon Age Veilguard, I don't think it is worth your money. Do not spend your money on that game. There are indie games out there that will entertain you for far longer than that game will. It's been real shit. And I just can't bring myself to play that game on stream and bore the fucking tears out of all of you. Wait until the mods fix it. Joe, mods will put some fat fucking titties on those characters, fix their faces, make Morrigan look hot again, and they'll ban the mods. That's what's gonna happen, Joe. That's the shit that's gonna happen. But now let's find out what other people think. And of course, top tier content, best person on the planet, worst person to react to in the world because I just sit here laughing, is Video Game Donkey. He makes some of the best 5-minute content I've ever seen in my life.
Don't worry, you guys. I'm still working on my Black Ops 6 video. Still trying to get the game to launch. Haven't had any success yet. Today we're going to switch it up though, play some Dragon Age. This is a big year for Dragon-type games. Dragon Ball came out, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Now Dragon Age is out. Dragon Quest, I think, is coming out pretty soon. Dragon fans are really getting their money's worth this year. I'm almost done compiling these shaders, and we're gonna start playing as a little dragon, like a little Spyro. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you see EA, you go, uh-oh. That is the correct response. That's like the correct response to ever seeing the EA logo in 2024 is, uh-oh, oh no, oh shit. It's like, you know it's going to be a pile of shit before you see anything else. Maybe this is just me. Other people think, I've got to say this, right? Other people think she's hot. I don't think she's hot. There's something fucked up about her face that I don't like. It puts me in like uncanny valley territory where something about her face throws me off. And like sets off my fight or flight response. Wasn't Veilguard restarted during development like 2 to 3 times? I don't know if it was.
Those are the only employees left at BioWare after Anthem. Well, the game launches. You gotta give them that. Oh shit, don't show that Starfield guy this. He's gonna go crazy over this game.
Starfield guy. I don't know who that guy's name is, but it's that guy who's like, fucking pronouns! That shit was pretty funny. You know why it was really funny? Because that guy wasn't actually mad about the pronouns. He was mad about what that meant for the game, right? But his knee-jerk reaction, people are gonna surface level analyze what he did. And they're going to see his knee-jerk reaction and think, oh, this guy's mad at some pronouns. He's not mad at some pronouns. He's mad at the idea of what's going to come after those pronouns. If those pronouns were still there and it was a good fucking game, he wouldn't care. Hevel's baby face. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Probably that guy. I don't know. He was 9 hours in when he got mad. Was he? Wait, he was 9 hours in when he got... I just saw the clip. I thought he got mad at the pronouns at the character creator. Not at the very beginning. I spent $100 on Anthem. I will never forget... Noxy, goddamn, I got some NFTs to sell you. They're pictures of bridges. You'll love them.
Whoa! Beat down the entire room to get the information. Hell yeah! Here we go. Yeah, look at this. Oh, kill that guy. Oh, kill that guy. Oh, no. Beat that guy.
You know what? Now that I'm looking at it and not actually playing it, something feels off about the action scenes. They feel very like... Indian YouTube channel makes 3D animation videos for kids. Now that I'm looking at it, the animation's bad.
Yeah, there you go. Ooh, oh yeah, he's dead. Oh, he's dead.
Not enough gold in the world for this.
Oh, they got dead.
There was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
No, that was the best and coolest option.
Bollywood fights are fuck no. Bollywood fights are awesome. Bollywood fights are the most insane shit you've ever seen. I love Bollywood fights in movies.
This is funny jumping. Uh-oh.
We should head back. Solus is probably inside.
No, we should go this way. There's probably 10 gold over here somewhere.
Solus has been around longer than Manrathus itself.
No way, Manrathus has been here forever. Woo! Oh, close one. I thought I was playing the indie game for a second.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking stupid, is that there's no race-specific shit, right? He's playing a dwarf. That dwarf could have just walked in a straight line through that gap. That dwarf did not need to turn sideways.
The Tree of Galantis. I thought this was destroyed in the Elven Wars.
And I thought the demons were bad back in Marathas. The Fate's a mess this close.
Was that funny?
I'm a mage.
I'm a night elf mohawk.
Oh no! They killed that guy!
He's from the old Dragon Quest. Oh, never mind. He's still alive, even though he...
Yeah, of course he's alive. You can't just kill off Varric that early. You need to completely shit inside his character. You can't just kill him off in the beginning. They've learned this lesson about these things, right? You've got to keep the old characters around to drag them face first through the fucking mud and tarnish everything they were in previous games before.
He got stabbed in the throat.
You're okay, but I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse.
This is where people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow, we're here.
Yeah, it's unreal. Nev thought we should talk.
We should.
You know me? Do I?
She's a mage.
I'm a mage.
You have plants.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Except it didn't count.
We found Solus and stopped his ritual.
How many times are we going to recap the storyline?
While I was out cold.
Well, you see, you gotta understand, Donkey, we're too fucking stupid to remember 2 minutes beyond what's actually happened. I'm surprised this game isn't actually in vertical phone format, and it's just clips, and it's 15-second moments just cut together with funk music in the background. That's what I expect.
He showed up in my dream and...
Yeah, that just happened, I remember.
Except that dwarves don't dream, remember?
Yeah, I remember you said that 17 seconds ago.
Elganon and Gillinane.
The guys from Warhammer?
Elganon and Gillinane.
Now they've escaped.
No, that's Gork and Mork. Elganon and Gillinane are completely, like, invalid, and we're just throwing out fucking random names here.
Elven gods, Elganon and Gillinane have escaped.
By the way, did you know that the elven gods have escaped? Also, I need to tell you something. The elven gods have escaped. By the way.
Elven gods escaped from their prison. Solus is in your head. And we're...
There we go. Yeah, you know what I love is that Donkey didn't go for the low-hanging fruit, which is going for Marvel music and just going... These are all just Marvel-esque lines like I did. This guy is like at least 7 levels above me in 5D chess.
We're scrambling to figure out what to do.
Once you're in, you can't get out. But I think I can find a way out.
Kick him. I like the kicking. The kicking is fun. Now this guy is from Doom. We gotta kill this guy. Boom.
I hate how fucking generic the Darkspawn look now. I challenge you to make one of your vids 5 minutes. It's never happening, Yogi. I'm not taking that challenge because I'll lose.
Oh, they're all out of there.
Darkspawn.
That was pretty cool. Perform takedowns like God of War.
You know the worst part about the takedowns is, I like, fuck, this hurt me. I woke up last night in the middle of the night. My head popped off the fucking pillow because this was in my dream. And I was like, why are the takedowns just you diving at an enemy and doing a spinny attack? Why is there no actual interaction like in Doom or in God of War Ragnarok or anything where you actually have to interact with the enemy? Why is it just a spinny flippy attack? Like, how fucking low was the budget on this shit that your executor is just spinny flippy attack that doesn't connect half the time, but the enemy dies anyway?
Ow.
Bunch of artifacts that...
Artifacts, ancient artifacts. She was off looking for another artifact, and the artifact... These artifacts...
Please don't talk about the artifacts anymore.
But hold on, is the gameplay at least fun? Looks sort of fun, but the story looks utterly boring though. So there's something I have to say about the actual gameplay itself, and I can't say that the gameplay is boring, but there's something extremely concerning to me about the gameplay, and I'm gonna actually save it for when I do a first impressions, because I want to confirm this by playing this game more offline. And it'll probably make sense. I hope my conspiracy theory that I put out there will make sense when I make the video.
Please.
So what is this artifact we're looking for exactly?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite.
They had me in that opening with that bar fight. That was awesome. Remember that?
What kind of artifact shows up in an armory?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
If I want to hear about artifacts, I'll play the game Artifact, which got shut down because nobody wants to hear about that shit.
It's all right. Talking has helped.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again...
The fucking Marvel lines. Oh. Man, the fucking it's so like jarring to think about these Marvel-esque lines in this fantasy setting. Do you have a VR headset? I don't, but I'm considering getting one when I can afford it soon. Because I want to do some weird shit in VR. I'm not gonna reveal any of my plans just in case it doesn't work out, and then it's a disappointment. Sounds like they need an artifact drinking game. Maybe they do. Maybe they do, actually.
I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
This is what I'm talking about. It's excruciating to sit through these voice lines. It is so fucking painful.
Was that funny?
What does that crystal do?
It's an artifact.
Keeps the artifact powered. It's kind of my thing. Fixing magical stuff.
That's what her character is.
Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight. And the Darkspawn.
And the Gully Man. And the artifact. And we're gonna have to keep recapping the storyline 50 more times.
You're back. And you're alive. Good.
It's good that you're alive. It would be bad if you died. Get up there. Oh, no.
This video is actually making me realize how much worse the dialogue is than even I thought.
Dwarves can't swim, that's right.
Dwarves can't be possessed.
Dwarves have never used magic. We can't.
Then why the fuck
racist.
did I pick dwarf? I'm going back to Black Ops.
Why does it look like everyone has cheek fillers? So they ran out of budget when animating the face, and so every character, Soulman, is this from Mass Effect. Every character is this. Literally every character.
All right, what happened? To who? To whom? And your goddamn father. Sorry, my
Every
face is
character is
tired
this.
from dealing with everything. And right now, I just want to know what happened with Alec. Not how he died. I pulled those logs. What happened with Pathfinder?
Fuck, man. That's the standard face. That is every face. That's what every face feels like in fucking Dragon Age Veilguard. I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was like one guy who knew how to do facial animations and they fired that with one person and now everyone's trying to figure it the fuck out, but they don't know what they're doing. But that is every single character that I've seen so far. It's excruciating. It's excruciating. I think at some point Veilguard was supposed to be a co-op multiplayer live service. Probably, and then they realized that was going to fail and then they pivoted on its head. I wouldn't be surprised if you're right about that. Oh shit, your 1 hour video is live. Fuck, I'm gonna have to watch that off stream, or I'm gonna have to save that for another day. I can't mooch your views when it's only been 41 minutes. That would be horrible. I'll respectfully wait 2 weeks. Save it for another day. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go through it and get mad at every single thing that you put in there because I know you misquoted me. I know you probably did that thing where you cut out 2 hours of my unsolicited opinions on Israel that I gave. I know you did it. All because you care about your monetization. You bastard. Okay, let's see what people have to say about Veilguard. Veilguard is a massive letdown, but why? Let's see. Co-Carnage. I respect this guy's opinions on things. Instant regrets his decision. I don't think that's a review. Dragon Age Veilguard. Dragon Age Veilguard is hilariously bad. Best dialogue in modern gaming. Okay, we've shit on the dialogue enough. Absolute State. Okay, the Critical Gamer. Is this like the... Oh, is this like the alternative channel of the Critical Drinker? I didn't know he had that. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. Those three look good.
It is a fairly solid game. It just feels a bit safe and is not for everyone.
Dragon Age the Veilguard is a colossal disappointment. I really can't put it any other way.
Much less of an RPG than it is like an action-adventure game.
Okay, so it's not just me who feels this way. It's not just me. Metatron is good too, but more of a history guy. Hold
This
on.
video is brought to you by...
Ooh, that's a 40-minute review. We're gonna pass on that one. Harris, I'm gonna pass on that one. You can send that to me later. I'll watch that offline.
Game with some RPG mechanics.
Don't ever let anyone dictate how you feel about a video game.
Yes.
So I've played this game now for about 8 hours, and I now have a pretty good idea about my initial feelings of this game. Now, I do need to say that I know this game is long, and I don't know how I'm going to feel at the end of it, so we will most likely make another thoughts video when I am done. But I'm getting the question all the time.
This is a brave man. He's doing what I can't. He can suffer through this all the way to the end. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've seen enough and it hurts me. It hurts me deep inside as like a massive Dragon Age fan. Huge Dragon Age fan. It hurts me too much. I can't do it. I can't ruin the memory of this game for me.
What do I think of this game? I'm going to make a quick video giving you my thoughts. Dragon Age Veilguard is fine. It's pretty. It runs well. The combat is engaging. The overall story arc at this point, as a Dragon Age fan, I am really enjoying. The sound design is...
I disagree with him, but I think that's probably... That's like all of this is personal opinion, and if he's enjoying it, good for him. At least someone's enjoying it.
Pretty good. And if you take it exactly for what it is fine. Now, when I say fine, that means some parts of it are good or even above good. Oh!
Okay.
I thought it was going to do like a big smashy there. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful game. And it actually runs really well.
It is very pretty. I'll give him that. It is very pretty.
Oh.
Except the characters' faces. Those are hideous.
Oh, look at that. Damn. That's cool. Yeah, one of my favorite parts about this game so far is looking around the environments. That's for sure. The voice acting also. The voice acting is pretty great.
Food later? Oh, yes, please.
I think si das ikonia
You know what? I don't actually disagree with him. I think the voice actors did the best they could with what they had. But it's not a voice actor's job to write the lines that they have to say. If you take a V12 engine and strap it to a fucking bicycle, you're not going to go very fast. or go anywhere for very long. But it's still a high-performance engine. So if I think about it, I can't blame the voice actors for doing their job. But I can sure as fuck blame the writers who made the good voice actors read bad lines and kill the fucking lore of the game like that and make it feel like slop.
In fact, most characters, the delivery is so good that sometimes it can trump the part that I don't like, which I'm about to talk about. But the big thing about this game that is I don't want to say grating, but it's wearing on me. And the big thing about this game that's wearing on
I love these scenes of Harding. You can tell she's a top-tier wifeable woman because she only needed to be told once. I've heard plenty of examples where VA does an amazing in one game and then sounds awful in another, comes down the direction.
On me a little bit is the quality of the writing.
It's all a little strange.
It's incredibly unnatural, it's very forced, and it's very basic. And where in previous games, I would look forward to characters talking to each other or telling me bits about the world, I kind of dread when it happens in this game because it feels so homogenized, basic, and frankly like I'm being talked to like a child.
Yeah, okay, here's a good example, right, of what he's saying right there about how fucking low tier the writing is, right? I'm gonna play you one scene from the Arashock in Dragon Age 2, right? Let me see if I can find it.
I have seen every vice and weakness of your kind, and how few of you take responsibility. Your Viscount remains a fool, but you are not. Panahedan, Hawk, I will keep one good thought about your kind.
Right? He says shit like that, right? Where you can see there's multiple levels of thinking that's going through the Arashock's head. Right? There's a point in the game where you talk to him and he says, "Farewell, Hawk. I do not hope you die." Right? Now, I had to actually sit there and think about this when I was younger, and I was like, why did he say it in that mannerism? And the whole idea behind it was he said it in that mannerism because it's not like he gives a shit about you, but he's basically telling you, I hope everyone in this fucking city dies, but you're okay. You're okay enough that I don't hope you die. Right? And so you get these like multiple levels of actually learning exactly what the Arashock is thinking. And this was like a ton of characters had this kind of nuance, except Anders. Fuck Anders. That guy was retarded. But he was like almost retarded on purpose. So it was forgivable from a writing perspective because Anders is just, he's a fucking fundamentalist mage who's just a complete dipshit and convinces me that all mages needed to be in cages and the Quinari were right from the beginning. Yeah. So it's like there's this level of complexity. Everything I've seen in Dragon Age Veilguard so far, from my own personal opinion, is it's like I feel like it's a kindergarten teacher who's in a class of 5 Down syndrome retards, and she's trying to get them to not eat their own shit.
They're constantly just, they're not adding to the scenes when they talk.
Yeah.
They're making sure you know what's going on. They're making sure you understand it. It's basic dialogue.
It's patronizing is what it is.
Designed to deliver information, not to deliver an immersive narrative experience.
Thanks for letting me babble, by the way.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems with this game.
This is the writers of this game saying you are too fucking stupid to understand anything aside from level 1. You are incapable of reading between the lines.
The dialogue in this game is not immersive dialogue.
It's not.
It is vehicular dialogue. And that is the term that I would use for Dragon Age Veilguard. It is not Baldur's Gate 3. It is
Yeah,
not
it's not.
cyberpunk. It is not writing to make you feel like you're in the world. It is writing to project you forward or make sure you know what you need to continue on. It feels like tutorial writing.
This is a dangerous job. Everyone knew that signing on.
That's fair.
There's so much to do. We have to keep going.
It feels like it's not there to add, it's there to confirm that you know what's going on. And that works in some games. That's
doesn't.
okay in some games.
It's okay in very basic games, but this is a hyper-specific lore-based story that needs to survive on its lore and its character writing, because the characters are why you continue to write the game, like play the game. I would put this game in the same category as Baldur's Gate 3, despite the combat being so fucking different. I have such a hard time imagining BioWare game where I dislike the companions, but everything I've seen of Veilguard, they seem terrible. They seem, so far from what I've seen of the characters, is they all feel inconsequential. They all feel like I'm not talking to a human, I'm talking to a mannequin with a tape recording strapped to it. That's what it feels like. The UI and ability sets are getting shorter and simpler with each title. What is the next dialogue level on Dragon Age 6? There's not going to be a Dragon Age 6 because this game probably, at least from my first impression of this, I hope I'm wrong, my first impression tells me that they killed the fucking game. They killed the story. They killed the Dragon Age series. This game's been Star Wars'd.
But this is an immersive, large role-playing game. You are playing a role.
And guess what? You don't even get to decide what role you're playing, because I've been trying to be a dick from the very beginning, and the game won't let me be a fucking dickhead. Guess what? In Dragon Age 2 and Origins, you want to be a fucking cock? The game will let you do that. Here, not at all. There's no moral ambiguity, and that's really disappointing.
Granted, you could say it's an action role-playing game, but still, you are a person, and you need to be treated as that role. But the dialogue is not treating us as Rook, the leader of the resistance. I'm not being talked to like an adult who's leading people. I'm being talked to like I'm a kid that needs to have his hand held through every area, and that I never get to play that role.
Damn. Saying that, he's wrong about nothing. He hit the nail on the head with that shit.
So that's where the big thing is with this game. I feel like they've over-gamed it. And by over-gaming it, by making the dialogue so vehicular, they have significantly reduced all the stuff that I feel a lot of us love in these games, which is getting lost in them. We love to get lost in these games. I want to be Rook, but I can't be Rook when I pull up to a dock and I get 3 sentences from a person explaining what a dock is and why there should be boats there and they're not.
The dock usually has people bringing goods to market.
That is what
bartering
docks do,
and
yes.
shouting. It's always busy.
Thank you. I've been to it. I've been to a dock. You know, it's one thing to pull up to an area and have.
Yeah. Okay. Ko's being too hard there. You see, the thing is, he doesn't understand that to a bunch of writers in the Dragon Age office, docking is the act of 2 men placing their penises together and moving their foreskin over each other's dicks, right? And so they need to clarify that they're not talking about that kind of dock in this game, right? That's what they're trying to clarify, and it's really, really important because the writers don't understand the difference, so they think that you're not going to understand the difference.
The person say, oh, it's a dock. There should be boats here, and it's empty. And it's another thing to pull up and be like, oh, it's this dock. I was here 4 years ago. It was packed with people. I had a shop over there, and I remember this flooding with areas, and now I can't believe it's this empty. Like, one of those is a character expressing emotion over something they lost. The other is delivering information, like I just looked it up on Wikipedia. So it's weird. It's weird. So and that happens all the time, where I feel like I'm being educated or told.
Is that fucking Isabella? No fucking way that's Isabella. Please don't tell me that's Isabella. Oh, please don't tell me that's Isabella. It is. I just saw the line. Okay, I just saw. Oh, fuck, man. God damn it. They took the sex princess pirate and made her hideous. She's literally someone who thrives off of using her fucking sexuality against people. That was part of the point of Isabella. That was her character.
That's Isabella. She now has a bicorn hat. Ha ha.
The part of the character of Isabella was using her feminine wiles to get her way. That's what made her such a fucking threat as a pirate. If I think about Dragon Age 2, that was part of her character. Now we're dealing with this shit? What the fuck? She looks like fucking a 4-year-old recreated her using Play-Doh so he could put her in the microwave to fuck her while she's warm. God damn it. For reference, for people who don't understand. This used to be Isabella. This shit used to be Isabella. That right there. Honkers to the fucking stars. The first 2 times I played through Dragon Age 2, I didn't even know what her face looked like. God damn. The fuck did they do to Isabella? Jesus Christ.
Or told. It's really hard to take a game like this seriously when we live in a world of Baldur's Gate 3s and Cyberpunks. It's really tough when there's this much of a schism, where it's like, where some games do it so well, and then other games just don't. And I do need to point out at this point, we're talking about one facet of Veilguard. I know you guys are probably going like, oh, Co hates Dragon Age Veilguard, this is terrible, blah, blah, blah. But no, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this one part of Veilguard is so bad that it kind of drags down the other parts, and that stinks. And the reason I make videos like this is for the very small chance that
I'm saying that it drags down the rest of the game because it's one of the most fundamentally important parts of the game. You can't have a game like this and have this be dog shit. Do you know that the Kunari face used on some thumbnails on the YouTube videos, why does it look like the Act Man? Hold on. What do you mean it looks like the Act Man? Please don't be a dick. Oh no! I don't know, guys. But I can imagine this face with his voice. Oh god, I was not prepared for that. Holy shit! Oh fuck, you threw me off so fucking much. You should watch this scene if you won't finish the game. I'm gonna finish the game, but I'm gonna do it offline because it's gonna be boring to watch.
One day, somebody in a decision point sees a video like this and goes, "Oh, maybe we're better off taking risks instead of homogenizing our product through a broader audience," which is what I feel like is going on in this case. I feel like when we get dialogue like this in games, it's because it's being brought down to such a basic level that everyone will be able to understand it. They don't want to take risks. And we need to make sure devs know we don't like that. We don't play games.
Yeah, someone needs to tell these fucking devs and these writers, just because you've got 2 fucking brain cells and 3 of them are on holiday, doesn't mean the rest of us do. Fire that piece of shit and get someone who can actually write a good story. God damn it, find an 18-year-old. I bet there are people online right fucking now, who would write better fan fiction than the shit that we got out of this game. Get them. Go get them to write this stuff. I bet their dialogue, as they could be fucking talk about Sonichu and fucking their own mom like they're Christian, and it'll be more interesting dialogue than what we got.
Games for safe. We don't play games for homogenized dialogue. That is not why we like games. We like games because they surprise us and they make us think and they give us things we're not expecting. and they're interesting because we haven't done them 50 times before. That's why we like these games. The main story in this game is doing that for me. This is really cool.
I haven't gotten far enough to comment on the main story, so I wouldn't know.
Cool to look at. Like, this area is nasty. This is the best the Blight's ever looked. I can say that with certainty. Which is why I'm still playing this game.
I just had a thought. I need to double check something. Maybe I'm wrong. I've just had a thought. I don't know if I'm misremembering this. But all that blight and shit, it kind of makes me feel like I'm going through some of the areas in a really, really old PlayStation game called Resistance, where you go through some of the alien areas, and I just want to double check whether, like, I'm misremembering this or not. But some of the areas in Resistance, especially the alien areas, gave me the same kind of vibe. And maybe I'm just misremembering this. It looks like I am. Because there's the derelict city parts. But the blight, I don't know, something about the blight in Dragon Age, the way they've built it, makes me think of every single kind of corruption that creeps over everything ever.
I'm a huge Dragon Age fan. The main story and the stuff happening in it right now at the 8 to 10 hour mark, I'm engaged in. I like it. So, like, let's just take that kind of thing and be a little riskier and more interesting with the writing, and this could be a damn decent, like, we could be having a completely different type of video right now. But yeah, that's kind of where we are. That's my thoughts on this. I'm going to continue playing it. I'm still enjoying it.
What a strong man.
Probably going to focus the main story. Like, I feel weird saying that in a DA game, but the companion quests and stuff in these games, like, we may do some to check them, but I'm.
Ooh. He doesn't want to touch the companion quests. He just wants to blast his way through the main. Oh. Oh, that's not a good sign.
I don't know. I don't know what my. All I know for sure is that as of now, I plan on finishing the main story because I do want to see what the main story has to offer. I do love Solus. I love the characters. I want to see what's going to happen to him. But yeah, that's where we are. So anyway, TLDR. Thoughts on Dragon Age Veilguard. Some really good parts that are unfortunately obfuscated by some really lackluster parts. The total package, if you can bear with the bad parts, is not a bad game. But if you are playing Dragon Age Veilguard...
I think I disagree on his overall assessment, but I can't blame him for it. That's his personal opinion.
For the immersion, for the immersive dialogue, for the same reasons you super enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3, you can't hate on someone for not liking this game. Keep that in mind. It's totally valid to not like this game. You don't need to shout people down that say that. But it's also not valid to say the game is complete garbage. Because there's parts of this game that are actually pretty damn good. So it's a mixed bag. It's a real mixed...
I don't know. Maybe I need to play more of it. He's probably got a more, like, informed opinion than I do.
It's again, there's parts that are really good and there are parts that are just really not. But I'd say the overall picture, it's definitely, for me so far, it's been worth playing. The combat and stuff is fun enough to where it's worth playing. And we'll kind of see if that keeps up all the way to the end. Anyway, that's it. I hope this helps in what little way. I do want to end this video by saying the best decision that you can make on a game like this is your own. Use this video and many others to educate yourself and inform yourself, and most importantly, watch streams and make your own opinion. Don't let somebody tell you how this game is. You've never played it. You don't know.
Agreed.
Don't ever let anyone dictate how you feel about a video game. Because frankly, that's not fair to you. And you may miss something that you actually might really like. So don't do that.
Agreed, but it is worth looking at gameplay and trying to ignore the person commenting on it. Like me, you should probably ignore me commenting on it. But look at gameplay, look at the story, see if it's going to be for you. Because guess what? He's taking this from the perspective of You might enjoy this game, so you might as well go out and buy it. I'm taking this from the perspective of, this game's not worth $70. Maybe you want to find out some gameplay shit and some story shit. You don't have to find out everything. You don't have to spoil the game for yourself, but maybe you need to see enough that you think, damn, maybe that $70 is not worth this game. Dialogue is a big part of it. This ain't Fortnite or Call of Duty, fair. Play this game for 15 hours, it's burning trash. Don't ever let anyone tell you not to let anybody tell you how to feel about the video game. Damn. Listen, we're not playing four-dimensional chess here. I'm still playing checkers. Let's see if he has an update video after 4 days. He does not. Interesting. Okay. Next one. Dragon Age Veilguard is hilariously bad. I'm starting to notice a trend on how people feel about this video game. And I think Ko is probably being the most positive person out there.
Anybody there?
No, but he's out of the aggro range. He's out of the aggro range.
Must be my imagination.
No, he's good. He's out of the aggro range, so it's all good.
Some for you.
Okay, so this is the character. I haven't met them yet in game. This is the character that people have the biggest problem with, from what I can tell.
Hey, don't be a dick. That was for the little one. Stupid birds.
Of course. Of course, that's what this game was missing. Oh. It needed a laugh track. It all makes sense now. They should have called it the Big Dragon Theory and just thrown a laugh track in the background. God damn. Thank you, Nike, for making a video that now makes me understand this game.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again,
See?
I also
So
didn't
much
expect
better.
to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
Oh, he fixed it. What a legend. Where's this mod? We need this in mod format, please.
Mara Namra Benarie Bala. Juto.
What the fuck?
Not using.
What the fuck was that? I don't even understand what happened there.
Or fire in front of the Antam. I will prepare potions for you to take. Would you prefer ginger or lavender?
Was that his cut, or was that like... Was that his cut, or was that like the actual dialogue uncut?
The ginger.
We have to keep going. Let's get through here. Those two statues are the spare key. Line up the symbols.
Oh. I will give it this. All the puzzles I've seen so far are fucking retarded. Like they are made for a 2-year-old. I remember being a kid playing Math Wizards. Wait, no, it wasn't Math Wizards. It was... Hold on. It was this game. It was the Fisher-Price Great Adventures Castle. This one right here was more complex than the puzzles in Dragon Age Veilguard. That shit right there. Damn, that was good in comparison to the puzzles in Dragon Age. Takes me back. this is. I don't know if he's just smash cut together the things that are just the absolute worst in this game, but fuck, this is putting suicidal thoughts in my head. Did I already react to Crobat's Dead Rising remaster? I haven't. I'm gonna save that for a different day when it's a little bit more relevant. Inclusion means including the dumbest audience. Man, fuck. These are not the dumbest audience. I didn't know that we were including fucking animals. Like, I'm not talking about the smart ones. I'm talking about, like, goddamn chickens, right? I feel like we're trying to, like, make games so diverse that animals can fucking play games now. Because, Jesus Christ, I'm pretty sure a smart enough beetle could probably look at this and figure this out. Hey, Fatty, how's the stream? It's going good. Razazek. Don't know how to say your name, goddammit.
Your lord demands death.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad AI. That is such fucking bad AI. God damn. Oh, that's painful to see. Hold on. LGBT stuff is fine if it's not forced. Here's the thing about the LGBT stuff, right? No one cares. No one actually genuinely cares about the LGBT HDTV, LMNOP, QRSTV shit that you find in video games. And I'll tell you why. Because if they cared, Baldur's Gate 3 wouldn't be as popular as it is. No one gave a shit when that was happening before, because anyone who was like gay or bi or whatever, or something you can't understand, was still a character. They were still interesting. Play Dragon Age Origins and meet Zevran, right? And dude's a gay little elf boy, but he's still interesting. And you don't really care about his sexuality unless you're planning to fuck him in game. But you don't care about his sexuality because he's an interesting person to interact with. The problem is, all of these characters are brain-dead identity slop, where a character's identity is their entire personality. We have mapped a fruit fly brain down to the molecular level, so yes, we can 100% accurately predict how a fruit fly would play this game. Joe, what you're telling me is that a fruit fly would attempt to commit suicide after playing this game for 5 hours. Oh man, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. That's worse than I thought.
Your lord demands death.
Oh, that's so bad. And now you're gonna drown. There we go.
Hey, I've seen this one. I've
That's
seen
New
this
World.
one. This is a classic.
Oh shit! No, it's not even New World. He's going back to San Andreas. Not San Andreas. Fuck, what was the one before that? Vice City, I think.
Sorry, I ramble sometimes. I'm a rambler. Ruined a lot of relationships. Most of the people I've been with didn't care for it. And I'm doing it. Again.
Yeah. Thank God he put that laugh track in. It really fixes it. I can't thank this man enough for making this palpable by putting a laugh track in here.
Dragon hunters and see what turns up. Come talk to me in a bit.
And I've been corresponding with someone about the lighthouse's reverberative oscillations and the resulting dimensional peculiarities. Oh, sorry. Not relevant. I'll get a message through to a Fade expert immediately.
See, Rook? Nothing to worry about.
Fuck, that was hard to sit through. I hope that's just a smash cut of the absolute worst parts, and like other parts of the game are better than that. Just delete the game out of your library. I want to make a first impressions of it, Ashura. a talking head first impressions of it, because I think there's some points that people are avoiding because it's so easy to look at Veilguard and just get like caught up in the DEI shit. Where's that big booba manga? Which one? I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. I'm still recovering from the stroke that gave me. All right, let's see what Critical Drinker has to say about it. Then I think we can move on. Dialogue is interesting. Top notch. Okay.
It's not just about
Okay.
power. Solus has messed up Algernon's plans before. Nothing's bigger than dragons. But they're clever enough to take flight once they smell danger. Algernon smelled danger.
Whatever the reason, we made it through. And this time, no dragon escaped.
Thanks to Tosh.
That's why we recruited her.
Actually, Tosh uses them for themselves now.
They asked us to let folks know, so now you do.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you for telling me. That's why we
Something tells me this game is not going to be very popular in the Middle East. I'm not sure why. But something tells me that if any of the people who worked on this game fly into any Arab country that is predominantly Islamic, they may find themselves tossed off of a rooftop and marked by the government as a suicide. God damn. You know what the worst part about it is? If I think about it, they didn't even give you the choice of what your character says at that moment. There was no dialogue.
OMG, is this Dragon Age Gain All Guard? Holy shit it is. It's the new game of the year. I'm glad this game is game of the year over Black Myth Wukong. That just shows that privileged white people truly know better than Asian game developers. Or the black people we think monkeys represent.
So I'm pretty sure this game was written by...
I'm pretty sure this game was written by a room full of white women and maybe one Asian or black chick.
Maybe. You may be right about that. But one Asian or black chick might be pushing it. That might be pushing it because, you know, what these very ultra, like, you know, progressive people like to do is they like to observe from a distance and then speak for others. They don't allow others to speak for themselves. They can't do that. You see, these people in particular believe that other races outside of themselves are subhuman, and therefore they, as the enlightened greater being, need to speak for them. So I'm not quite sure there was a black chick or an Asian girl in there somewhere. I'm pretty sure these are the people that feel like excessive white guilt. Fuck me.
recruited them.
So what's our next move, Rook? Arlethan, right?
I'm pulling a barf!
Wow. Holy fresh fucking shit, that was bad. Oh my god. That's fucking devastatingly bad dialogue. That's so much worse than I thought it would be. Oh god. Dragon Age is dead. Dragon Age is fucking dead. It's over. The series is over. It's never coming back after that shit. Fuck me. Where's the meme of the white family kneeling to black people as an apology to slavery? Listen, you didn't have to come in here and be perfectly accurate about this game, okay? You didn't have to do that. But I appreciate you for it. Oh, that was bad. I think my multi-chat broke again. I think my multi-chat saw that dialogue and decided, yo, I'm out. That's enough for me today. So I haven't been seeing the YouTube messages. So I'm just gonna pop this out so I can actually see the messages. Because I think I've been ignoring them. Oh no! Oh no! Oh fuck! And the worst part is Dragon Age is one of my favorite series. It was so good. Did you see the push-up scene? I'm not sure. I want to.
Rose, did you see the push-up scene?
I'm really not sure I want to right now.
A lot of people, I was pretty excited at the prospect of a new Dragon Age game. I mean, I'd played Inquisition back in the day, and while it wasn't the deepest or most sophisticated RPG ever, it was still a fun game with some decent characters, a detailed world, and a rewarding combat system.
Any real man out there plundered Cassandra's pussy, let's be honest, yeah. Any real man out there was like, it's time. It's time to see how much punishment the tank can really take.
System that kept me reliably amused for a few weeks.
Yep.
BioWare have a mostly decent reputation as a game developer, and they'd been working on this thing for almost 10 years, so surely the Veilguard would turn out to be their magnum opus.
I could kiss you right now. I'm going to kiss you right now.
Why does the dialogue keep getting worse? It's like unending. You think it's like you're at the bottom and you just keep going.
Josephine is superior romance.
Listen here, Filter. I understand that some people are sexually attracted to border hopping pussy, but that's you, dude. No, Josephine's not a bad option. I can't be mad at you for that. But god damn it. Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, how wrong I was. At least according to the reviews that I've read, the gameplay footage and the excruciating cutscenes I've had to endure. As best as I can tell, the Veilguard is basically a perfect microcosm of everything that's bad in modern gaming. Tedious and simplistic combat, uninspired level design, shallow storylines, horrendous character animations, and conversations that feel more like a group therapy session for the writers than some—
Oh my god, hold on. But once I was able to be honest with myself, it was a relief to figure out I was trans. Why the fuck are they using modern language in a fantasy game? At this rate of digging,
we'll end up
no.
in China soon.
No, you can't, because in China they make better video games, Super God. Fuck, I wish they'd dig to China. Oh, fucking Christ. It's so much worse than I thought. Oh, Jesus. I thought the people were like online were like doing that thing where they just overreact to shit. And it wasn't actually this bad. Oh my God. Gotta watch Isabella do some push-ups. Oh, fuck me. What happened?
something that real people would ever say.
I'm glad the Lords of Fortune have Tarsh's back.
Oh, Tarsh isn't the first non-binary member of the Lords.
Non-binary? Why are we using 2024 language in the fantasy fucking game? Fuck me. Oh my god, I'm coming up with brand new ways of suicide in my head right now just listening to this.
Really?
It was a little before your time, but Horlicks was one of ours. Huh. Bastard looked better than I did in a dress or pants. And out of them too.
Honestly, guys, walk me through your thought process on this one. How exactly did you imagine a scene like this was going to go down with your average gamer who's a bit tired of modern culture and just wants some escapist entertainment in a world of fantasy and adventure? And don't get me wrong here, that's not to say you can't tackle subjects like this, it's just that it has to be handled properly.
no!
You can't just beat the player over the head with the writer's own personal angst and hang-ups. Why is this game so obsessed with gender and identity anyway? Oh, okay. You know, you can always...
Yeah, that'll explain it. Look at the watch time on this fucking chart, and everyone's just pausing right here to be like, look at this fucking piece of shit. Look at this sack of shit. The watch time and the fucking place that's most replayed. Everyone's like, I'm burning this face into my mind because if I ever see this person attached to a game, I'm not playing it. Gender mans. Oh no! Oh fuck me! I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind entirely. Dragon Age deserves to die. Queerosexual gendermancer. Game director of Dragon Age Veilguard. BioWare EA trans rights BLM. Oh no! Hold on. I just gotta look something up real quick. You see the 7-year-old list? You see that shit? Better add BioWare to that. It's time to update the list, boys. It's time. Oh, it's another one down the drain. Bullfrog, top tier studio bought by EA, gone. Westwood, again, top tier shit, gone. Origin Systems, gone. I don't even know this one. Pandemic Studios, fucking all of these. It's time to update the list. BioWare gonna be on this list next year. Does BioWare... Hold on. Ooh. The one-day chart is not looking good if you're dropping from 160 to 157.
I can't wait for Mass Effect 4. Gender biotics.
Thank God I'm seeing this right now, because what I need to do is I need to take out a short position. I need to take out a short position really fucking soon on EA. Like tomorrow, I need to take out a huge short over-leverage position. Oh, god damn. So buy EA now. Absolutely not. Short EA. When that quarterly report comes in, and they see how few people fucking bought and paid for Dragon Age. You mean sell? Yes, short. I'm talking about derivative markets where you can leverage your position by like 10x and just be like fucking as disgustingly irresponsible as possible. Gamble on it losing.
Okay. You know, you can always tell when characters have been written by people like this because they all have a high degree of what I can best describe as acute pussification syndrome. It's like taking a regular person and carefully sanding away every rough edge to produce something as safe and unthreatening and inoffensive as possible. They all display the same blandly agreeable mannerisms, the same chirpy, non-confrontational attitude, the same weirdly desperate politeness, like they're all meeting each other for the first time at some corporate seminar.
I bet you that what he's talking about here is exactly how these people in this game studio talk to each other. The thing is, I'm sure they could have... Hold on. Thing is, I'm sure they could have made a psychological story game set in the modern age which focuses on LGBT BBQ stuff, and it would have had its own niche market, but instead they chose to self-insert into an existing fan. Of course they did. You got to remember that these writers are creatively bankrupt, so they're not capable of coming up with their own shit. So they have to hop on an existing franchise and write it into the fucking ground because they're incapable of writing anything with any level of nuance.
It all feels so fake and forced and soulless, like the writers are so terrified of having their characters say or do anything that might offend someone that they've basically scrubbed away every trace of personality. And it completely misses the essence of what friendships are supposed to be. There's no spark, no warmth, no fire, no humanity. Friends don't always agree with everything that you say, they don't share your opinions on every issue, and they don't just benignly nod and smile when you start demanding to be treated as—
And hold on, how diverse is that writing team? I bet they don't have one. You know what? We've had more than one comment about that, so let's see if we can find the BioWare team. Let's see if we can get an image of the BioWare Dragon Age team. Now that's an old picture. That's a really old picture. I need a modern, updated picture of the entire BioWare team right now. Studios, we've got Austin and Edmonton. Canadia's top employees, I don't care about that. Show me a fucking picture of the people. I don't think we're gonna find a picture. I think this is probably better. For their own benefit, I think this is probably the right move by BioWare. Because they probably understood that no one wants this to be associated with their name. Except the one fucking idiot who's a gendermancer.
certain way. Friends are supposed to be honest with each other, and that often means speaking their minds and disagreeing about stuff, and maybe ultimately finding some common grounds. They also tend to make fun of each other, especially men, and that is not a bad thing. It's an important sign that they feel comfortable enough to share that kind of easygoing banter and honesty. If your so-called group of friends all treat you with kid gloves and are super polite and agreeable whenever you're around, then you should be on your guard because it's a sure sign they either don't like or don't trust you. Scenes like this and so many others I've seen from this game feel more like a group role-playing session at a company getaway where everyone's trying to act funny and natural but desperately hoping not to say or do anything controversial that will get them in trouble.
Oh yeah.
It's the same story with the supposedly romantic moments, like this scene that made me
I'm going to say this from personal experience without revealing names. The people who acted like that the most, this is personal experience, so don't take this as this is everywhere. The people who acted like that the most that I witnessed when going into companies and assisting them, most of them were guilty of some form of sexual assault on their coworkers.
cringed so hard my spinal column practically separated from my body.
I could kiss you right now. I'm going to kiss you right now.
Really? Here's a pro tip, ladies and gentlemen. Announcing that you're about to kiss someone right before doing it is possibly the single biggest turn-off a human being can experience, especially when it's delivered in a tone of voice that doesn't contain a single atom of romantic passion or physical attraction. This is a first kiss written by people that have never kissed another adult human being in their entire lives.
Yeah, this reads like fan fiction, you know, like when kids are like 14 and they're like, I ride up on my motorcycle and I fight 5 bad guys, and then the lady who is there who is getting beaten by the bad guys falls in love with me. That's what this kind of writing feels like. You should try and find a review from an actual LG person. I wonder what their perspective is. If you can find one for me, fuck it, I'll look at it. I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look at that post now as well.
It's romance if it were conceived by a corporate HR consultant, and it's so goddamn soul-destroying to think this is how humans are supposed to get on with each other. This is how you think friends act around each other? This is how you think men and women hook up? This is the most feminine you think a female body can look? All of this
I bet she's got a clit like a thumb.
think a female body can look? All of this awkward, preachy, ham-fisted nonsense just plays into the growing backlash against games that incorporate anything even resembling progressive themes and ideas, and that's a real shame because there's so much potential for great storytelling there if only it could be properly realised. Gamers aren't as ignorant and close-minded as you might think, but they care deeply about their hobby and they're very aware of anyone who would try to use it as a platform for...
Why the fuck is she doing push-ups?
The message.
Yeah.
And maybe that's a lesson that BioWare are about to learn the hard way. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Fuck, that's bad. That's so fucking bad. Oh man, it just keeps getting... Oh wow, fuck, holy shit. Okay. Okay, that explains a lot. Damn, I don't even need to play the video, that explains a lot. Whoo, that explains a fuck ton. 1, 2, 3, 3. I declare someone. Oh dear God. Play the video. Okay, I'm gonna play the video. I wanna line up the other one, right? Of that one clip of Asmongold, because apparently that's worth it. Where was it? We've looked at a few of these now. Where's Asmongold's clip? It's this one. And then we'll line up that one that you guys
Maker's
said.
panties. I was so...
Hold on. Fuck. Okay, it just gets worse. I feel like I'm in a... okay. For a while, I was a private pilot, right? And there's something you can enter when you're a private pilot called a graveyard spin. And if you're flying IF, which is instruments, right? Graveyard spins are incredibly dangerous because you can't see what the fuck you're doing, right? I feel like I'm in a graveyard spiral right now, heading straight towards the goddamn ground. I sent you an image you should actually show on stream. The NDA for officially
Rose, I
reviewing...
sent you an image you actually should show on stream of the NDA for officially reviewing Velgard.
I swear to God, if this is another fucking Char having sex with an Asura. Okay, it's not. Okay, I'll take a look at that after these.
All right, next up we have Seb.
Daddy issues.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember him.
Zevron, coolest gay dude in Dragon Age Origins. If you don't remember him, you're not a true fan. Fuck off. Don't dev the next game.
I don't remember much about him.
Fucking hell.
I don't remember, but I think banish. Just
fucking Christ. They don't even remember Zevron.
stay away. A lot of red flags. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I can't go romance with this one, right? He wouldn't be into it. So
he's gay.
I'll go befriend.
Okay, cool.
Fucking Christ. They fucking shit. They can't even they don't even know the law of the game. No wonder they didn't link it to anything past Inquisition. Oh Jesus. Turn on the fucking TV, any channel. They hit the second BioWare game. This is so bad. You can see that white guy's face in the interview. Is just like, the fuck are they even saying? That white guy is there like, which one of these bitches can I convince to suck my cock? Which one of these women can I emotionally manipulate hard enough to fuck them in the office? And if that dude could fucking keep his dick in his pants and maybe stop being such a goddamn weenie, maybe we'd have a good goddamn game instead. There's no way this dude's gay, because I'm sorry, gay dudes take way better care of themselves than that dude. I'm sorry, they took way better care of themselves. You can't call that dude gay. He's just a fucking weenie. He's not actively saying that he's gay, so they can't tell. Yeah, no, they can't tell because he's not fucking doing a handstand with no pants on, spreading his fucking cheeks on the screen. Because they never played the games because they're too fucking stupid to do their research for their job. Jesus Christ. This just keeps getting worse.
Proud.
Oh,
shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
Fuck me.
What are you doing?
Pulling a barb.
Oh. Okay.
What the fuck is that?
A barb? Tradition in the Lords of Fortune from one of our old members, Barv. Good guy, but like most of us, his plans went sideways a lot. Bad blood among your crews, not good for morale, but there's not always time for big, drawn-out apologies. So
oh, holy shit. It's fucking... She's self-flagellating over the fucking fact... Oh, my Christ. You know what's really funny about that after seeing the Zevran clip is there's quite literally a line that Zevran says that is like, although he finds self-flagellation a turn on, we don't have time for it right now. He quite literally says that. And oh my fucking Christ.
when one of us screws up and we know we screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a barb.
I saw the school.
Holy shit.
Now this is how you bring some excitement to the International Championship of Collegiate Golf.
She had a week's worth of lunch and lost it.
Oh my god, I can't even laugh at this anymore. This just keeps getting worse. So you're betting on the woman pendant. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Joe. My god, well, how is this happening?
Gender identity options. Oh my, uh-oh, here we go.
Okay, that's not so
Take
bad.
a long, hard look in it, kid. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done. Establishes transgender identity and unlocks new dialogue options in future conversations. I love who I am. It feels good to see the real me. Should I do it? I mean, every single option makes me transgender. There's no option.
Are you fucking serious? Just hit the back button. Better yet, hit the uninstall button. Jesus Christ.
Not to be transgender.
Go back.
It says makes me trans. This one does, and this one. I don't know why I have to be trans, guys. I can't. I don't know what to do. Forced transgender. This is what Donald Trump was talking about. I'm getting there. It feels good to see the real me.
Well, it's a good thing that Donald Trump ran the election. It's back in the cages. You heard that? God damn. Trump is now president. Them black people better get back in the field. Them transgenders better goddamn detransition and start wearing dresses again. God damn, the world gonna be fixed. That's what these people genuinely think happened after Trump won.
It took a while for me to figure out why the face staring back from the mirror felt wrong. But once I was able to be honest with myself, it was a relief to figure out I was trans. And it's worth it to look in the mirror today and see the man I am staring back.
Can I do it again? Well.
Hey, top tier points. Once you transition, there's no going back. Hey, I mean, he was wearing a dress. That's
right.
you now, buddy. That was a premonition. Jesus Christ, that was a premonition. that was predicted. There's no going back on that choice. Remember, you can only decide your gender identity once, right? Yeah, it's not as fluid as they told you it was. Once you transition, you've transitioned, right? There's no changing your mind, like later, and deciding maybe I want to go back. There's none of that. It's like a one-way door. They lied to you when they said it was fluid. Oh my god. This is so fucking bad. This is so much worse than I actually thought it was. How did this happen? Are you saying it's a binary choice?
If you want to see some fucking indignant fury, you should see some of my relatives on my dad's side of the family. They're black, and they were fucking pissed. Kamala lost. You could probably cause them to have a heart attack from anger by just telling them that Trump never put black people in a cage. But Kamala has, we was caged, Nashet.
You should ask them, right? You should ask your black family. So, like, when do we start picking cotton? When do we, like, go back to the plantation, do you think? Like, is it like a 1-year plan? Or is it like 2? And just see what their reaction is to that. Just straight up ask them, like, yo, so, like, Dad, I've been practicing. I think I can be a top tier. I think maybe if I do this, like, you know, if I've got the right technique in the fields, maybe I can, they'll let me in the house, and then I could be like Samuel L. Jackson in Django. Holy Jesus Christ. People get so fucking overreacted like this. Like it's fucking coming back tomorrow. Holy shit. There are these SMSs going around in the US saying to report your nearest officer for intake into the cotton field. Well, damn. Trump is pretty efficient if he's already got that shit going and he's just become president. Fuck, say what you want, but he moves fast.
Rose, you are such a content picker.
I'm the best one. Sometimes they call me... I heard this in the Twitch offices in the back room. Sometimes they call me the token white guy. That's why I'm still here. If I think about it, sometimes they like... I've heard whispers that they've even been nice enough to call me their uncle. I don't know why they follow that with Tom. Tom's not my name, but it feels good that they see me as family there. They keep saying, like, damn, this boy's the whitest Uncle Tom I've ever seen. Not sure what that means, but I mean, you know, uncles are pretty cool. Everyone's got a cool uncle out there, right? Yeah, I'm doxing your link. My bad. Shouldn't have sent this to me if you didn't want to, but now I've got to zoom in because this is an image for fucking ants. Okay, Dragon Age the Veilguard review guidelines. Run some music. If I'm gonna be fucked, I at least want something sensual in the background. What do you have my channel profile picture in your files? I've got yours, don't worry. Yours I'm saving. Influencer Matthew Schroeder, trademark of Matthew Plays. Or Last Stand Media, trademark of the company, blah blah blah. Hereby agree to this non-disclosure agreement with EA BioWare, a subdivision of EA or Electronic Arts, blah blah blah. That's fine, that doesn't matter. Defined by Gary McKay, don't mispronounce that. General Manager. Generally managing this game into the fucking ground. We wish to communicate through this product that people, because they're people now, in the age group of 25 to 34, know that this will be a formal return to the expected output of EA BioWare, as it once was known as BioWare Corp. The recipient of this review program will agree to mention that Dragon Age, the Veilguard, sees a return to form. What is the form? A shape of shit? EA is an equal opportunity employer, as long as you're not white, who takes the value of its diverse employee base seriously. Well, if you're hiring only white women, how diverse is it really? You also therefore agree to not instigate, berate, suggest, or mention that this game contains the following. Oh, this is interesting. You're not allowed to talk about this. Das ist verboten. Ja, das ist verkehrt. You cannot talk about this. You cannot talk about this. I'm serious. Do you want me to save you a space in the fucking shower? Then don't speak. Yeah. And wear your little armband, goddammit. Male to female transgender characters. This is the stuff they don't want you talking about. Keep this in mind. This is exactly why I say, like, if you're like transgender or gay or one of these people, right? You are a fucking tool for them to use and leverage. They don't give a shit about you. If they could earn $2 million instead of $1 million, if they took you and they rooftopped you in the fucking Middle East, they would do it in a heartbeat. The CEO himself of EA would probably be on that fucking rooftop, sweating his ass off, throwing transgenders off of a roof if it meant that he was going to be fucking getting an extra $1 million out of it. So don't mention male to female transgender characters. Don't mention the surgical scars. Don't mention, quote, woke content. Don't mention homoeroticism. Don't mention racial positivity. Racial positivity. You know what I haven't seen in all the dialogue clips that are horrendous? What I haven't seen is anything about someone being like, as a black elf, I want you to know it was very offensive that they didn't provide me with any Newports. Like, I didn't see any of that. Any proof that this document is legit? Actually, that's a good point. Is there any way for us to confirm the reality of this document? Everything I've seen previous to this tells me this is real, but is there any way for us to prove this? DEI compliant features. Actually, yeah, where the fuck are the Newports? Where the fuck's the Hennessy? Just imagine. Like, honestly, I wouldn't put it past them, Jimmy, that like fucking there's just like a black elf character that just shows up with a fucking watermelon under his arm and he's like eating a piece of KFC. He's like, what's good? I wouldn't be surprised if they had that in the game somewhere at this point. And then they're going on celebrating how diverse they are. Oh no. You know what? If that character was in the game, maybe I'd actually feel like playing Veilguard online. Maybe that would actually make the game better. Is if they had like the ultra stereotypical, like worst representation of a black dude out there, maybe that would actually improve the quality of the game at this point. We suggest you refrain from comparisons to games which in no functional practice had anything to do with the production of Dragon Age. This includes comparisons to 2018's PlayStation title God of War. Don't compare this to God of War, or its sequels or spin-offs. EA or EA BioWare did not borrow features from titles not produced by the Dragon Age Veilguard team. I don't think I believe that line. And to suggest that we would be considered a breach of trust of the parties. That's like preemptively saying, if you accuse me of this thing I did, you're the bad guy. Even so, if I wanted to say this game is 10 times better than God of War, I couldn't. Yes. Will be considered breach of trust, and we can be required to legally examine the validity of the claim. Refrain from personal attacks against members of EA or BioWare. Oh, that's a difficult one. I'm gonna be honest. That's a hard one to do. Hey, this dipshit fucked up a 2-decade franchise that could have brought people to in this come to Jesus moment where we fixed our games, but no. Okay, we advise you to follow our dictionary of blacklisted. That's pretty racist. Why not whitelisted? Which includes transphobic slurs, misgendering. Wait, hold on. Why is black the bad one? Hold on. Why is blacklisting bad now? Hey, yo. Yeah, you got some explaining to do. Don't you know the history of blacklisting? Misgendering of one's pronouns assigned to the truth of choice, or any mentions of anti-white. Have we seen anything that's been anti-white in the game? Because I haven't. Or feminist sentiment. Intersectionality has been added to this dictionary as of 2024 and should also not be a part of the review. So you're not allowed to mention any of the shit, even though that's all this game is about. Hold on. Okay, no, that... Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. I've got to confirm. Is this real? Because there was no signed document. Reviewer guidelines leaked. Review by SkillUp. Must mention return to form, blah blah blah. Can't compare the game. Wow. Okay. Disclaimer, uncertain as the validity of this, so judge for yourself. If it's real, I will monitor the situation. We'll update. Okay, so we're not sure if this is real or not. Edit. Matty plays apology about all the clips being leaked. Grums is leaning towards that this is probably fake. Matty plays response to Grum's post. Part of the comment is this post is unbelievably false. Okay, so this might actually be fake. This might be someone stirring the pot right here. Fuck, I shouldn't show that. Showing your DMs. Now I gotta, god damn it, now I gotta show them again so I can move them to the side. I'll probably see if I can delete that clip later. So we can't confirm whether that's real or not. I'm gonna say it could potentially be real. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can believe that's real. It would be really, really easy to, like, lean into this and be like, yo, this is 100% real. Of course, BioWare would do this. It would be super easy to go down that path, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's real. Yet. Yeah, yet. I'm not sure that's real yet. I need more confirmation. Has anyone got a Blue Sky account? Where game devs who are like super progressive tend to post the most mentally ill things in the world because they think they're safe over there? To confirm it would get someone fired. Fair enough. It's probably not real because people would be fired for that being leaked. If that was real. Let's see if there's anything to back up the statement. Review copies have apparently gone out. First achievement progress being tracked. Okay, so that doesn't help. Okay, that's the SkillUp review. I think I've got... I think I've got enough information that I don't need to watch another review. This just keeps getting worse. So I'm going to completely disregard that. as funny as that is, if that is the real guidelines, I'm gonna pretend that they don't exist, because there's no way to confirm their existence or not. Holy shit, some updates on the Palworld lawsuit. There's 3 patents Nintendo claims it's infringing. This is basically the shit Nintendo is saying. Patent on computing the motion of the game characters with respect to other game characters. Yeah, but this is Nintendo, dude. Nintendo will bullshit their way through this as much as possible. But hold on. Watch the skill up review and see if it mentions return to form. Oh, that's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. Shit, I didn't think about that. That's actually really smart. Alright, one last review. I can't take much more of this.
Brilliant. Pick up a new skill or just learn more about things like science, math, engineering, computer science, and so much more thanks to this Dragon Age the Final Fantasy 16 review, which is to say that reviews are opinions. This is my opinion and my opinion only. I expect that there will be...
It's a long video, so I'm going to put this at 2x speed because Jesus Christ. I'll put it at 1.5.
A broad range of opinions on Dragon Age the Valguard, and I encourage you to seek them out. I do not have a monopoly on truth. As I've said many times before, I'm just a nerd with a microphone and a YouTube account. My opinion is no more or less valuable than anybody else's. Okay? Alright, so Dragon Age the Valguard is a colossal disappointment. I really can't put it any other way. I spent 50 hours playing this, and it was time I desperately...
Blacklisted. Skill up blacklisted. Transgender hater confirmed. Racist. Nazi. Little square mustache on skill up. Damn, I bet he voted for Trump too. Fucker, how dare he say that? Shit, dude. You just ruined your entire career. Be ready, incel, to lose everything.
Wish that I could get back. I started having my doubts at around the 10-hour mark. I was thoroughly checked out at the 20-hour mark, and the remaining 30 hours were just excruciatingly painful as I was forced to suffer through the endless morass of banality that is Dragon Age the Valguard. In many ways, Valguard is a bigger disappointment than Anthem was. Like, if I was to hand LeBron a 10...
God damn. Yeah, Skillet better start doing some penance push-ups here.
Tennis racket, I'd expect to see some pretty shitty tennis. BioWare never had any business making a looter shooter, and so when Anthem flopped, its failure was easily explained, easily reconciled. But if I hand LeBron a basketball, I expect to see some fucking points on the board, and it's impossible to imagine a bigger home court advantage than this for BioWare.
Skill up 1 million sub channel is saying the word fuck 1 minute and 37 seconds into this. That's bad.
The Dragon Age franchise, one of their most beloved and most successful. No pressure from EA to cram in all sorts of live service bullshit like it was meant to have at one point, but they pivoted away from that years ago. There's no in-game cash up here. There was obviously plenty of development time and budget. There was the freedom for BioWare to make a BioWare-ass BioWare game without any compromises and without any excuses. In no way, shape, or form did BioWare meet the moment and capitalize on the opportunity that was handed to them. Dragon Age the Valguard apes the most superficial elements of a BioWare game, making no effort to modernize what is a now fairly dated formula while delivering absolutely none of the writing, characterization, and imagination that made its previous games so great. The writing is frankly terminal. It lacks any nuance or wit or wisdom. It cannot communicate ideas except to say them aloud to the camera. It manufactures petty, unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared to ever be truly confronting or dark for fear that it might make the audience uncomfortable. Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a semi-final, or teaching toddlers how to properly share toys. The way you build relationships with your companions is so...
So same complaint that Coke Carnage had, is the shitty dialogue fucks up everything.
Woefully outdated, drawn-out questlines completely divorced from the main plot, starring disposable villains and recycling the same settings, enemies, and bosses you find elsewhere. The romance system feels equally antiquated, heavily reliant on that "we'll bang, okay" button, even when it doesn't make sense for that to be an option, with no supporting systems behind it to make your romance decisions feel believable or consequential. The world design is so weird. I have never encountered worlds quite like this. They feel more like Overwatch maps than actual explorable spaces, and they're littered with puzzles so...
Hold on. I'm gonna do something. I just gotta do something quick while we're going through this video. Right, it's super important that I do this, and I need you to not see what I'm doing while this is happening. Okay, there we go. Now we can continue. I'm multitasking right now. I'm hoping it's worth it.
So mind-numbingly stupid that I wonder how little Bioware must think of our ability to solve puzzles. And the combat is like, man, shallow is too kind of word. The lack of enemy variety, the sponginess of those enemies, how limited your control of the party members is, it all makes combat so utterly mindless and so breathtakingly repetitive.
It's literally buttons. You slap tab and you click shit. And it doesn't matter what you click, it's just shit.
Let me put it this way. I spoke to 2 other reviewers who both ended up lowering the difficulty to the easiest setting, not because it was hard, but because it was just so drawn out and so boring. I've never done that before for any game that I've reviewed, but I did it at the 40-hour mark here, and I swear to God, I wish I did it 20 hours earlier. I know how brutal all of this sounds, and I want to be super clear that I desperately wanted it to be different. I really, really did. I am aware of the stakes surrounding this game and what it means for BioWare's future, and I was praying so hard that BioWare's next game would be a fucking banger, and that the future of the studio would be secure, and that we'd all be looking forward to a Mass Effect game, but I cannot say any of those things, because the honest truth is that barring a few exceedingly rare moments, there wasn't a single aspect of Dragon Age the Veilguard that I actually enjoyed, and there are very few games that I play that I can say that of.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
Like most Bioware games, Dragon Age the Veilguard begins here in character creation. It is flexible in the sense that it has plenty of options and sliders, but it's all limited by one central constraint, and that's the game's very style.
The fucking character creator is actually brilliant. It's just the stylization of your character. It's the putty faces that makes it feel bad, and the fact that you cannot take a female character and make some fat fucking titties that ruins it.
Aesthetic. Characters do not look like real people. They look like Pixar or DreamWorks characters. You think I'm exaggerating? This is Prince Charming from Shrek. Are you going to tell me this man wouldn't slot right into the Veilguard aesthetic?
Oh, he would fit in so well.
You could drop him in right now as a companion character and no one would bat an eyelid. It's obviously a choice that BioWare made. You don't accidentally end up with characters that look like this. On one hand, I respect it because they really swung for something different here. Absolutely. On the other hand, I really, really dislike how these characters look. I just don't like it. I think it's a massive downgrade versus what this series has previously offered. Like, this is the new Morrigan, for example. If you've never played Dragon Age before, then this might not mean anything to you, but if you have played it, then this rendition is going to look pretty weird. There are other returning characters.
It's not weird, it's fucking devastating what they did to Morrigan. They have resources to create a Witcher 3 level scope game, and they just managed to put a non-binary character. I think the fucking budget must have went down the toilet. Like, I don't know who's wasted 90% of the budget on crack, but they need to be fired from the office.
Characters making cameos in this game, stuff BioWare has asked us not to spoil, so I can't show it to you, but putting the new models side by side with the old models, it's pretty crazy to see how much worse they look here in Veilguard. Nothing compares, though, to what they did to the Qunari. Like, holy hell, I have no idea what they were thinking. This is how they used to look in the Inquisition. Like, truly badass and intimidating, and this is how they look in Veilguard.
I still think Dragon Age 2 was a far infinitely better looking Qunari than even Inquisition, and they should go back to that shit, but they never will because they failed the fucking game. They failed the assignment here. Jesus Christ.
I mean, how on earth could BioWare have landed on these designs and thought, yep, that's it, ship it? The Qunari redesign looks comically bad, and it's also kind of lazy because now instead of looking like a truly distinct race with a different facial structure, the Qunari now just look like humans with horns. It really sucks. These character designs are distracting, and they weaken the game's ability to deliver emotional moments. I don't think your characters need to look realistic for you to have a strong connection to them. There are millions of games that disprove that point. But this uncanny valley thing, this half-human, half-cartoon thing, it catches on the eye the same way an off-note catches on the ear. It's hard not to be distracted by just how odd everyone looks. And in the more tense emotional scenes, I found that their fake plastic faces made it harder for me to buy into whatever emotional distress they were selling. This is further compounded by BioWare's approach to facial animations, which is extremely outdated in 2024, especially for a game where you spend so much time looking at characters' faces. Like, take this example when my character is angrily trying to convince the Grey Wardens to act.
We don't have time to play Who's the Greyest Warden. You need to shut up and listen. The threat is real. The gods are coming, and they're bringing the Blight with them.
Or this clip when Rook...
That man got the DLC because he's got the Dragon Age armor that you get from the DLC, and you can equip on your character almost immediately. With some of the best shit out there. But obviously it's an EA thing to try and encourage you to get the shit. That's why he's got it on. 80% of the budget was used on estrogen.
80 of the budget was used on estrogen.
I don't believe you, Devilis. I think 80% of the budget was used on crack. Then on top of that, another 15% was used on estrogen. And the remainder of the budget was given to some guy who was hired part-time to build the entire fucking game by himself with really shitty directions. Didn't it take 10 years to develop, and having it switched from multiplayer live service to solo RPG, it probably just ate money like a fucking... I don't think so. I think these people sit around the office jerking themselves off over how progressive they are, do no fucking work. It's like, there's a saying in my country, right? It's like, if you want someone to dig a hole, you need to get 6 people, right? 1 guy to dig the hole and 5 people to supervise. I think that's exactly what's happening here.
Is dressing down the team after a setback.
Last I checked, there are 2 gods out there. They've got plans, and we're falling behind. And if it wasn't clear enough after Demeter's crossing, it's clear now. They'll rain disease and death across Thedas unless we stop them.
In both instances, you really can't see the emotion that the voice actor is delivering. Compare those to this outburst from Cassandra 9 years ago.
You know what? I thought about this. You know what? It actually makes it worse. The voice acting is good and emotional, and then there's 0 of that on the character's animated face, which makes it even worse. If the voice acting was shitty, it would feel more in place for what you're seeing on the character's face.
In Dragon Age Inquisition.
Then we looked for Hawk, but he was gone too. We thought it all connected, but no. It was just you. You kept him from us.
Now look, for my money, Cassandra's face here looks angry and expressive. I'm not only hearing her rage, but I am seeing it too. And Veilguard never manages to make these 2 things line up. Setting aside the more contemporary comparisons you could make to stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 or Cyberpunk or Guardians of the Galaxy, BioWare was doing faces and facial animations better nearly a decade ago, and that sadly is commentary that could be extended to almost every aspect of Dragon Age the Veilguard. The one exception to this, I think, is the visual design of environments, which are regularly stunning. I don't like how these spaces are laid out or what you do in them, but they do look really nice. There's a range of settings from cityscapes to forests to darkened swamps to old hollowed out Grey Warden fortresses, and they all look great in their own way. They each feel visually cohesive with unique architectural styles and color palettes that create a very strong sense of space.
And that actually makes the game worse. The fact that the environments are so good makes the game worse. Because it's like, if you can make an environment that good, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is everything else shit?
And place. As I said, I never enjoyed being in these environments, but I did enjoy looking at them. I'll also say that Veilguard runs extraordinarily well on a high-end PC, which doesn't always happen all the time, by the way, right? I played this at 4K, ultra settings, ray tracing enabled, and even without DLSS frame generation, I was still able to hit over 100 frames per second very easily. With lower settings, with lower resolutions, with ray tracing off, and with frame generation as an option, I think there's a huge amount of headroom for this game to run really well on lower-end PCs, but I haven't personally tested that, and I also couldn't test console performance. I also do note that this game is on Steam day 1 instead of just being on the EA launcher, which is fantastic. It's also Steam Deck verified, which is great. Most impressive of all, it's DRM free, which is a boon for not only performance, but also for game preservation. I really applaud EA for making these moves, and hopefully it's something they'll continue to do in their future releases. The bottom line when it comes to visuals and...
Do you think it's DRM free because they didn't want to put DRM in it, or do you think it's DRM free because they ran out of budget?
performance, Dragon Age the Veilguard is yet another reminder of how much more important art direction is over technical wizardry. Yes, the environments look really nice and the game runs well, but the main deliverable of a BioWare experience is a compelling saga starring a cast of characters who feel believable. The weird, stylized, waxy way these characters look is off-putting, and when combined with how stiff and unresponsive their faces are, Veilguard has immediately hamstrung itself in its ability to deliver on the promise of a BioWare game. A promise that is then thoroughly broken when we start looking at the writing underpinning all of this.
People are dying right now. You need to listen. My cousin is still alive. And you didn't need to tell me. Where's that first? Watch out!
Okay, so we're gonna talk about
I fucking love that scene, by the way, in the trailer. I fucking love it when they got the shield up, the little fucking buckler, and they're walking towards a goddamn dragon like that's gonna save them from fire breath or some shit. It is it's so excruciating seeing that. Like, it's not just the voice acting when I see that shit. It's like, what retard fucking put the animations in and thought that was a good idea? And in what world does slowly marching towards a dragon with a goddamn dinner plate strapped to your left arm seem like a good idea?
The writing of this game now, and in so doing, I'm going to spoil some minor things. No major events or reveals, but some little stuff, so if you're sensitive to that, then you can skip ahead to the timestamp on screen. I'll give you a minute to do that now. Okay, here we go. Dragon Age games have, generally speaking, been pretty dark. I mean, the first game opens with a ritual where you drink demon blood to join a sacred order, and one of the other guys doesn't survive that.
Quite literally, in Dragon Age Origins, they talk about how the Darkspawn kidnap dwarves and, like, feed them blood and shit and, like, keep fucking them until they turn into brood mothers. Like, it gets real dark in these games.
Ritual, he just kind of dies right there on the spot, and then another guy freaks out and he's like, no, please don't make me do that. And then Duncan, who's conducting the ritual, knows that there's no way to back out of this ceremony, so he murders that dude in cold blood.
Which, just by the way, side note, means that brood mothers get treated better than female employees at Blizzard.
Before whispering in his ear,
I am sorry.
Now, if that moment is like an 8 out of 10 in terms of how dark you might expect your fantasy to be, Dragon Age the Valguard never gets above like a 2 or a 3 out of 10. It was genuinely shocking to me to see just how safe and cheery and bright and G-rated this whole thing was. Like, genuinely shocked, because there are precisely 0 moments where something happens that made me go, oh shit, all right, now we're talking. I used the word banality in my intro, and one of the biggest reasons this game feels so—
Man, Harding really has such a 1950s housewife face. She's just so punchable.
banal is because when you eventually realize that nothing bad is ever going to happen, you stop hoping for something interesting or surprising to happen. You just surrender yourself to the endless stream of predictable, inoffensive fantasy tropes. In place of more serious, more dark events and characters is the embrace of a more playful, silly tone. It's about keeping it light, like Balara here, talking about the fact that 2 elven gods are now out to destroy the world.
Oh, you know, just finding out that 3 of my gods are out there trying to end the world. Why wouldn't it be okay?
Emmerich is a necromancer, and I know that sounds a little scary, raising the dead and commanding them as your minions, but don't worry, BioWare is not going to let you get freaked out by all that scary death stuff. Emmerich happens to be a lovely old gentleman. He is dapper, he is proper, he delights in pleasantries, and he has a servant, a lovable skeleton named Manfred, who happily dotes on Emmerich and screeches with glee whenever he's mentioned.
That could have been such an interesting character. Close your eyes and think about dapper gentleman necromancer walking around with skeleton servant. Doesn't that sound on the surface like a super interesting character? With some further in-depth lore explanation that the writers of Dragon Age Origins are probably too fucking retarded to be able to pull off.
He's not the only companion with a pet though. Davram also has a baby griffin named Asan, and he can be a little rowdy sometimes, like here when Manfred and Asan are squabbling over something.
Okay, that's enough. Quiet now. Fine. Who wants a treat?
Now look, I know that you could go back to previous Dragon Age games and pull the same clips that show the same—
At least, oh my god, I forgot Sarah had tits. Sarah actually had tits. I completely forgot. At least in Inquisition, there were titties.
lighthearted silliness. Lighthearted fun and humor has always been a part of every great BioWare game.
Yes,
but what I'm trying to communicate here is that there's a lot more of these moments in Valguard, but more importantly, there's a complete absence of anything dark to counterbalance them. As such, the overall tone of this game is silly and juvenile. Its unwillingness to confront darker themes also extends to a total unwillingness to create any meaningful conflict between companions. Conflict between companions is a really important part of these sorts of cinematic RPGs. It not only creates narrative tension, but also forces important gameplay decisions, like who do you side with in a real moment of truth situation, right? Dragon Age the Valguard has none of that. Zero. Companions never have prolonged substantive disagreements about anything. They just get along almost all the time. And when they do express some sort of disagreement about something—
like I've said, the game's writing is probably a reflection of what's happening in like the offices, where it's all this toxic positivity and false friendship bullshit, where everyone's doing their best to get along, and if anyone says anything even remotely realistic, everyone's fucked. Now, this reminds me of when Games Workshop made that Warhammer 40k for kids shit, where like 3 kids won some secret mission from the Emperor. I'm thinking, bullshit, these fucking kids would die so fast. The sex cult of Slanesh would do some unspeakable shit. Cult of Nurgle, fucking feed them all. Yeah, no, it's like— it's reaching bullshit that doesn't match the fantasy of the game.
It is so lukewarm and then resolved so quickly that the whole thing feels entirely cosmetic. Like, during a mission, Lucanus makes a mistake and Davram calls him out on it very briefly. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is the start of the first inter-team conflict. Nope, like an hour later, the very next conversation that we all have together is this.
You two done fighting then? I can't have you at each other's throats.
Lucanus is still an assassin.
Hey, yo, man, he's still an assassin. That's what I expect out of this game at this point. I expect this elf to start talking about slavery any second now.
Kills people for money.
And Davrin's still self-righteous. Judgmental too. Typical warden. No offense.
If we let that get in the way of stopping the gods—
We won't. We cannot.
They were never at each other's throats, by the way. They literally had
Christ.
one perfectly civil conversation where no one even raised their voice, and now they've, patched it up. However, BioWare clearly want to create some semblance of conflict between team members, so they instead focus on petty squabbles. Like here, Emmerich wants to bring too many books to a camping trip that Harding is planning, and Harding is upset about that. Just watch a clip.
Harding, does it really matter if Emmerich brings 8 books?
9, actually.
And Emmerich. So what if Harding is fine sleeping on dirt?
Fuck, this is like solving kindergarten problems. This is like, fuck, if you had like a kids show and you were trying to teach kids who are like 3 years old conflict resolution. Feels like they made a PG-related Deadpool movie, but the weird thing is this is M rating, so were the older Dragon Ages, so it's just plain bad. It's sloppy. It's shit beyond belief. That's the problem.
Not all the time.
This is the sort of conflict that Valgard is constantly generating between team members, just arguing about utter nonsense. And did you see how Rook needed to sort it out at the end? He talks to them like they're children. Like, here's another example of him sorting out a disagreement between Tash and Emmerich when they're arguing about the fact that Tash doesn't like necromancy.
You two could still learn.
It just gets worse. Every time I see one of these dialogue things, I think it can't get worse, and then it does.
Things together you'd never find out alone. Emmerich, you clearly find talking about dragons boring.
What? How? Who doesn't like dragons?
Aren't you curious why Tash likes them as much as you like necromancy? The question...
What is she for?
Crossed my mind. And maybe Emmerich could help demystify magic, Tash.
See what I mean? That is not how you speak to adults. That is how you speak to a toddler when you are teaching them to share their Optimus Prime toy with their little brother. It speaks to a broader problem, that being a lack of subtlety and wisdom in the writing. This game cannot surface any ideas without just saying them aloud, which leads to this endless stream of exposition-laden personal introspection monologues, like when Harding tells us that she's a bit of a people pleaser.
She hates it.
No, I don't hate it. It's really nice. Temperature.
I won't be upset if you don't like coffee. He really wouldn't.
I know, but, sorry. It's just this thing I do sometimes.
Acting so people will like you?
That sounds terrible when you say it like that. I know I don't need to do it. I just do.
Or here, when Nev opens up about the fact that she really just wants to prove that she can be relied on.
Tell me something, what did that add to the story? That piece of dialogue there, what did it add to the story? It added nothing.
You can't count on a lot here. When I started, I was going to save Minrathus, never mind Thedas. But if I could take a job and follow through, well, maybe people could count on me.
These clips alone aren't enough to convince you of what I'm saying, but I promise you that every emotional exchange has this sort of stuff in it. Rather than letting these sorts of character traits or insecurities surface through action or through the intuition of others, these characters just blurt them out all the time. There's nothing to read into or imagine about these characters because they simply tell you everything about themselves with this point-blank dialogue. And the way this dialogue is delivered makes this all the more painful because BioWare can't surface any of it in the main questline. All of it happens in chats at the home base or during companion missions. And this is where we start crossing over into criticisms of the game's structure. The Dragon Age of the Valgard feels extremely outdated because of its inability to unify its companion stories with the main story. This is sort of how old BioWare games were. You would pursue companion storylines that were quite separate from the main storyline, but we've come a long way since then, and multiple games, most notably Baldur's Gate 3, have shown us that you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You can deepen your connection to your companions both in and out of the main questline. Companion questlines are more deeply interwoven into that main questline. It doesn't feel like you're making these hard switches from save the world mode to go and pick flowers with your buddy mode. There certainly is some of that in those other games, don't get me wrong, but the overall calibration and pacing of it feels more integrated.
Yeah, but it works because they've designed the world to match the characters. They're not trying to shoehorn character stories into things to try and feed you a patronizing political message of what you can and can't believe. Can I have a message for BioWare from you for my editing? Sure. Hey BioWare. It was nice knowing you. When EA sunsets you, the same way they did every other game studio that they've done in the past, just know after this, you deserve it.
I was told in the world of story writing you need a scene to either advance the story, develop a character, or build the world. A scene that does 2 of these things is good, and a scene that can do all. 3 is great. These scenes do none of this.
That's such outdated and racist thinking, Supergod. You be careful with that, right? That's how you get called a bigot. Right, that's ableist of you to think that they can do that. How dare you? It's very bigoted, and we will not stand for this shit on this channel, okay? We're here to get brain damage, not to learn lessons.
And more seamless. Not so here in Valgard. When you're doing the main questline, there are precious few moments when you also happen to be progressing a companion storyline. That all happens in companion quests, which are each their own totally disconnected storyline, starring their own generic villain of the day style antagonist. And these quests are all meted out to you at the same time, meaning that you complete a major milestone in the main questline, and that immediately unlocks like 6 or 7 companion missions. And if you're gonna stay on top of them, you're just doing them one after the other. The main storyline is completely on hold in that moment. This is at its worst at the end of the game, where there's a literal 10-hour stretch where all you are doing is companion quests because it's your last chance to do them. And the game doesn't let you finish these storylines any earlier, so you're just doing them one after the other. And look, I know that's very common for these sorts of games. And
it's so quite literally the combat system where you slap the tab button and everything just freezes in place is literally the exact same as what's happening in the story.
If these storylines were good, I probably wouldn't mind all that much, but they are not good. They are boring, and they are badly written, and they see you exploring all of the same locations you've already been to, fighting enemies and bosses you've already fought dozens of times before. It's a major shortcoming of this game. There is absolutely zero variety in mission design. It's all either walking behind your companion while they talk, or killing enemies. There's no, like, necromancy mission that sees you commanding an army of skeletons. No stealth mission with Lucanus to sneakily assassinate a target. You don't ever officiate over a joining ceremony with Davram and have to choose whether or not to execute a recruit who tries to flee. It's just lighting candles while someone talks, or fighting, and 80% of the time, it's just fighting. So all of this was a point about writing and how the structure of the game puts the main storyline on hold for huge stretches because the companion questlines are not integrated into the main questline, and that feels really outdated and results in some really poor pacing. And that's an example of the writing being hamstrung by the game's structure, but it also cuts a different way, which is that the structure often dictates the writing. There's multiple moments throughout.
Here's the problem, is everything he's saying in this I've already heard. I don't think I need to see the rest of this review. I genuinely feel like this is just going to be repeating the same points I've heard over and over again. Man, that's bad. That's real fucking bad. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't play that game more. Like, I was starting to think it's boring to watch. Now I'm convinced it's much worse than boring to watch. It's painful. I don't think the scene where you sit down at dinner with Tasha's mom to tell her Tasha's trance has popped out yet. It has, Soundless Fern. Or maybe not with a mom, but there's been scenes of that, and it's the same fucking slop. I can't tell one scene from another because it's just all as bad as each other. It's man, this has really fucked me up. Oh fuck, this has devastated me. Oh, okay. Alright. What's the time? I gotta check something. Alright, I think I'm gonna skip future video planning because I'm too suicidal right now to want to do that. So, what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna start farming some Guild Wars 2 clips for my video, which I still need to do. I've been delaying on that. And if I do this right, I can embed in the correct place and boost my viewership, and then I'll be a big streamer, right? Does this make the Char Suraporn more palatable? It doesn't. It doesn't, but at least the Char Suraporn is coming from a place of pure degeneracy. Not just a place of, let me show you how virtuous I am. What the fuck is this?
I'm here to suck cock and play Duke Nukem 3D. And I don't play Duke Nukem 3D.
Somehow that video right there was less gay than the entire Dragon Age Veilguard game. God damn, and not gay in a bad, like a good way, not like homosexual. I mean, just gay. Holy Jesus, that was bad. Actually, fuck. I've got two things I needed to think about right now. There was something else I wanted to do on stream. I pulled up Steam and it just reminded me of something. Okay, I'm gonna do things this way, right? My next stream, I am going to fully dedicate to just farming Guild Wars 2. Oh, I've seen that video. I can't play that video. It's copyrighted. I don't think I'm gonna be able to focus on Guild Wars 2 and getting the right clips right now. I think I'm seriously, like, I'm suicidal at this point over how much they fucked up Dragon Age. So what I'm gonna do instead is the thing I planned to do in the first place. Then the next stream I will fully dedicate to clip farming in Guild Wars 2 so that I can get all the final clips that I need. And instead, as a final palate cleanser, before I disappear and go sleep for 2 hours, before I have to wake up and go train in the morning. It's dumb shit. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to skip those, Jimmy. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one more of these informal game reviews. I quite like doing these the more I think about it, right? I feel like it's very easy for me to go out and be fucking miserable about video games all the time. I have a very high negative, jaded bias. And in that sense, someone like Force Gaming really makes me jealous because that man somehow has levels of positivity I've never seen before. And I'd like to put some positivity into the world every now and then. So I'm going to introduce you to a game that's very near and dear to my heart. Something I've played in early access and that I feel is not the best. It's not amazingly good, like 10 out of 10. But I'd say it's a pretty solid 8 out of 10 experience for being an RTS. So let me start it off this way. Hey, have you ever thought, what if I wanted to play a Warcraft 3 game that was a little bit more modern? What if I wanted to play a Warcraft 3 game that was just a little bit decent? That gave me that same vibe as that first moment when I met Arthas and Uther. But what if I want something with a bit more complex of a resource management system strapped to it? Well then, damn, do I have something to show you today. This is Age of Darkness. Now, again, this playtime is a lie because I've been playing a lot on my wife's account. Right, I got this game for her to see if she liked strategy games. She didn't, so I played it on her account. Then I started playing it here. I'm going to show you what a good, solid experience of a game it is. Oh yes, and by the way, all of this is completely unsponsored. None of this game, I don't know who the fuck these people are, but I feel like they made a pretty fucking solid good game that is enjoyable and fun to play with unique units and super strong resource management. If it ever loads. This game right here, let me just turn the sound back up, has been something very special and something I've been playing every now and then since early access. I feel like this is another game that if you if you truly enjoy top-down RTS strategy games, you're going to enjoy this. Is that the They Are Billions ripoff? I think it's close to They Are Billions, but I would say it's more RTS than They Are Billions. So, I'm going to go into the campaign, and I'm going to show you the first campaign mission. Right, as you can see, I've completed the campaign. I've gotten all the way to the end. Right, so we're going to go back to the first mission. And I want you to see how you feel about this game. Is that AI art? No. It's all hand-drawn. Right? So I want you to see what kind of vibe this gives you. Because I love the way that they've built out these maps. Right? I enjoy that they've put some effort into this background. That they give you a little preamble like you used to get in Warcraft 3. That you get some idea of what's going on. Who are the main characters? Right? And I wouldn't say it's that different from Warcraft 3. But it sure as fuck feels like an update to the formula of Warcraft 3. You don't have 100% on all the objectives. You're right, I don't, Supergod. So I'm going to show you this mode, because I think the story alone makes this game worth it, but then I'm going to show you my favorite mode after that. Do better. No. I'm African, I can't do better. We never 100% anything.
Hector thinks you need more experience in the field. And I agree. Follow my orders, and we'll get through this alive.
Oh, this is exciting, Edwin. I've never been this far north before. I hope we see nightmares.
This is a security job, Aurelia. We're on the lookout for criminals wearing the Iron Talon insignia.
Oh. You mean like them?
Leave us alone! We've nothing left to give ya!
Yeah?
You see the vibe?
I bet you've got plenty for us to take.
Stop! By the authority of the Order, you must face justice.
Aurelia, wait! Blasted girl's gonna get herself killed.
Okay, now I'll pause the game there. But did that not feel like you were playing some alternate universe version of Warcraft 3? Jaina and Arthur's walking. Did that not activate a little circuit in your head where if you wanted more Warcraft 3, this game might be the thing that gives it to you? With a high, and it's going to come later, but there's a higher degree of resource management that occurs within this game. And I'll show that to you as well. So, this right here is one of the heroes in the game. Not that different from Warcraft 3. Edwin. Edwin has 4 abilities at the bottom of the bar here. Not that different. Actually, I should turn off the chat so you can see what this looks like, right? As you can see, I've rebound those keys to make this easier on me because I'm a freak of nature. I'm a weird and wacky little motherfucker. I like using W, A, S, and D to move around the map, and then I'll use the keys around it to decide what I'm going to do next, right? I'm weird when I play RTS games. This is just the setup I'm good. That works for me. So I want you to take a look at this. And I want you to think about Warcraft Reforged versus this game, considering that this is a fully indie game at this point. So we've got our auto-attacking. We've got some engaging gameplay here, where I can just stand still and let Edwin beat the shit out of these characters. What you may notice is these are different units. That's a soldier. The soldier's got a name. This is an archer, Sky. He's about to become a woman beater. Here we go. And we leveled up. Look at that. We got a new ability called Inflame. Like I said, not that different from Warcraft 3. But let me tell you, it scratches that itch. It scratches that itch real good.
I go.
So I'm just going up here because I don't think I went up here the first time I played the game. And you know, usually there's little hidden things every now and then. This game has a 2 in some of the missions. What you'll notice is a little bit different from other games. Is Edwin doesn't have a mana bar. He just has an experience bar. So his abilities are all cooldown based. Now look at the detailing on everything around here. And ask yourself,
as you wish.
How the fuck did an indie team do this? And Warcraft Reforged couldn't? When does the next Guild Wars 2 video come out on your main channel? When it's done, Gabriel. I'm trying to get it done by this month. So I'm going to activate his ability. Nice burning sword. Good animations on that.
Another corpse for the pyre. Forward.
Yeah, wait for the Ashes of Creation release. That'll be out before my video. And here we go. Now discount Jaina.
Never
back in the
charge
picture.
headlong into a confrontation. It isn't safe.
Safe for who? The bandits? I'm not a helpless little girl, Edwin.
We can't stand round waiting for our livelihoods to be stolen from us, Elizabeth. If the Order won't do something about it, I will.
Your fighting days are behind you, Gregory. Think of our son. There's no sense in dying for shovels and pickaxes.
Great. More bloody Order knights. I'll clean up your mess for you, shall I? Les, fetch me my spear.
Excuse me, our mess? Who do you think you're talking to?
What is your quarrel with the Order?
Since you order folk ain't been keeping the bandits in check, they ruined our farm, tore down our walls, and stole our supplies. You want to be useful? Get our goods back.
Look at that.
The Order doesn't run errands for peasants. It slays nightmares and punishes criminals.
The Order serves the needs of the people, Aurelia. Sir, we'll return your goods and help you repair your village.
So, that reminds me very much of the same mission that you do in Warcraft 3, in one of the very same, very similar looking area where there's a bunch of peasants being attacked by bandits. Now, what you'll notice around here is there's a bunch of farms. There's also a keep.
Point me towards the fun.
This is important, because this is where the RTS elements come in.
I'm ready
but we're
for
probably
anything.
not going to get into this in this part of the video, in the campaign. So I'm gonna show you something outside of this, which kind of acts like a skirmish kind of does, where you have like versus against other players.
What's next?
I'm going in the wrong direction here. I'm just uncovering farm. I could just click over here like a lazy bastard and wait for these characters to run across. Now what you'll notice is Aurelia is also another hero unit. Not that different from Warcraft 3, right? Now, she's got one passive and one active ability currently. But Aurelia, a little bit of a spoiler, changes over time as the story changes. This is not her final form. Edwin, that old bastard, don't change at all.
A flicker in the dark.
But we'll get there. Lady Arthur's confirmed. I will neither confirm nor deny that statement.
I step towards the abyss, like moth to flame.
But I have to say, the weakest part of this game is probably the story writing, because some of it feels rushed. But the gameplay itself, the details,
For all of Eridar.
itch that it scratches in the back of my head that I always wanted for more Warcraft 3.
That looks like all of it. We
This
should
game
return
does
to
it.
the village center.
So my characters are going to do a little jog over here. I'm going to ignore these bandits because I don't care.
Look out! It's an ambush.
Yeah, it's fine. Here's one of the funny parts about this game. You don't get
For
blocked
all of
off.
Eridar.
You can just quite literally run away and not
Find
care.
our stolen goods, did you? How about you put them to good use? Show us your word means something and rebuild our farm.
Why do these Norfolk peasants show us such disrespect? The Order is here to help.
That may be so, but the Order have to atone for our mistakes. In their eyes, as mine.
I missed plenty back there, Super God. I'm trying to give an expose of this game, not ruin it for you. So, neat little thing, now the game's teaching us about the repair mechanic. Repair the damaged farm.
We'll need a good source of lumber if we're to keep up with repairs.
Now the game's asking us to learn how to build things. This is your build menu, right here, nice and neat. Right, we're gonna go to the resources and select the lumberyard. Right, not too different from an orc sawmill or anything else in Warcraft, so the translation between the two is not that difficult. You see, it's got a building time. Now, what's neat about this game is you don't have to micro a bunch of fucking peons or wisps or a bunch of worker units. Shit just auto builds for you. You've got 3 primary resources: villages, population, and food rations. Right? Now, the ones that are the most important are your villages and your food rations. If you don't have enough food, you can't get more villages. If you don't have enough villages, it's hard to get more food because you need to fill farms with people to generate more food. Below that are a set of other resources. These are your gold, your lumber, your stone, your iron, and your dark essence, right? These resources play into your buildings, they play into units you generate,
Please,
it's a
Knight.
bunch of mix
My
and match,
husband
but it's great.
took off to fight back against the Talon himself. He hasn't come back. Please, you need to help him.
We'll find him. Hopefully he's still in one piece.
So we've got some adventure up here.
First they ask us to run errands, and now they wander off to get themselves killed.
We can go defend the
This
villages.
is an opportunity to restore some faith in the Order. Let's not squander it.
You're getting little
Faith
story
doesn't
elements.
win battles.
Embers, guide me.
Right, you're getting little story elements. You're finding out who these people are. You might not know who the Order is. But you're getting hints that the peasants aren't too fucking happy with the Wish.com alliance right here. That they're not holding up their end of the bargain.
Not bad, Knight. Let's get the rest of these Talon bastards together.
Flame devour you. Forward.
And now we've got some units.
Fear
We
nothing.
now have 2 archers and 2 swordsmen.
Yeah.
Or soldiers, right? Soldiers are your basic unit. Archers, another basic unit,
Let's go.
just a basic ranged one. Now, what's pretty interesting is different factions have different solutions to these problems, but the general unit translation between them is pretty standard. Where the interesting part comes in is the modifiers
for
that
anything.
each faction gets. And I'll show you some of that just now. Oh wait, I went the wrong direction. Let's go down here. Through the broken Torii gate that Ubisoft left behind.
All right, I'm going.
Just gonna click there.
Right.
Oh, we can't get there. Okay. But so you can see the gameplay is not like overly difficult or high speed, which I kind of like because I'm an old fuck and trying to keep up with these people doing 20 million APM moves is insane to me. I don't have the time to have a stroke on a keyboard. You think you should learn Unreal? What do you mean, the engine? I mean, it's not a bad place and it's very transferable to other engines.
By my hand.
So, don't these cages look a little bit familiar? Kind of remind you a little bit of the Warcraft ones where they were dangling off the pole.
Light the way.
But not that different, right? Or the cages when you were dealing with Illidan.
Knight!
You probably already know it, but on the low chance you don't, did you see Manor Lord? Yes, I've seen Manor Lords.
Aye.
I'm very well aware of them.
You're free.
What's next?
I've actually been
Now
looking for time
fight
to play
with
them.
us.
So you see we got a few more units there, we freed those. Really, really giving you Warcraft 3 vibes with an updated formula.
We shall not waver.
I'm ready.
Purge them.
On my way.
So I'm assuming we're gonna go back here. Man, it's been a while since I played the story, so I can't remember what happens next.
Ready when you are. Scouting ahead.
Wait, did I not come up here and defend this village?
Where are we heading?
That's not very good. Oh dear. I might have just let all the villagers die.
Let's go.
Oh, no, never mind. They're still there. I just skipped a part of the story. So I'm just gonna attack, move, and let them go at it. Nice, easy, simple mission. Teaches you basics. You learn how to build resource buildings. Teaches you a little bit about the game. Let's crank this up a little bit.
Thank you. I suppose we could work together from here. Help me avenge my son, seeing as it's the Order's fault he's gone. Repairs won't do no good if those bastards can come back anytime they like.
So we've got to repair the gate.
Eh? Onward!
And now it's asking us to build a new gate here. So now we learn about building. So I'm going to build a nice, neat little gate over here. Now, gates and walls in this game are pretty important. This is the part that's kind of like they are billions. Where it's kind of like a tower defense system, but also mixed in with an RTS. So, when nighttime comes in this game, sometimes nightmarish monsters come out of the forest, out of the darkness, and try and gangbang you to death. Is this Guild Wars 2? It's not. I was planning on playing it, but I'm running out of time today. So I'm going to have to dedicate the next stream I do, albeit all like just to doing Guild Wars 2. Oh damn it, where's those towers?
I stand
So,
prepared.
towers, basic units, like basic buildings, super easy, but these are not Warcraft 3 towers. They don't just randomly start shooting shit on their own. What you got to do is you got to select an archer and throw them into the building. Pretty standard, pretty logical. What's nice is you can throw archers into buildings, you can pull them out of buildings. You can tear down the buildings if you don't like them. But this is why I say the strategy elements of this game feel very, very similar
Swiftly.
to Warcraft 3.
For the light.
So,
Gregory! I thank the gods you're safe. The Talon are back. Please, mates, help us defend our village.
Time for you worthless Order Knights to show us what you're capable of for once.
You call us worthless, and yet we just saved you. You'd be dead without us. Dead.
Can you bring my boy back from the grave, girl? No? Then how about you put up your fists and fight for our town instead?
see we got some conflict going on here.
You wanted action, Aurelia. Now's your moment. Ready your weapon.
So this is teaching you a little bit about invasion.
I'm ready for anything.
Right? But it's letting you practice the game. This is obviously tutorial stuff. Pretty basic, pretty straightforward. Right? I don't think I need to show you any more of this.
For the order.
Because I don't think it's going to show you anything more of value. Right? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my most enjoyable part of this game and the most replayable component of this game. It is slow, it is steady, but it is also incredibly fun. If you've got a whole day to burn, understand when you play a survival game, just go normal. If you play a survival game, it is going to last you days or an entire day. It is not a short thing to play a survival game. So, now we can go through the heroes, right? We've got Edwin, introduced him in the tutorial. Then we've got his buddy Merrick. We've got Aelus, we've got Cyrus, we've got Visago, and we've got Aurelia. Now, that might be a little bit of a spoiler, but you'll see how we get there. So, if you play the game, if you enjoy it, you know, or whatever. I'm gonna pick Visago. And we're gonna go into the survival element of this game. Now, this is where all the base building and resource management and all of that comes into play. What you'll notice is we've got a keep,
lost soul.
And we've got a bunch of allies where we run around, we attack shit. Yes, this is Age of Darkness filter. So what I'm looking for in this mode is I'm looking to level up Visago as much as possible and get my units, my cultists, emboldened. If I hit spacebar, I get to pause and think about what I'm doing. If you're in multiplayer against someone else, I don't think you get to pause. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start building. I need people, which means I need to start building houses.
Thrill me.
All at the same time, I can start rushing around, killing these enemies while it's still daytime and while they're still weak. When nighttime hits, bad shit starts happening, and enemies get a lot more dangerous.
Come, we move.
So what I'm doing is I'm clearing some of the fog of war. I'm deciding where my bottlenecks are, how I'm going to build up my city, where is dangerous, where are all the resources. Oh look, there's some stone there. Maybe I want to build a quarry there. We're clearing out a few enemies, widening our expanse, deciding what the hell's going to happen next. What you'll see here at the bottom are these 3 little pups. When those 3 pups turn red, that means 3 days and nights have passed, and now the big scary enemies are going to come and try and tear down our city as much as possible. Right? So we've built our first little hovel here. If we're going to the resources, we're going to build some food. We're going to drop that down. We're going to drop down a lumber mill because we need both food and wood. What good man out there doesn't need a hard set of wood?
Your mind.
Long hard wood to deal with.
Over here.
Hey, if you could grow more of it, wouldn't you?
The heart still beats.
So, I'm looking around, figuring out what area do I have, what's been randomly generated for me to use. What's good, what's bad, what do I need to stress about? How am I going to build out my city? That's the beginning of the survival mode, right? Now we build out our hero over time. We build a few more buildings. We pick things out. We get some research going. We can develop things to make our city more structured, more functional, put ourselves in a better place and get prepared to deal with the big scary enemy that's coming for us in a few nights. So, along that same vein, at some point you're going to get to this stage, where after a few nights of invasions and people attacking you, you'll have built out your city, and you'll start getting into about the mid-game. Here's what the mid-game looks like. So, this is my city that I've built out. Bunch of houses. I've got my storehouses. There are a million different buildings in this game to learn. And my enemy, my main hero is over here. Right? I've got all of his abilities. You get 1 per level. I've got him running away. Not sure why. Can't remember exactly what I was doing. And what I'm trying in this mode is I'm trying to go as siege heavy as possible so I don't rely on troops. I've built out using this skill tree to specifically rely on siege for all my damage. I've built up my walls, I've upgraded my certain towers, etc, etc. My houses are no longer little hovels. This is what the mid-game looks like. 2 nights away, big army comes and tries to bash this all down. I try and defend as much as possible. See if I've got a late game here somewhere. I'm sure I did. Ah, damn it. I don't think I do, actually. No, I don't. I've only got mid-games here. I think I deleted my one survival game because I kind of lost. But that's essentially Age of Darkness. I think it's a very interesting game. I think it's super fun for its price tag. If you liked Warcraft 3 and you need something that scratches the Warcraft 3 itch, even if it's just a campaign, I think that's what makes this game worth it. To end this off, and to help you understand how impressive it is that this indie game has somehow managed to make a game that is super, super cool with such a small team that somehow outperforms anything that Blizzard puts out these days, I'm going to show you a cinematic. Hold on, let's not show you the final one. That's terrible. I'll show you one of the beginning ones, if I can. The prologue. Here you go.
Long ago, in the Age of Darkness, the land of Eredar was ravaged by battles between the Elosan race above and the accursed nightmares below. Primitive humans were mere prey for the nightmares, until the Elosa, in their wisdom, forged great crystals infused with their blood that could seal the nightmare breaches. With the nightmares contained, the Elosa taught us language, civility, and how to wield the dark crystals against a common threat. Together, we were able to rid the land of nightmares. Over the ages, humans thrived, conquering the lands of Eredar and beyond. The human king, Ezekiel, in his lust for power, sought to overthrow the Elosa and gain their blood powers for himself. In an act of unforgivable defiance, the Elosa banished King Ezekiel to the realm of nightmares, the Veil. Our conflict with the Elosa spawned a bloody uprising that lasted generations. Eventually, the Elosan betrayers were eliminated from Eredar and the world entirely. In their place, the Order was founded, that we might continue to battle the nightmares and seal them in the Veil. Kings and queens come and go, empires rise and crumble, yet the Order remain, ever alight in the darkness.
You might be recognizable. So, that is Age of Darkness. I would say that it's become, over time, one of my favorite RTSs that's got a heavy management system strapped to it that you can just vegetate out and play. Switch off your brain, hyper-focus on the game, and just enjoy yourself. If you are a Warcraft 3 enjoyer, if you just haven't been satisfied with any kind of campaigns similar to Warcraft 3 and you just haven't had that itch scratched, I would genuinely say that this game is worth your time. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is it an advance on the formula? Absolutely. Is the story as good as Warcraft 3? No, it's not. But it's still good enough that I feel like it is worth most people's time who enjoy this genre. So I hope that helped. I hope that someone out there got some value out of this and is willing to try this game. And yes, poor Ilgi is going to have to somehow censor my fucking desktop because I forgot that was there.
From time immemorial, we have had games. Then later, we have video games. Now that games are trendy, Infiltrators don't want us to have fun anymore. I think we should ruin Candy Crush and jewelry and porn for these people. Also, does Age of Darkness have ass mods?
I don't know if they have ass mods, but it's probably pretty easy to mod that game, so if you needed ass mods in the game, you could probably do that. Thought I was gonna gotta get the brown paper bag for the... Ooh, someone got their GF pregnant, and now she's experiencing morning sickness. I didn't know femboys could get butt pregnant, but you're finding out, I suppose. Right. I have to fuck off, unfortunately. I have to wake up in 3 hours. Actually, no, that's a lie. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Because I have to go train kids in judo tomorrow as well. It's going to be a hell of a fucking time. I hope you enjoyed. My next stream, I am going to dedicate solely to getting every single Guild Wars 2 clip that I need for my video, so I can just sit there staring at a screen for 12 hours straight, having a stroke while I'm editing. Right? It's good to see you, Swell Benji. I hope you enjoyed. If for some fucking reason that was the real Blue Squadron who came in here and shouted out this channel, all I've got to say to you is, man, what the fuck? How dare you come in here just to be like, look at this ugly, bald bitch. That's why you watch me instead, because I'm so much better looking. How dare you do this to me? I know I'm wish.com you, okay? I'm aware. I know my place in life. You didn't have to inflict this on me. God damn it. Now, good night. I'm gonna go suffer with 3 hours, no, 2 hours of sleep, sorry. Are you streaming tomorrow? If I can, Jimmy, but it'll probably be on Sunday. More likely than not. Just remember, more than anything else, if you live in the modern day and you see this angle, or at least if you're looking down from this angle, and the words, "it ain't gonna suck itself," don't cross your lips, you have failed as a man. I hope you enjoyed. Good night.